Chapter 2051. After nearly an hour. Robin hummed softly, a low, relaxed sound, as he moved slowly through the field of destruction. The corpses of the space beasts towered around him like mountains and plateaus, massive silhouettes casting long shadows in every direction. His eyes glowed with a faint, dim golden light as he gave each creature a brief, measured glance, scanning them one by one, trying to form a general impression of the day's hunt, its scale, its value, and its outcome. Along his path, he nodded calmly to the Imperial Guards, the wounded and the unharmed alike. None were ignored. All of them were in a strange, almost surreal state of pride and joy as they saw His Majesty before their eyes, walking among them, alive, present, and satisfied with their performance. When he nodded to them with a faint smile, it felt like recognition, like approval, and that alone filled their chests with honor. Almost no one present had lived through the Jura invasion, nor had they been there during the coronation itself. And ever since then, none of them had seen His Majesty, the very man they were sworn to protect, until today. So standing before him now, fighting under his command, and surviving in his presence was not just duty, it was honor. It was something that brought genuine happiness, something they would speak about for years, something they would remember for the rest of their lives. 4,600 Imperial Guards. That was the number who had participated in the battle, arriving through 15 rapid support 1 vessels. There were several other vessels that could have been summoned, but they were deliberately not called. Authorization had been given to use instant mobility abilities to extract Imperial Guards from their most critical missions across the sector. All of them were placed on standby, fully prepared to move the moment a signal was received. Each time the number of beasts increased, a signal would be sent to the nearest vessel to come immediately. The Imperial Guard must never all gather in one place. This was how they were trained, how they were raised, how their doctrine was built. No one could ever know if a planet or a vessel might be annihilated in a single catastrophic event, killing everyone present. And if that happened, His Majesty would be left without protection. Always. The number of guards in any single location vulnerable to total destruction must never exceed half. That rule was absolute. Your Majesty. Latania, Drake, and Malik appeared before Robin and knelt on one knee, their movements precise and disciplined. Well done, all of you, Robin said calmly. Go and rest. Tend to your comrades' wounds. Make sure the injured are stabilized. I will walk around a bit. He nodded to them, then passed by without ceremony. Yes, Your Majesty. The three answered in perfect unison. Robin suddenly stopped. He reached out and patted Drake's armor lightly. I have given orders to find solutions to support you on the path you have chosen. I am expecting even more hard work from you in the future. Then he continued walking, unhurried. Drake's eyes widened in shock. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 other Legion commanders remained kneeling until Robin had moved far enough away, then they slowly stood up. Drake moved his lower lip as if chewing on a thought. His Majesty is kind of short. Nope, Malik said with a laugh, shaking his head. You are just absurdly tall. I will not argue with that. Drake nodded firmly. He might be short to you, Latania said, clearly annoyed, but he could crush you and break you before you even realized what happened. I will not argue with that either. Drake nodded again, his gaze fixed on His Majesty's back. That young man who looked to be around their age. That short figure who did not even reach 190 centimeters. Walking casually, hands behind his back, moving through a battlefield of corpses as if it were a quiet garden path. He radiated an involuntary presence from his very being, an aura that said he was untouchable. His indifferent posture, his relaxed movements, and the gentle smile on his face as he walked through such a tense, brutal atmosphere did not just show that he felt safe. It showed that he did not see anything around him as a threat at all. Not fear. Not caution. Not concern. Not even curiosity. Nothing. And that was what made him truly terrifying. Robin stopped in front of a space beast shaped like a colossal sea serpent, stretching several kilometers in length. His smile widened slightly, carrying a calm confidence that felt almost unsettling. Leonid. Present. A young man stepped out from the darkness behind Robin, his posture straight, his presence sharp and attentive. Have the experts from Sky Opening City start dissecting this one first, Robin said calmly, pointing toward the massive beast. Then he opened his hands and gestured broadly around the battlefield, his voice steady and commanding. Of course, I want all of this cleaned up properly, every trace handled, and establish a full flaying and processing site on the other side of the planet, in preparation for the next opening. I want everything ready in advance. Yes, sir. Leonid nodded firmly, without hesitation. I have already contacted Sky Opening City on the planet Kaisar, and they should be. Whoosh. At that exact moment, the sand mixed with water and blood beside Robin rapidly morphed and reshaped, flowing unnaturally as if guided by an invisible force, forming the figure of a small girl. She looked like a long-haired child, her expression filled with boredom, irritation, and barely contained anger, as if the entire situation disgusted her. Is what I heard true? She said sharply. Are you really going to leave that portal open on my surface? Ha! Robin let out a small, amused laugh. The spirit of planet Dinara. He clapped once, slowly. Of course the portal will stay. Where do you think it is going to go, exactly? You. The planet spirit tried to force her lazy eyes open, her voice trembling with rage. One single nascent space beast can explode the planet down to its core and devour it completely. I was terrified throughout the entire battle, and now you are going to open it again and let hundreds of them in once more. Maybe thousands this time. Robin shrugged casually, as if discussing something trivial. Do you really think I will stop my plans for the sake of a planet spirit? He chuckled softly and resumed walking. Go absorb some primordial energy or do something useful, do not waste both our time here. Will not my destruction ruin your plans too? The planet spirit hurried after him, her tone shifting into panic. If battles like this continue, the atmosphere will rupture and my heart will inevitably collapse. One direct strike to the heart of the planet could destroy it, and your portal as well. Robin stopped. Alright, you have got my attention. He slowly turned toward her, his expression now focused and sharp. Do you have a solution other than moving the corridor? Give me those crystals. The planet spirit pointed urgently at the crystal of the sea serpent-like space beast, her voice filled with desperation. Ha! Robin laughed. Are you trying to break through a world cataclysm? Burying those crystals deep beside my planetary core will give me immense power and make my destruction extremely difficult, she said rapidly, barely pausing to breathe. It will also change my climate, stabilize my structure, and make me suitable for long-term human habitation. The planet spirit spoke fast, clearly tense and afraid of being refused. A wide smile spread across Robin's face. Trying to change your miserable fate overnight, huh? He looked away for a few moments, as if calculating something far deeper than her words suggested, then slowly nodded. Fine, I will give you one for now. Then he gestured to Leonid. For every 100 space beasts we kill, bury one crystal deep within the planet, right beside the core. Yes, sir. Leonid nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. Only one, the planet spirit shouted in disbelief. That is far too little. It is far too much, Robin replied coldly, his voice sharp and final. Who knows how many thousands we will kill here? He looked at her seriously, his gaze heavy with meaning. In fact, I am starting to think this is too much for you. Burying all those crystals here would turn you into a superplanet. Over time, you would become stronger and tougher than a galaxy seed, if you did not turn into one in the end. As just a planet, you would become a dedicated battlefield world. Why should I invest all of that into you? Robin glanced around for a moment, taking in the ruined land, the blood-soaked sands, and the broken sky, then looked directly at her. Hey, what exactly is your primary law affinity and owner gift? Chapter 2052. A few minutes later, beside the corridor gate, Zhu Halak grabbed the edge of the portal firmly with both hands, braced his feet, shoved his head inside, and slowly started looking around with clear curiosity. Then he carefully pulled his head back out again. Hey. He took a long, deep breath, filling his lungs completely, steadying himself, then pushed his head in again as if he simply could not resist checking once more. The other side was the true definition of darkness. Not ordinary darkness, but a deep, suffocating void where absolutely nothing could be seen with the naked eye. No light, no shapes, no movement, just endless blackness. But anyone strong enough could clearly feel massive clusters of energy moving around the gate, huge, predatory presences, circling slowly, like hungry sharks that had smelled blood and were calmly gathering before the feast. There were hundreds of them. Every few seconds, one would drift extremely close to the corridor, its presence pressing against space itself, finding Halak staring straight into its eye with a strange, unsettling smile, as if he were looking at a floating sandwich instead of a cosmic predator. Then it would slowly retreat, and another would take its place, repeating the same silent exchange. Hey, what are you doing? A voice came from behind. Halak did not care. He did not even turn around. He simply lifted one hand lazily and gestured for whoever was behind him to go away. Unfortunately for him, the person behind him did not leave easily. Halak, pull your head out of there, or I will kick your ass and send you to swim with them. What? Halak spun around violently with an angry expression, which instantly froze and then turned into a dumb, sheepish grin. Sorry, boss. Your voice sounds different from the other side. He scratched his head awkwardly, still half embarrassed. Robin let out a small, amused laugh. Do not worry. The gate will expand again to the same size, and those things will start coming through once more, just like before. Let us just hope you have recovered enough of your strength by then. Really? Halak jumped in surprise, his eyes lighting up. He had truly thought he was about to return to an era of boredom and empty waiting. Really? Robin nodded calmly. By the way. He pointed at him a few times, his expression turning thoughtful. Have you refined a planet yet? Me? No, why? Halak was confused by the sudden question and tilted his head. The human lifespan limit is 100,000 years, and I am still young, only about 8,000 years old. I have got a long time before I bind myself to a weakness like that. Robin smiled slightly, but he did not mock Halak for this shocking statement. In truth, most humans would say the same thing. That was exactly why most planetary emperors and great warriors looked old, even though they could refine planets from a very young age. Even the youngest of them usually looked middle-aged, carrying the weight of their choices on their bodies and souls. They delayed refining a planet for as long as possible. They delayed creating a massive, fatal weakness that their enemies could exploit whenever they wished. That was also precisely why most planetary emperors, or anyone who had lived for a very long time, did not train both internal energy and soul force together, even though it was easy for them to do so and perfectly within their capability. Simply because refining a planet after one's soul power becomes large is extremely dangerous due to uncontrollable expansion, and losing that planet would collapse their soul domain by half in an instant. The greater the size, the greater the fall. Instead of a minor spiritual injury, the consequences could reach death itself if the owner possessed immense soul power and lost that refined planet. Delaying refinement until advanced ages, and the deep-rooted fear of training soul force to higher and higher levels, are only a part of the many negatives that come with the dream of immortality achieved through planetary refinement. It is a dream that promises eternity, yet demands terrifying risks and irreversible consequences. It is good that you have not bound yourself to anything yet. That means I have come with a truly good proposal. Robin struck the ground beneath him with his foot, his presence calm and confident. This very planet has an affinity with a minor law that follows the resonant wave's path, and the planet's gift itself also belongs to the resonant wave's path. That same minor law is precisely what caused the earthquakes, the salinity, and the long-term instability on the planet's surface. In the near future, I will begin burying several nascent space beast cores deep within the planet's interior to reinforce it from the inside out. The planet will expand, its structure will stabilize, and the planet's soul will absorb far more energy than before. And if it has a good owner, someone capable of guiding it properly, the atmosphere will regulate itself and become suitable for long-term human habitation. Then he raised his hand and gently patted Halak's elbow. Planet Dawn-Era will be perfect for you. Halak stared deeply into Robin's eyes, his expression heavy with disbelief and shock. You are giving me a planet that contains a corridor of this importance so I can refine it for myself. Haha, who is more suitable than my personal guard to protect a place like this? Robin laughed calmly. Just make sure it does not get destroyed. That is all I ask. Done. Halak nodded firmly, his voice filled with resolve. This planet, the leader's gift, would not be destroyed unless it was over his dead body. Wait, if the planet were destroyed by one of the beast's attacks, he might actually die too. Suddenly, his look toward Robin shifted from pure gratitude to a raised eyebrow filled with awkward suspicion. There is something else I want to give you. Robin ignored Halak's look completely, extended his hand to his left until it vanished into empty space, then slowly pulled something out, a small wooden box no bigger than the size of a palm, and handed it to Halak. This is your responsibility now. What is this? Halak took the box and opened it immediately. After a few seconds of staring inside in silence, he looked back at Robin with gratitude in shining, excited eyes. How did you know I needed a metal tooth cleaning stick? Then he slapped his thigh with his free hand and looked away dramatically. All wooden ones snap, and all bone ones break. I did not know what I was going. Hey! Robin snapped his fingers sharply, cutting him off. That is planetary displacement equipment, 7th grade. Halak froze mid-sentence, his expression stiffening as his brain processed the words. He slowly looked back at Robin. Did you say 7th grade? Yes. If you pull out the hammer and nail, they will expand to their true size. Robin nodded calmly. They cannot be stored in a space ring, and of course storing them in vaults is not safe either, so the bearer must keep them on their body at all times, especially since this equipment will be used frequently and continuously. Then he showed a faint, meaningful smile. I had two choices to carry this responsibility, you or Theo, but since he is unavailable and tied up with other duties, I am placing the full responsibility on your shoulders. BAF. Halak snapped the box shut instantly and stuffed it forcefully under his pants, staring straight into Robin's eyes as he did so. So what exactly do you want me to do with this troublemaker? You will build my empire, of course. Robin showed a wide, confident smile, then stared at Halak sharply while maintaining it, until the smile itself began to look almost aggressive and domineering. Oh, and by the way, do not bring that box back to me until you have washed it properly. Chapter 2053. By the way, do not return this box to me until you have washed it thoroughly. Halak's expression twisted with irritation. Your loss. If I copied my exquisite body scent and sold it as a perfume, I would have a retirement project that prints money forever, an endless river of wealth. He waved dismissively, as if brushing the idea aside. Anyway, how exactly am I supposed to build an empire for you? I am not the administrative type, not a planner, not a bureaucrat, you know that perfectly well. I know. Robin waved him off calmly. That is not what I need from you. I want you to contact Prime Minister Kristen, explain that you now possess this artifact, and have him prepare a full list of the planets that must be moved into Nihiri's orbit, along with their new coordinates, routes, and stabilization data. Move all of them, every single one. That is how you build my empire for me. All of them. Halak's brows knotted tightly, his face hardening with disbelief. Yes. Robin rubbed his forehead slowly, as if the thought itself weighed on him. I was told that the number of Class S planets, the subjugated ones, in the Young Belt has surpassed 5,000. The entire plan for the empire of the future began on those planets. It would be a complete waste to upgrade the Nihiri galaxy with only a few hundred planets when we already have thousands of newly subjugated worlds ready for relocation and integration, would it not? Then he gestured toward Halak with quiet certainty. A 7th grade planetary displacement artifact can operate day and night without cooldown. It can move entire galaxies without trouble, so it certainly will not stumble over a few thousand planets. Honestly, I do not believe you will need even a single year before the Nihiri galaxy reaches the size I want. I delayed this decision for two reasons, Robin continued. The first was that the sudden appearance of a galaxy of that size would bring nothing but disasters. A structure that massive forming overnight would attract predators. Zargal the sorcerer, in particular, would have sent all his forces, and come personally, to try to seize it. But he has something else occupying him now. I made sure of that. The second, and more important, reason was the prying eyes, especially the Syndicate and Tyrant Intera's galaxy. I did not want anyone questioning how I managed to move all those planets into the protected zone in such a small number of years. But I have solid cover now, a believable veil. I will activate it as soon as I re-enter the Soul Society. He spread his hands calmly, as if the matter were already decided. With those two problems solved, I no longer see any reason to delay strengthening Neri. What is the cover? Halak asked cautiously. Do not worry about it. Robin showed a wide, confident smile, then pointed toward Halak's crotch. What matters is this: do not show that thing to anyone except Kristen and the numbered shadow swords. I am afraid if word spreads about it, uncontrolled rumors alone could trigger a catastrophe for all of us. Halak looked at his crotch, then at Robin, and spoke with a twisted smile. Heh, it is a huge matter, sure, but not to that extent. Robin blinked at Halak's laughter, did not understand at first, then smacked his own forehead and turned away, muttering under his breath as he moved, I should not kill my guard. I should not kill my guard. I really should not kill my guard. He released a slow breath and called out, Leonid. Yes. Once again, the second shadow sword appeared beside Robin, silent and precise. I am heading back to the academy to gather my things. I want you to arrange a permanent residence for me here. Robin spoke as he walked away from the corridor gate. I do not want a palace, no extravagance, no symbols of power. A glass room will do. It must be close to the corridor gate so I can feel what is happening at all times, but far enough to grant me some peace and isolation for my work. It will be ready within an hour. Leonid nodded firmly. But, would it not be better for you to stay at the academy, Your Majesty? I will make you a proper room with sound and light barriers, full isolation layers. Even so, it still will not be completely safe, especially near the corridor. I am the only one holding a fragment of the Cosmic Elder's soul, Robin said calmly. I have to be present in case the Space Beast ancestor enters. I cannot afford distance in such a moment. After a brief pause, he added more quietly, besides, I only stayed at the academy because of Eldera. As long as she is moving here, there is no real reason for me to remain there. Understood. Leonid bowed slightly as he walked. I will begin working on the room immediately, without delay. He would have to rely on the 3 sky-opening cities, consulting them in depth and importing everything that could possibly help make the room as comfortable, stable, and secure as it could be. Every detail would matter: materials, shielding, insulation, energy flow, protection systems, nothing would be left to chance. Oh, by the way. Robin suddenly stopped, raising a finger, then turning to face Leonid directly. Any news about Rhaenyra? All major news that affected the Empire's strength reached him constantly, without interruption. And of course, Rhaenyra's massive resource support, along with her relentless attempts to dominate the secondary Frost Law, were always at the top of the reports and discussions. If she succeeded, she would become the first true law dominator in the Empire's history, a symbolic and strategic milestone that would reshape its future. Not exactly, Your Majesty, Leonid replied quickly and respectfully. The latest report says she has drunk 7 blood bottles so far of Aurora Duskfox, a Beast Emperor one. This allowed her to sense the Frost Law and partially resonate with it, but it also causes serious complications, especially since the last bottle she drank was taken whole. Because of that, she will need to spend several years in assimilation and stabilization before attempting another breakthrough. In the end, this is not blood that naturally flows in her veins. There is heavy internal resistance inside her body every single time she drinks it, and that resistance keeps accumulating. Then he continued more carefully, if those 10 bottles had been from a 9-tailed fox instead, combined with her innate talent and the iron will she has recently forged, she might have already become a monarch by now. But the future is not completely dark. With the unconditional support of His Highness Caesar and the annual elixir bottles that are provided to her, I believe that within a maximum of 3 years, she will be able to make another attempt. Robin fell silent for a moment, thinking deeply. The price of the elixirs, 300 million each, is a heavy burden on Caesar's budget, he said slowly, and at the same time, it places a severe restriction on Rhaenyra's path and pace. Then his expression hardened with resolve. The Shadow Swords will take over funding Rhaenyra's elixirs starting today. Withdraw whatever you need from my personal account, without hesitation, and push the sky-opening cities to produce at least a monthly elixir, at the very minimum. If you can secure a weekly production cycle, that would be even better. Yes, Your Majesty. Leonid nodded firmly and decisively. Both His Highness Caesar and Lady Rhaenyra will be deeply pleased by Your Majesty's generosity and support. And take this as well. Robin pulled out a metallic tablet and handed it to Leonid. This is the major law of the thermal path, the original path from which the minor Frost Law branches. Deliver a sealed copy of it to Rhaenyra personally. This is up to the 6th stage. Leonid said in shock as he received it carefully, as if it were a sacred artifact. Yes, the thermal behemoth galaxy sells it up to the 6th stage, so I bought it from them. Robin chuckled lightly. Because the path is extremely widespread, and hundreds of powers and factions already use it or its minor laws anyways, they decided to sell it themselves as an additional source of income rather than guard it as a secret. He tapped the tablet several times with his finger and added firmly, tell Rhaenyra to use this major law for her breakthrough instead of relying on the minor Frost Law. Ha! Chapter 2054. Ha! Leonid showed clear shock on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that even possible? Lady Rhaenyra built her foundations on frost, as you know. Her entire cultivation structure is rooted in it. The Kayamaji people, in general, possess a slight natural affinity toward 9 different laws. However, these 9 affinities almost never appear together in a single person. Every individual is born with one of the 9 affinities and joins one of the halls based on the affinity they were born with, shaping their entire path and future from that single origin. Except for Rhaenyra and, before her, her grandfather. They possess all 9 affinities within a single body. They can freely choose any of them to build their foundations, shape their core, and define their path, and Rhaenyra chose Frost. Robin nodded slowly. Rhaenyra used Frost to build her foundations, and her energy gathering center transformed into a core through Frost. Her energy circulation, her inner structure, her growth, all of it is aligned with Frost. She reached her current level through Frost. That fact is settled and cannot be changed. Frost will remain her greatest affinity for her entire life. Then he added calmly, but do not forget that she still has affinities for 8 other laws, and 3 of them belong to the thermal path as well. They are not weak affinities either. That is 4 out of 9. As far as I remember, Robin continued, reaching the 7th grade happens when a person connects with the law they desire and waits for its response. They stand at the threshold, waiting for rejection or acceptance, for resonance or silence. So why not try with the major thermal law? He gestured lightly. She already has affinity with 4 of its minor laws, and now she possesses a complete explanation of the law from the behemoth galaxy itself up to the 6th stage. A full structured explanation. I personally read the entire material and added my own notes and interpretations to it. Then he waved his hand casually. If the major thermal law responds to her, then good and blessed. If it does not, that is fine too. Frost is not a bad option either. It is still a powerful and noble path. Robin smiled softly. Just tell her to delay her breakthrough a little and try. With the elixir boosts, the preparations, and the timing, she might succeed, and I will think of other methods as well, other pushes and strategies, to move her forward. From everything he had heard about Rhaenyra, she was the ideal subordinate, a perfect spearhead, a decisive force his son could command as he wished. Of course, in his heart, he truly wished for her to become stronger, far stronger, overwhelmingly stronger, by a great margin. Robin smiled quietly to himself. It was strange to think of Rhaenyra, the one who had placed the crown upon his head with her authority, as an ideal subordinate. The contrast itself felt unreal. Suppose she actually succeeds and breaks through with the primary thermal law. Leonid swallowed, his throat dry. What do you think the reaction of the behemoth Sirmagon would be? He can come and bite my ass if he wants, Robin said lightly, waving dismissively, then turning and continuing forward on his path. As if I would waste the chance to gain a powerful subordinate for the sake of some random behemoth in some ruined place where birds do not shit. Leonid stared at Robin's back for a long moment, silent and motionless, then released a quiet sigh and vanished into the shadows. A random behemoth? His Majesty's words were becoming more frightening with every passing day. At that moment, Richard was sitting at the highest point of the space beast's massive body, placing his left arm behind him to lean on it, and resting his right hand on his knee. His eyes were closed, and a faint, peaceful smile rested on his face. He was enjoying the light breeze that carried the scent of rotten blood, mixed with the fresh, salty smell of the sea, forming a strange but calming harmony. You look in better shape compared to when I saw you at the academy, Robin spoke with a gentle smile as he climbed onto the massive corpse's back with steady steps. Do you like the place? Does it suit you? Richard opened his eyes briefly by instinct, watching his father take calm, measured steps toward him. Then he closed them again slowly. Just training and trying to invent things for 4 decades nearly killed me. I do not know how you pulled that off, he said quietly. This place, this silence, this scent, this is where my rest lies. And here, you can stay. Robin gently patted his son's spiky white hair, then sat down beside him. Or do you want to go and try to recover Serene like your other half? Do you feel like chasing that path one more time? Richard remained silent for a few seconds, his expression calm but conflicted. She is a good girl, truly. Oh, so you also have feelings for her, Robin said with a soft laugh, but you are not ready to submit to headaches, chaos, and emotional storms for her like your other half would. He chuckled lightly. That is fine with me too. Then his gaze drifted away into the distance. This matter is settled anyway. She is yours. I will make sure of that personally. He continued calmly, stay here if you want. Keep absorbing the life energy of space beasts, keep strengthening yourself, and keep developing your abilities. That is what matters now more than anything else. Richard turned toward him, staring at his father's face for a long moment. Can we continue our conversation now, he asked quietly, or are you going to get distracted by something else again? Haha, sorry, buddy. Robin patted Richard's back a few times. I was just going to link 2 sectors quickly and come back to our talk, but things happened, as they always do. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly in thought. Now that I think about it, while using the plates, I realized that the corridor's power and range are shorter than what is required to connect 2 sectors. I barely crossed a distance within the same sector, and I could clearly feel that this was its absolute limit. I will have to wait until I manage to make 4th stage plates, unfortunately. Ha, Richard laughed softly and shook his head. Nothing came up, but your mind already drifted away. I really should have expected that. Robin nodded a few times in agreement. You are right. Let us talk about you, then. He turned back to him with a warm smile. You told me you were thinking about something else while trying to use the anti-life ability. What exactly was that thing? Richard looked down, hesitating. It is something a bit embarrassing, like I told you, and I. Just tell me, Robin insisted gently but firmly. When you summoned everyone after your seclusion that followed the coronation, and you gave each person something that increased their power, my siblings and I gathered afterward. Everyone talked about what they received from you. Richard let out a slow breath. He was almost the only one who had received nothing that day. Then he smiled faintly. Sister Zara was scared that day. You gave her the laws of death, destruction, and shaping so that one day she could form creation. The weight of that responsibility nearly crushed her. She almost cried, and we spent the whole day trying to comfort her and calm her down. Robin nodded quietly, waiting for him to continue. So, while I was trying to recreate the scene produced by the Black Plague, I started thinking, Richard continued. If those 4 laws are what form creation, and I possess life, then what would happen if I separated life from the rest of the components? Then he opened his hands slightly. And boom. Just by thinking about it, I managed to do it on the first attempt. But the anti-life ability I saw from you had nothing to do with the law of life, Robin said, frowning slightly. And it does not follow the principles of martial arts at all. It does not move like one. So what do you say to that? Richard smiled with a trace of irony and shook his head. That is exactly what happened. I would not lie to you about something like that. Robin nodded several times, deep in thought, then looked away with a serious expression. Richard. He paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. What do you know about the Master Laws? Chapter 2055. Master Laws. Richard furrowed his brows for a few seconds, glancing to his side toward his father, silent in thought. Then he turned back toward the vast sea once more, his gaze lost in the endless horizon. I have only a surface-level understanding. Just the common knowledge, the general information that everyone knows and repeats. He continued, it is said that the 8 master laws are what formed this world and shaped its very foundation. 7 of them are known, and 1 is completely unknown, hidden from all existence itself. They are not paths like the rest of the laws that contain a sublaw and minor laws branching from them. Each master law has only a single, indivisible law, whole and absolute, without division or fragmentation. He paused briefly, as if choosing his words carefully. I also heard that you cannot be born with affinity toward one of them. It is something you must strive for, something you must pursue with your entire existence. You have to search for them to find them, or sometimes, they are the ones that find you. I also heard that trying to assimilate a master law is a hopeless possibility, because the success rate is almost non-existent, nearly zero compared to the long history of the universe. Then he looked at his father again with a faint, playful smile. What, do you think that when I was trying to create an anti-life ability, I accidentally added a master law to it? Ha. Robin did not laugh with him. He kept a serious, heavy expression while watching the sea, his eyes steady and calm. What you told me is indeed the surface-level view. Then he paused for a moment, his voice lowering slightly. There are hidden truths that only those who enter the world of master laws know. Secrets buried so deep that even some behemoths know nothing about them, and never will. Then he smiled at his son and gently patted his thigh. For example, did you know that master law abilities are translated into fundamental laws? Ha! Richard frowned deeply, confusion clearly written on his face. I was surprised too. Robin laughed openly. Do you mean that all fundamental laws came from the 8 master laws? Richard nodded several times. That makes sense. Everything that came after the formation of the universe, essential, fundamental, and complementary laws, all came from the convergence of the 8 master laws. All existence traces back to them. No, that is not what I mean, Robin waved a few times, correcting him calmly. Of course, all heavenly laws are derived in one way or another from the master ones. That is natural. That is why I used the fundamental laws, the closest to the master, to try to understand them more deeply and eventually reach a master law in the end, just as I did with creation and spacetime. What I mean is something different. I am talking about the abilities, the combat techniques of the master laws themselves. Robin showed a wide, meaningful smile. Some time ago, I was puzzled by the names of the laws used by the children of the Cosmic Elder. As you know, the first batch arrived some time ago at the Holy Covenant Academy. He continued, laws such as denial of perfection, forced stability, asymmetrical symmetry, fair exchange, and others. All of them are harmonious with nature, deeply aligned with the master law of balance, yet at the same time, you cannot find them in nature itself, as if they exist beyond natural reality. His smile widened even more. They were extremely powerful laws, so powerful that they could be placed alongside the fundamental laws without shame. And yet, they are not necessary. If they vanished, you would not feel the absence of anything. For example, denial of perfection. It is an extremely powerful law that makes its user reject the idea that there is anything beyond them. Any incoming attack is destroyed, any obstacle is crushed, and any resistance is erased, and yet, this law has no role in practical life. The universe itself is fundamentally built on the principle of imperfection anyways. What the? Richard was astonished, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. I know, it is mentally exhausting. Robin waved his hands several times, as if trying to brush away the weight of the topic itself. That is exactly why I waited until the Cosmic Elder sent the second batch of his children, 80 additional children. On that day, I caught him at the right moment and managed to ask him directly about the true nature of those powerful laws he distributes to his children. He answered me calmly, saying that they were techniques he himself had once created and used, and that the moment he used them, they immediately transformed into fundamental laws. A technique. Richard furrowed his brows deeply. Just using a technique once turned it into a fundamental law? A law that can be used to build foundations and systems? Imagine that. Robin looked genuinely excited, his voice rising slightly. When I questioned him further, the Cosmic Elder began to explain everything in more detail. Then he continued, he told me that the fifth level of any master law grants its owner a special status in the universe when it comes to laws themselves. Anything they do becomes more powerful than any other fundamental law. Because of that, any powerful technique they execute instantly transforms into a law. A law without affinity, but also without any affinity requirements, because it is not a law of nature. A law that anyone can study, as long as they are capable of comprehending it and understanding its structure. Impossible. Richard jolted in place. There have been many master law users who appeared and reached the fifth level. There must be countless powerful laws like this. Why do we never hear about them? Why is there no record of them at all? Because they do not exist in nature. You cannot observe them, you cannot document them and write cultivation techniques for them. Robin raised a finger slowly, emphasizing each word. But master law users can sense those new laws directly, and they can write cultivation techniques for them, just as the Cosmic Elder did, hoping that his children's use of those laws derived from balance techniques will one day cause one of them to comprehend master balance itself. Oh. Richard looked forward again, his eyes unfocused. No wonder, then. No one who uses a fifth-level master law would ever write such cultivation techniques for someone else. Perhaps the Cosmic Elder truly is the only exception. Tisk, tisk. Robin shook his head slowly. According to the Cosmic Elder, there are two others who do it as well. Then he looked forward again, his expression turning distant. One of them is my arch-enemy, someone I have never seen before, and the second is a woman equal to them both in power, a woman who commands many followers. Both of them do the same thing. They hand their followers laws derived from their own master law techniques. Then he stared toward the horizon, his voice lowering. Perhaps this is what angered the all-seeing God the most. No wonder he told me to retrieve his law. That person did not just use the law in a way that harmed the all-seeing God's interests, but also derived law techniques from it and distributed them to a number of his closest followers, those who grew under his guidance and protection. What audacity! Even as an enemy, I must respect a heart that knows no fear. Richard did not fully understand anything that had just been said, but it was clear that his father was speaking in a deliberately vague and layered way, as if hiding meanings behind every sentence. So he did not ask. He simply nodded slowly. So this is what you think I possess? That I somehow reached one of those derived laws? Robin remained silent for a few moments, as if thinking, then turned to Richard as if suddenly remembering their conversation. Of course not. How would you possibly obtain one of those? He. Chapter 2056. Of course not. How would you ever obtain one? He. Richard furrowed his brows hard, his expression tightening. Are you mocking me right now? Then what was the point of all this talk in the first place? I am only trying to open your horizons to something. Robin sighed deeply, his voice calmer and heavier. Even though the universe is ancient, with a history stretching back nearly 98 million years, there are still countless unknowns. Things we are only just beginning to discover, as if they were miraculous revelations. That alone shows you how shallow our civilization truly is, and how completely our ancestors failed to leave us anything meaningful that we could truly build upon or benefit from. He paused briefly, then continued, and it also shows you something more important. Trying to explain everything according to the limits of what we already know is not always the right choice. We know nothing, truly nothing. We are ignorant. And I intend to try to fill this gap in my era, even if it costs me everything. Then he turned back toward the sea with a dreamy, distant smile. I wonder if I will be able to turn the golden cloak, the analyzing eye, and the dismantling strikes into fundamental laws after I break through a world cataclysm. Richard simply stared at his father in silence. Everything he said felt too vast, too grand, too far beyond him. Once again, Richard began to realize that his own ambition, to become the strongest, was nothing compared to his father's ambition. But that was not what he needed right now. So then, how do you explain my anti-life ability? His voice became more focused. What did you actually see when I activated it in front of you? Richard understood the deeper meaning behind his father's long words. He was telling him, in his own way, that he had a grand explanation, and that Richard should not mock it for sounding unrealistic, because it might actually be true. Robin waited for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. What I found, he finally said, was the fundamental law of fission. Richard furrowed his brows deeply. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a law. It is a law with a simple principle. Extremely simple, Robin began to explain slowly. Everything in the universe is capable of being split. There is nothing strong enough to preserve itself forever. Solid, liquid, gas, it does not matter. Form does not matter. State does not matter. Everything can be divided. Everything can be fractured. Everything can be separated. He continued, simple, right? Yet it is one of the rarest fundamental laws in existence, and one of the most talent-demanding, just like destruction itself. Only a single behemoth and his family use it. No other family in all of history has ever even reached the third level of it. Fission, Richard said in disbelief. What does that have to do with an anti-life ability? What you did to that rock was not just life energy absorption like you think. Robin pointed toward him twice, his gaze sharp. I was confused as well when I first saw what happened. Truly confused. But when you explained your original idea to me, your basic concept, everything became much clearer. What happens in the anti-life technique, Robin continued, his voice turning precise and analytical, is that the fundamental law of fission splits the bonds between anything it touches. Not the matter itself at first, but the connections that hold it together. And during that act of fission, an enormous amount of energy is released. A truly massive amount. So vast that you cannot complete the process perfectly, and you cannot absorb all the energy produced by it, no matter how refined your control is. He paused, then added, after that comes the role of another law. An unnamed law. A hidden law. A law that makes that massive released energy appear in your eye as if it were life energy itself. So you greedily and intensely absorb that energy, with extreme density and hunger, even though you have no rightful claim to it, as it is not life. I did that. Richard pointed at himself, disbelief filling his voice. I am using the law of fission, and another law that even you do not know the name of, a law that changes the very nature of energy itself. Then he pointed at himself again, more forcefully, almost accusing reality. Me. Amazing, right? Robin laughed openly. It has nothing to do with martial arts at all. Even your energy gathering center and your meridians do not seem to interact with any strange or foreign laws, and that is exactly what shocked me the first time. That is what made me question you about the origin of that technique in the first place. Then he pointed at him twice. You said you believed everything was made of destruction, death, shaping, and life, and that you thought about separating life from them and absorbing it. Is that not right? Then he laughed again. Your theory is naive. The law of creation is not composed of those 4 laws. It is just that if you understand them deeply and connect them together correctly, you might have a chance to understand the law of creation as well. That is one of the paths to do so, but they are not its components. Second, even if you were right, even if the law of creation were actually composed of those 4 laws, what does that have to do with matter? Robin continued. Matter is made of primordial chaos. If you want to dismantle something, you should do so to the primordial chaos, not creation. Are you trying to dismantle construction tools or raw materials? Then he laughed again. Your naive idea was flawed from its very foundation. Stupid idea. Richard looked down in embarrassment, his face tense with shame and confusion. But it worked, Robin continued seriously, his tone shifting. And it worked by relying on 2 completely different laws to form an ability made of 4 laws, 3 fundamental laws, and 1 unknown law related to the forms and nature of energy itself. He paused briefly, then added, and honestly, I would not be surprised if that unknown law is actually a technique split from master identity itself. Then he stared directly into his son's face. How? Richard kept staring downward. You are asking the wrong person. Right, Robin slowly looked forward again, his voice lower. I cannot believe I am saying this, but maybe if you went to anyone else in the universe, they would not have an explanation either. But I can, because I have a somewhat similar experience. Then he fell silent for a few moments. You can call it a supernatural experience, I guess. Richard turned sharply toward his father, eyes wide. Something like that happened to you before? Yes, Robin nodded slowly. That was when I was in that cave on Jura, when I swore I would discover the law of truth or die without doing so, refusing to use any other law to prolong my life or extend my existence by artificial means. Then he continued after a slight silence, his voice deeper. In the end, I tasted death. My heart stopped. I felt my consciousness collapse, fragment by fragment. In those moments, I discovered the key to the path of the fundamental law of death. Then the seer appeared, and so on. That story you have probably heard before. Richard remained silent. No matter how many times he heard that story, he never grew tired of it. It was a famous legend throughout the true beginning empire, a myth about the founder's iron will and unbreakable resolve. Of course, excluding small details like the appearance of the entity known as the all-seeing god. Why are you telling me this now? Richard finally asked. Because later, the all-seeing told me that on that day, I collided with my destiny. A destiny that was supposed to end with my death on the planet Jura, Robin continued calmly. When the thread of my fate was cut by certain death, I reconnected it. I forged a new thread of fate for myself, a new path that is tied to my original fate. He paused, then added, later, I learned that this granted me a special ability derived from the master law of causality called Omen of Truth, an ability that warns me of disasters before they happen, if events continue on their current course. An ability from a master law. Richard's eyes slowly widened, his breath shallow. Yes, Robin nodded, then pointed at his son. I think you have one too. Then he added seriously, his voice heavy with meaning, and from the 8th master law at that, will. Chapter 2057. Will. Richard furrowed his brows hard, his expression tightening as confusion and disbelief mixed across his face. Yes, it is the 8th master law, the mysterious one. Robin paused for a few moments, as if choosing his words carefully. As far as I know, no one in history has ever reached even the first level of it. Not a single recorded figure, not a single legend. It is so mysterious that even its name is not agreed upon. And I have this thing. Richard pointed at himself forcefully, almost in disbelief. Don't you think you are exaggerating a little? This sounds absurd, even for you. Let us revisit a few memories then, shall we? Robin showed a faint, calm smile, one that carried more meaning than amusement. On the day your second soul appeared for the first time, you wanted to live, and so you did. You wanted to absorb your enemy's energy to heal yourself, and it happened. You wanted to be strong and brave enough to survive what awaited you, and it happened through the formation of a second soul, not an illusion, not a fragment, but a complete existence. Then he waved his hand slowly, as if brushing through invisible memories. True, after that you turned into a spectacle, a kind of twisted sport. Young Nihari giants paid money to enter and fight you, treating you like entertainment, like a living arena. And in the end, they cut off your limbs anyway. Your condition became worse than it had ever been, your body broken, your dignity shattered, and that continued for decades of suffering and humiliation, and yet, what you wished for still happened. I don't think that proves anything at all. Richard shook his head, his voice low, heavy with resistance and denial. During our battles against Pythor and his army, Robin snapped his fingers sharply. You gifted Caesar wings of life energy, thinking that would ease the symptoms exhausting him and bring him closer to death. Even I was confused when I first saw those wings. Life energy is not the opposite of death. Death is the nemesis of life. By logic, what would Caesar gain from more life energy? Then he paused briefly, his gaze steady. But I stayed silent when I saw that it worked, and Caesar truly benefited from the wings. His body stabilized. His existence endured. His condition changed in ways it should not have changed. That is what you wished for, isn't it? Then he waved again, slowly. Yes, Caesar was nearly killed several times in the final battle against Pythor and his army, and his condition was the worst among everyone. He stood closer to death than any of us. And yet, what you wished for happened. Are you saying I harmed my brother Caesar? Richard raised his voice slightly, anger and fear colliding in his tone. On that planet. Robin cut him off immediately. After a planetary king attacked you and trapped you inside the planet, after he suspected the law you were using, after you killed his entire family and wiped out children and women, after guilt nearly destroyed you from the inside, and the conflict between your two souls reached its peak, and your other half wished that someone would help him get rid of that curse of you, Serene appeared and helped him, pulling him out of the cycle of slaughter and blood. Then he waved again, slower this time. True, she ultimately failed to help. True, you loved her but could not touch her. True, misfortune struck her family, her dream was abandoned, and she was dragged into the conflict against her will. And yet, what you wished for still happened. Someone appeared. Someone answered that desire. Someone helped you. Are you saying I bring bad luck? Richard asked in fear, his voice trembling, barely holding itself together. When you wanted a stronger ability that would let you avoid killing humans and creatures directly, the anti-life ability manifested, a power that even you don't fully understand how to use. Robin continued calmly, relentlessly. Yes, it is an incomplete ability. Your breakthrough later failed. You nearly died under the weight of one final irrational attack, your existence on the brink of collapse, if not for the developed instant teleportation array that pulled you out of the entire planet, but you got what you wished for. Not safely, but you got it. Then he looked straight into Richard's eyes, his gaze heavy, unblinking, absolute. Do you want me to continue? Richard's eyes began to tremble violently, his breathing unsteady, as if the weight of every word was finally crushing down on his mind and soul at once. Take another one. One more case I want your opinion on, something I've never truly understood myself. Robin exhaled slowly. It was a strange and unbelievably fast event among the elites of the eastern region of Nihiri. One moment I was sitting in a formal meeting, surrounded by advisors and reports, and the next moment I found myself in the northern region without any clear reason or warning. No calculations, no planning, no logic. He shook his head slightly. Even though I could have sent an envoy first to investigate, even though that would have been the rational and strategic choice, I didn't. And that alone is abnormal for me. It's not my nature to act on impulse like that. Robin gestured calmly with one hand. That day when we first met, when I came to see you, and you told me about Mila's death, did you wish for something at that moment? Truly, deeply wish for something. Then his expression tightened, his brows drawing together. Or to be more precise, did your brother, the original initial soul, wish for something? Richard looked down slowly, terror spreading across his face, his breathing growing shallow, sweat pouring down his skin. A few days before that, he was crying while talking to a chair. His voice trembled. He kept crying and telling the chair, Sherry, that he was tired, that he couldn't endure it anymore, that he just wanted to get out of there, no matter how. Robin stared at the sight of Richard's face in silence, studying every detail, then nodded several times, slowly and heavily. And it happened, he said quietly. There was something that pushed me toward you. Something unseen, something irrational. I was the only one on that entire planet who could have had both the power and the motive to get you out. Then a bitter, sarcastic smile formed on his lips. True, I was betrayed by the Nihiri Union clan. True, I was forced to build the Shadow Sword's forces and multiple elite units just to reach you and get you out. His eyes hardened. But in the end, what was wished for happened. And you were freed after nearly 2 decades of imprisonment and suffering. Richard felt as if the sky itself was collapsing on his chest, crushing his lungs, his thoughts, his heart. What? Robin laughed lightly, but there was no humor in it. Have you started replaying your life in your mind? He tilted his head, searching for more moments like this? More impossible coincidences? More events that shouldn't have happened, but did. Then he gestured casually. Think about how you built additional foundations of the law of life flame, even though you knew nothing about the law itself. You were just a helpless child who knew nothing but crying in pain. He continued steadily. True, those extra foundations didn't help you escape. They didn't save you. They only increased your fame, which made your suffering worse. Your torture intensified. Your isolation deepened. Until Peon finally facilitated your smuggling operation and pulled you out. His voice lowered. But the essence is simple. You wanted more foundations to become stronger, and it happened. Enough. Richard raised his voice slightly, his eyes filled with hostility, fear, and confusion all at once. Then his expression slowly collapsed. His white hair fell like the peak of a frozen mountain. His shoulders sank. He lifted his broken eyes, hugged his knees to his chest, and whispered, I understand. Then he clenched his teeth, his voice shaking with self-hatred. I am the greatest bringer of misfortune. I am the source of everything bad. I am the reason behind every disaster. Bam! Robin lunged forward, grabbed his son by the collar with brutal force, and yanked him up. His eyes were sharp, burning with intensity and certainty. You, little shit, carry the key to the greatest secret in the universe. Then he shoved him back hard. I don't know whether you were born with that ability, he said firmly, or whether you obtained it on the day the second initial soul appeared, but it is with you. He paused, letting the words sink in. Then he continued slowly, with terrifying clarity, an ability from the master law of will. A power that manifests your deepest, most intense desires and forces them into reality by manipulating the very laws of the world itself, manipulating even other master laws. His voice lowered. At the cost of catastrophic misfortune. Misfortune that strikes you, or strikes the one connected to the wish, or both. He turned his gaze slowly toward the sea, his expression dark and distant. Let's call it. He paused. The Cursed Manifestation. Chapter 2058. The Cursed Manifestation. Richard muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He then looked forward again in silence, still resting his chin on his knees, his body unmoving as if frozen in thought. I can't deny anything you said. Not a single word of it. But it still feels like some kind of fantasy revelation, something pulled out of a dream rather than reality. Did the law of will abandon everyone and choose me alone? Me, of all people? Me, who am nothing, who isn't special. A trivial being, insignificant and small, just trying to carry what little remains of myself with a bit of dignity, then reach a quiet, peaceful death at the end of a meaningless road. Robin gazed beside his son's head with a trace of sorrow, his expression heavy with unspoken emotions. Slowly, he raised his hand and gently rubbed his hair, his touch soft and careful, as if afraid to break him. Life hasn't been kind to you, he said calmly, but this is the path of the great. This is always the path they walk. And your fate is to be great, Richard, whether you want it or not. I don't want that, Richard replied in a low voice, drained and tired, as if the words themselves weighed on his chest. Unfortunately, you have no choice. Robin lifted his head slightly, his tone firm but not cruel. You're my son. Richard showed a faint, tired smile and slowly shook his head. Even when you comfort me, he said quietly, you still find a way to praise yourself. Everyone has their own illness, my little friend. Robin chuckled softly, then looked forward again, his gaze fixed on the distance. Anyway, after a brief pause, he continued, from what I can see, the abilities tied to the master laws may not be so rare that only you and I possess them. They might be more widespread than we think. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if all the children of fate have such an ability. Something that prevents them from dying. Something that protects them at critical moments. Something that smooths their path toward their unique destiny and keeps them moving forward no matter what stands in their way. He then chuckled and nudged Richard in the side. Maybe that's why most of them suddenly ignite with fame and power and then suddenly disappear. Most of them die young before accomplishing anything. If the Shadow Swords hadn't been watching over you and helping you since the very day I saw you, you'd probably be among the dead now, another forgotten name, because of the cursed manifestation. He looked forward again, pressing his lips together, his expression turning thoughtful and serious. As for me, I never would have expected a bad feeling to be a master ability. Never in my life. And as for you, you never would have realized that the cursed manifestation affected you on that level, that deeply, in that destructive way, the very thing that turned your entire life into hell. He paused briefly, then continued more quietly, I can't even imagine how many people out there have tendencies like this. Hidden tendencies. Dangerous tendencies. Things inside them that they don't even know exist. He stared into the horizon for a long moment, his eyes distant. But now that we know, he said calmly, we must use it properly. We must control it and shape it instead of letting it destroy us. Don't you think? He turned to his side with a steady smile, trying to reassure him, but the smile vanished almost instantly. Richard's face was overtaken by sadness and regret, his expression collapsing under the weight of his thoughts. Father, do you think? He whispered, his voice shaking, that my mother died because of the cursed manifestation. Robin studied his face for a few moments, carefully, deeply, as if searching for the right answer. For now, he said slowly, let's believe that you gained the cursed manifestation after the captivity. There is no conclusive proof, no evidence that you had it since childhood. But I was born without finding you, Richard said, his voice breaking. The Burton family was already broken, completely broken, and they were in wars throughout the 10 years I lived there. Then what happened to us in Nihari happened. Richard's eyes filled with tears. I was just a little child then. I didn't understand anything. Maybe I wished for a cake, or some trivial, stupid thing like that, and it led to all those disasters. Maybe I caused it all. Maybe. Bam! Robin slapped the back of Richard's head. There is no conclusive evidence. He stared into his eyes intensely, his voice sharp and commanding. I don't want to hear you say those words again. Ever. And don't you dare think them, not even in your mind. Don't carry a guilt that is beyond you. Don't bear a sin that was never yours to carry. Do you understand me? Richard lowered his head again and returned to resting his chin on his knees, silent, broken, and still. From today onward, Robin spoke harshly, his voice heavy with authority and resolve. I want you to devote yourself completely, entirely, without distraction, while in your soul-body form, to recovering your memory stream up to the very day your second personality appeared. Dig through everything. Relive it. Remember every detail, every fragment, every shadow of memory that might help you study the cursed manifestation. After that, find ways to control it. Search for methods. Build them. Shape them. And if you are driven into a corner with no path left, then wish for a method. Wish for one even if that's the last thing you can do. I don't want to wish for anything else. Richard shouted, gripping his arms tightly, his fingers digging into his own flesh as if trying to anchor himself. Bam! Robin struck the back of his son's head again. Wish however you like, he said firmly, and I will steady your steps. I will guide your path. If the ground collapses beneath you, you will find my hand waiting for you to stand on. You will not fall alone. Believe this with all your heart. Then his tone grew heavier and more serious. To control the cursed manifestation with your own will, and to know how to use it while we are prepared for the consequences, is far better than leaving it to control you blindly, and having disasters come to us from places we never expected, from directions we never saw. Richard nodded slowly, silently, the weight of the words settling deep inside him. Good. Robin nodded firmly in return. Now switch with your other half. Whoosh. Richard's hair stood up like a hedgehog instantly, and his entire expression shifted into sharp defiance and challenge. Even his posture changed, becoming more open, more aggressive, more confident. What do you want? Heh. Robin shook his head lightly. Richard didn't hesitate for a single moment to switch with you, not even a second of doubt. Well, dealing with you isn't very fun. Richard laughed dryly, a sharp edge in his voice. He needs to learn that there's no time for depression and sorrow in this world, Robin said, waving his hand dismissively. Everything takes its time, passes, breaks, heals, and then we must recover and get ready for what comes after. That's how life works. He continued more seriously, the world is a place of suffering, a place of pain, struggle, and loss. You must understand that. Then he tilted his head slightly. Or should I say, your brother must understand that. He waved again. Talking to you is extremely confusing. Mutual feeling. Richard nodded firmly. So, what do you want? You said you want to become stronger, right? Robin sighed deeply. I can arrange that. You'll find a way to help me break through. Richard opened his eyes wide in excitement, his voice filled with hope. There is no way to do that. Robin shook his head slowly. In the competence trial, you are alone, completely alone. No weapon, no armor, no array will help you. No one can face the trial on your behalf. Not a guardian, not an ally, not even me. Even your soul force cannot be used in the trial. The test simply ignores all of that and attacks your body anyway. It bypasses everything and goes straight for you. All those things can only help you escape if you fail. They are tools for survival, not for victory. So how will you make me stronger then? Richard frowned deeply, his brows tightly knit. Don't tell me you'll give me more planetary weapons. I don't care about external power. Robin looked his son up and down slowly, carefully, as if measuring him. That anti-life ability of yours, he said calmly, do you like it? Of course. Richard nodded. It suits the nature of my power that I've been used to for centuries. It feels natural to me. It pushed me forward without forcing me to change anything in my fighting style. Then he scratched his head thoughtfully. But I don't understand it very well. Not deeply. I tried to control its range, its depth, its structure, and even change its form, but all of it was useless. Nothing worked. My progress with it is completely stuck. How will you do any of that when you don't even know what it's made of in the first place? Robin chuckled. How can you shape something you don't understand? Then he smiled faintly. It's fine. I'll strengthen you through this way too. I'll make this part of your growth as well. He raised his hand and struck Richard's thigh firmly. Tell your energy gathering center to prepare to receive a new law. A real one. Chapter 2059. A new law. Richard exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with disbelief, his entire body tensing as the words sank in. Robin showed a faint, knowing smile, then looked forward again, his gaze calm and steady. The flame of life was originally created for Mila, he said quietly. I made it to protect her from injuries, and to make her prefer staying in the rear lines instead of charging into battles against enemy leaders and commanders. What man would ever want to see his wife throw herself into danger and gamble with her life? Then he continued, his tone growing more serious, more deliberate, but you are different. It is true that, with the help of the cursed manifestation, you discovered a way to turn the flame of life into a deadly weapon, a tool of destruction rather than protection. But it is still limited, crude, incomplete. You still need long preparations, ritual setups, the killing of many different beings, and the accumulation of a massive amount of negative karma. He paused briefly. Negative karma you do not need at all, since misfortune already follows you everywhere, clinging to your path like a shadow. So, since anti-life appeals to you, I will create a new merged law for you, one that allows you to use that ability freely, develop it at your own pace, and do so without drowning yourself in corruption. A new law. Richard's eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement and awe, then suddenly calmed as doubt surfaced. But the competence trials were bad enough, he said cautiously, and I already have a dual merged law. What happens when I add a third? What kind of hell will that bring? Do not worry, Robin waved dismissively. It was exaggerated because of the young belt restrictions, because the misfortune on your back is overwhelming, and because you were storing a massive amount of energy in your body before starting. He then patted his son's back firmly. Next time you try, there will be no young belt restrictions at all. You will try to restrain yourself from wishing anything prior, and I strongly recommend you empty your body of life energy before starting. Strip it clean, reset it properly. Just use whatever you have inside your energy gathering center and you will break through without a doubt. You are not weak, and you are not lacking in worth for a mere test to stop you. There will not be any young belt restrictions. Richard frowned deeply. He had passed everything, and the breaking limits trial had almost killed him. If it had not existed, he would have become a catastrophe to the world without question. Yes, Robin nodded calmly, then stood up. I will pave the way for you. I will deal with the obstacles. I will clear what needs to be cleared. Richard stared at his father for a long moment, studying him carefully. With the power I have seen from you, he said slowly, and all those master laws you use, I do not think the rule enforcement spirits will show you any mercy in the trial. Haha, let them do whatever they want, Robin laughed lightly. I am used to headbutting obstacles. Easy paths scare me. Smooth roads make me uneasy. One last time, Robin patted Richard's head, slow and firm, before jumping off the beast's back. Stay around until you receive your new technique and find someone to help you adjust your foundations properly. After that, go wherever you wish. Your path will be yours again. And where are you going now? Richard raised his voice as he saw his father moving away. To the Dawnlight Stellar Academy, Robin called back loudly. I am going to say goodbye to my comfortable apartment there one last time. Looks like I will be staying in this sand bath for a long time. Then his voice dropped, becoming something only he could hear as he walked forward. How many centuries did I spend there? Robin smiled with dreamy, distant eyes. His age now exceeded 900 by a little, and almost all of those years were spent in seclusion, exploring something, studying something, or searching endlessly for something unknown. Between Jura's Cave, where he spent 2.5 centuries in 2 separate periods, Nihiri's Cave, where he spent more than a century healing Jabba, and his hotel room on planet Sarin, where he stayed for 270 consecutive years, his apartment at the academy held the record. A quiet place, clean, mentally comforting, wide enough for him and his work without any problems or constraints. Robin murmured as he walked. I wonder what kind of room Leonid will prepare for me this time. With a simple wave of his hand, a teleportation array appeared with a sharp buzz, opening in front of him to transport him to the other side of the planet, near the space portal. He added softly, it seems my standards have risen after staying there for so long. Ha! Just before taking a step into the gate, Robin suddenly noticed a square-shaped portal opening not far from him, its edges glowing with strange light. From within it, the Cosmic Elder emerged calmly, as if stepping out of an ordinary doorway rather than a dimensional rift. Robin lifted his hand and waved, raising his voice with casual familiarity. You. Then he added with a grin, so, you are already prepared to cross. More than an hour earlier, the Cosmic Elder had left, saying he would prepare for departure and begin exploring beyond the barrier. Robin had assumed that kind of preparation would take years, maybe even decades, but clearly, that was not the case at all. The Cosmic Elder was wearing completely new clothes. His beard and thin hair were neatly braided in an orderly, almost ceremonial style, and he carried a bag embroidered with flowers and butterflies, a strangely gentle contrast to the brutal world around him. Little Robin. The Cosmic Elder turned toward him slowly. Am I late? No, you are not late. Robin laughed lightly. It was obvious that the old man's passion had not died, no matter how much he tried to pretend otherwise. The fire was still there, burning quietly beneath the surface. Good that you are still here, the Cosmic Elder said, stepping a little away from the yellow gate. Then he raised his hand and pointed toward Robin. This is your godfather. Move out. What? Robin's expression froze, then twisted into pure shock. Godfather Robin. A young girl's voice came from beyond the barrier, soft and hesitant. A girl who looked about 14 stepped out slowly. After her, a whole herd of boys and girls of similar age followed, pouring out one after another. They looked around at Robin like lambs leaving a barn for the first time, wide-eyed, curious, cautious, and overwhelmed. They began moving toward him slowly and randomly, unorganized and hesitant, while the sights of monster corpses and ruined terrain seemed disturbingly normal to them, as if this world was all they had ever known. 100 this time. Robin tilted his head to the side, barely lifting his eyes from the children before turning them toward the old man in disbelief. Were you not joking about founding your own tribe? Nope. The Cosmic Elder replied curtly, without the slightest hint of humor. Then he reached into his bag, took out a small disc shaped like a coin, and tossed it toward Robin. Robin caught it easily. A light disc. Robin, the Cosmic Elder said calmly, but with unmistakable seriousness in his voice, think very carefully before using that disc. Think about the consequences. Think about the chains it will place on you. Think about the enemies you will make for yourself. Robin stared at the disc for several long moments, turning it slightly between his fingers, studying its surface and feeling its energy. Then he slipped it into his ring and lifted his head a little. I will take your advice into consideration. The Cosmic Elder laughed. No, you will not, you arrogant bastard. Then he slowly began rising off the ground and moving toward the passage. Do whatever you want. Walk whatever path you choose. But remember, dragging my name into your affairs does not mean I will fight your battles for you. Do not disappear for too long. Robin waved to the Cosmic Elder as he moved away, clearly having no intention of continuing that conversation any further. He kept watching until Halak shoved his way in like a curious cat and entered, pushing through the opening. Then Halak returned and stuck his head into the gap, watching the battle happening on the other side with open curiosity. Godfather. Where are our brothers? Robin glanced to the side from the corner of his eye. 100 boys and girls were all staring at his face with excitement, awe, and wide smiles. Their expressions were full of hope and curiosity, and it was obvious that thousands of questions were swirling in their minds, fighting to come out all at once. He took a breath, then shouted loudly, Leonid, I need some help here. Chapter 2060. Inside the academic building apartment, Robin stood beside the door, slowly letting his gaze wander around the room with a quiet trace of nostalgia. Even though he had been here only 2 hours ago, calmly trying to finish the very last panel of the Six in Peace, everything had suddenly flipped upside down in a single moment. Now he would be forced to move and live somewhere else, a completely different place, a place where humans fought space beasts on a daily basis, where survival itself was part of life. Hey! Robin released a long, heavy breath, as if trying to empty his chest of lingering emotions. With a light, casual wave of his hand toward the desk, all the papers and pens, broken and intact alike, vanished as if they had never existed. Then he began carefully searching for even the smallest scattered paper scraps, along with the panels he used to press like stones and throw at Arcalan's head whenever she annoyed him, a habit born from frustration and familiarity rather than anger. After that came the thousands of panels piled beside the desk like small hills reaching the ceiling, forming crooked stacks like miniature mountains. Panels filled with solutions to the sixth path and scattered fragments of truth runes, incomplete, experimental, and chaotic. Then, with a faint and quiet smile, he began pulling in the emerald fragments that carpeted the floor like sand and beach stones, shining softly under the room's light. After pulling everything into his space rings, he placed his hands above his waist and cast a long, lingering look around the apartment, as if engraving the scene into memory, then nodded slowly. "It seems a chapter of life will end today," he said quietly. He moved to turn and leave, but his body refused to follow his will, and his steps stopped before they even began. Whoa! Robin sighed again, deeper this time. "I guess it won't hurt to enter the Soul Society one last time from here. That will give Leonid more time to build my new dwelling anyway." He stepped forward, sat on his bed one last time with a calm, satisfied smile, feeling a strange sense of closure, and gently closed his eyes. Inside Robin's soul domain. Bam! Bam! Crack! Robin's soul manifestation appeared and slowly turned in surprise toward a specific point in the distance. In the vast, boundless expanse of his soul domain, there was one particular area overflowing with movement, noise, and violent energy. There stood 3 enormous mountains the size of the world tree Hovenheim's trunk or even larger, perfectly circular in shape and intensely black like colossal spheres of darkness. Their aura was extremely dense, extremely foul, radiating a terrifying negative energy that flooded the surrounding space. If Robin's soul domain were even slightly weaker, it would have been torn apart by them alone, shattered under their pressure, yet these entities were far beyond anything ordinary or natural. 8 royal soul stars were working relentlessly to coat the 3 spherical mountains with a thick layer of purple matter, layer after layer, while all of them had been fixed in place by several gigantic purple chains that pulsed with power. At the same time, the Greenland star continuously repaired any damage surrounding the soul domain, restoring cracks, distortions, and ruptures the moment they appeared. Besides that, there were large numbers of powerful soul creatures wielding soul weapons, striking again and again in an attempt to shatter them, as if villagers from a remote settlement had discovered gold hidden inside a mountain and attacked it with blind obsession. Beside them were several massive drills operating side by side, vibrating the entire domain with their force. All of this was focused on a single goal: breaking the 3 mountains. Yet despite everything, nothing seemed to be working, and no visible progress could be seen. Robin scratched his head as he watched the scene in silence. It doesn't look like they'll be breaking anytime soon. Then he turned toward a certain direction. 8th consciousness, is everything alright over there? There were 7 other manifestations of Robin spread across the domain, but with clearly lesser presence, each responsible for a different function, system, or task. None of them tried to seize control of the body, for the primal soul supports only the 1st consciousness. It could be said that the rest were merely auxiliary copies, created to assist with thinking, analysis, coordination, and problem solving, nothing more than extensions of his will and mind. "Everything is fine." The 8th consciousness nodded calmly, his expression steady and composed. "There's no immediate danger, but we'll need some time to fully break down those initial souls. Their structure is far more complex than ordinary entities." Then he frowned slightly, his brows knitting together in thought. "What's strange is that those 3 initial souls don't actually contain many units inside them. Everything you see, those massive spheres, all of it is nothing but pure genetic and life data, condensed to an absurd degree. There's barely any conventional structure. I honestly can't even imagine the capacity of that soul creature once we succeed in extracting and stabilizing it. Its potential would be terrifying." Then the 8th consciousness turned toward Robin, his tone growing more serious. "Hey, why don't you try searching for records about the use of initial souls from space beasts as soul creatures? Old archives, forbidden registries, black market knowledge, anything. I really feel like we're walking in complete darkness like this, relying only on instinct and theory." "Do you really think something like that exists?" Robin chuckled softly, shaking his head. "If anyone ever did it, they'd keep the information to themselves. No one would openly share knowledge that valuable. Who knows?" The 8th consciousness turned his gaze back toward the colossal spheres. It already reached the point where the heat behemoth sold the law he had dominated up to the 6th stage. With all these recent upheavals, chaos, and shifts in power, selling critical information might not be that strange anymore. Even secrets that were once untouchable are being traded. Robin nodded slowly. "I'll see if there's anything like that," he said thoughtfully, then laughed lightly and let out a short whistle. "But at the very least, let's make proper use of what's already in our hands. Wasting resources like these would be a sin." He raised his hand and called out clearly, "Arcalan, be useful and help the 8th consciousness. You can put the development of absorption technology aside for now. This takes priority." Arcalan, who was sitting under a strange, twisted tree far away, lifted his head in visible annoyance. His expression darkened, he snapped the pen over his knee with a sharp crack, then stood up and headed toward the nearest primal soul while muttering angrily under his breath. "I think he's happy about the change of atmosphere." Robin chuckled to himself, amused, then waved toward the 8th consciousness. "Good luck to both of you. Try not to blow up my domain." Where are you going? The eighth consciousness asked, glancing back. I'm going to deliver that recording to the Soul Society, of course, Robin replied as he moved toward the sapling. It's true the Cosmic Elder was a scoundrel and added words from his own head, twisting a few details, but what we actually agreed on is still in the recording. The core content is intact. It'll be enough. The eighth consciousness stared at the back of Robin's manifestation until he reached the soul sapling, then lifted his shoulders in a small shrug and returned his focus to observing what was happening with the three souls. The release of that recording to the public would overturn the world even more than it already was, shaking structures, powers, and balances across countless domains. But that was a problem for the core, first consciousness to deal with, not him. Huong. Soul units began to stream into the sapling to activate it, flowing like luminous currents through its structure. Then Robin called out clearly, Temari. Here. A soft light flared, and the fairy appeared within it with a formal, perfectly controlled smile. How may I assist you today, Lord Human? Robin formed a small soul sphere in his hand, its light pulsing gently. This recording, I want to publish it through the Soul Society as paid content. Full access, controlled distribution. Of course, Lord Human. The fairy nodded with her formal smile, her posture flawless. Please push the recording toward the mirror. Robin stared at the fairy for a long moment, studying her expression and tone. Then he extinguished the soul sphere, his brows furrowing slightly. Where is the Temari I know? Chapter 2061. Where is the Temari I know? I don't understand your question, Lord Human, the fairy asked with the same perfectly controlled, formal smile, her tone calm and neutral. You've changed. Robin's brows furrowed even more, his expression turning serious. I noticed it years ago, around 40 years ago, actually. But since I wasn't doing anything big back then, I didn't care enough to question it. This time, though, I have to ask properly, what happened to Temari? What changed? I am your assisting fairy, Lord Human, the fairy replied smoothly. Have you ever requested something that I did not help you with? Have I ever failed in my duties? Where is Temari? Robin pressed, his voice firmer. Was she harmed because of me or something like that? Ever since the launch of the 4 projects, she hasn't come anymore. Not once. Then he looked at the fairy from bottom to top, studying her carefully. Speak freely. I know you aren't just soul creatures. You are conscious beings. I don't know your true nature or how this process truly works, but Temari is a real person, and you are too. Even if you act overly formal, even if you hide behind protocol, you're still real. The fairy stared at Robin's face for a long moment, her smile barely changing. Overly formal? It seems Temari used to forget what we were trained for and overstep her boundaries with you quite often, Lord Human. Then she continued calmly, her voice steady and controlled. Temari was not harmed. But if the elders were to learn about the way she dealt with you, she truly could be harmed. Her behavior would not be tolerated. As long as she isn't harmed, where is she? Robin raised a brow, then pointed toward the mirror. Bring her. I have something big this time, something important, and I want the real Temari. I can handle that upcoming deal for you, no matter how big it is, the fairy said, pointing to herself. Even if you have something bigger than the 4 projects, something more dangerous or more valuable, I can facilitate it for you more efficiently and obtain approval in a much shorter time. Sorry. I'll continue with the one I've tested more than once, Robin replied firmly. I don't want to build trust from zero again. Not now. Not for something this important. The fairy nodded slowly and began to fade, her form dissolving into light. I can't promise I'll bring her immediately, but I'll try. In mid-sector 500, a young woman who looked to be in her late 20s slowly opened her eyes, then frowned in irritation, annoyance clearly spreading across her face. So the little brat threw protocol out the window and got one of the senior users personally attached to her? To the point where he doesn't want anyone else for major missions. My lady, another girl beside her hurried forward, kneeling and lowering her head to the ground. It seems that Her Highness Temari is trying to expand her authority through these actions. If he calls her for a major deal, this will place her ahead of you in the first-rank succession among the children. Her position will rise sharply. Humph. The young woman stood up, a visible trace of anger rising on her beautiful features, her eyes burning with irritation. Let's see what Big Brother Morval has to say about this. She gathered her exquisite white dress and walked out into a vast corridor, her steps sharp and fast, her mood clearly storming. Robin gently scratched his head. The fairy had vanished completely, but the soul sapling was still active, glowing softly. Was he supposed to just stand there and wait until Temari arrived? What should I do to kill time? Robin touched the mirror and brought up the list of shops and halls, then began flipping through them in boredom, scrolling slowly without much interest. Social halls, news halls, mission exchange halls, and others, until he reached the truth chamber. He stopped. He had already caught the culprit, and the matter was over. His anger toward the truth chamber no longer carried any real weight. Maybe he would meet decent people this time? Maybe things would be different? Robin sighed softly, then pushed the truth chamber away. If they were good, that was for themselves, and if they were bad, that was on them. If he entered as a hidden individual, the spiky-haired one and everyone else there would see him as an intruder trying to steal their missions. If he entered as Lord Human, head held high, they would think he came just to show off and dominate the place. Either way, there was no real gain. There was no reason to go back there. Then, as he continued scrolling, he cast a brief, instinctive glance upward toward the balance field. The number of digits there was massive, absurdly massive, so large that he would have to open the field itself just to read the full value. But no, Robin lowered his eyes again. He didn't want to open it. He didn't want to know his current balance. He didn't want to see it at all. He was afraid. Afraid that once he truly saw it, he would start spending recklessly, extravagantly, without restraint, and that the strong foundations on which he had built his empire would slowly erode and collapse under uncontrolled excess. Hey, let's just see if there are any messages, Robin muttered, deliberately shifting his focus away from the balance. He exited the halls and began searching through the side tabs until he reached the messages section, and there he found it glowing. There were messages indeed. Ugh, Robin tapped on the messages with an annoyed expression. Who is it this time? All the problems of his followers had been solved decades ago by distributing a lot of pearls among them. He had already handled shortages, crises, and complaints long ago. If someone else was asking for more now, then he'd have to discipline them today, without hesitation. Among several unread messages, Robin noticed the top one with the name Pure Kaylee's. Kaylee's wasn't even on his friends list in the Soul Society, and he had never spoken to her before, not once. Her appearance at the very top of his messages only reflected the terrifying level of status that behemoths held within society. With his current status, would the same thing happen if he sent a message to someone? Would his name alone force its way to the top of their interface? Robin furrowed his brows even more. All the unread messages in front of him were from Pure Kaylee's. Not 1, not 2, there were at least 20 of them. Looks like Theo doesn't satisfy her anymore, huh? Robin showed a strange, crooked smile, half mocking, half amused. Then he raised his finger and tapped the last one. Alright, let's hear what you've got. Show me. In the next moment, an image appeared before him of an extremely beautiful woman with brown hair, a crown resting on her head, and a white gown intricately woven with braids of gemstones, shining softly with restrained brilliance. The woman looked as if she were staring directly into Robin's eyes, her expression burning with anger and impatience. Isn't this enough already? Years have passed and your son hasn't moved. Years, and I've been sending to you every single year to urge the completion of the deal. What exactly are you waiting for? Until everything is destroyed? If you want to withdraw from the deal, I have no problem with that, but at least open a path for the sorcerer behemoth and the temporal behemoth. Why this siege against me? Why am I the one being cornered? Then she continued, her anger even sharper, her words heavier. Unless, of course, you're not the one behind the shadow swords. In that case, please reply to me and enlighten me, so I might find a solution to my disaster. I will wait for your response this time, please. I truly will. Robin sighed slowly, rubbing his temple. Why does everyone want everything that concerns them to be executed immediately, as if the entire world revolves around them alone? Then he began scrolling upward through the message list. Every time he scrolled, he found Kaylee's name again, and again, and again. More messages, more demands, more pressure. Has this woman gone insane? Robin frowned hard, irritation clearly rising. Then he looked at Kaylee's image for a few long moments, his expression turning cold and flat, before pressing the reply button and typing a single line. Don't message me again. Chapter 2062. Do not message me again, Lady Kaylee's. This is not befitting of you, and it is not befitting the agreement that was concluded between you and my son, he wrote, then continued after a brief pause. We have not withdrawn from the agreement, nor do we intend to withdraw from it either, but everything has its time, and that time has not come yet. Rushing it will only destroy what remains of its balance. Then he added with clear seriousness, the agreement includes the marriage of your daughter to my son Richard, and then your complete severing of ties with the bright galaxy, leaving it to become Serene's property. How do you honestly think this can happen right now, in the current state of the war and the cosmos? Then he continued, his words growing heavier, canceling the refinement of a single planet is exhausting enough, so what about an entire galaxy? Do you understand the scale of that? You will need a long period just to stabilize the aftermath. You will need several royal soul masters to protect you, assist you, and maintain balance, and you have neither of those. The war is still ongoing, and you must stand in the front lines to fight. Your presence as the face of the war is what drives more powers to rush into battle against the cursed behemoth forces and the savage behemoth, alongside you and alongside Lord Hedrick. Without you, that front collapses. Second, even if we assume that the deal is completed, the wedding happens, and Serene becomes the owner of the galaxy, what comes after that? Then he added firmly, wasn't your condition the destruction of the cursed galaxy? How do you expect that to happen without first destroying the cursed behemoth forces? Then he shook his head slightly in the recording, his tone calm but final, Lady Kaylee's, be patient, and fight. Whether you fight now, or fight after the announcement of the marriage, in both cases you will fight with your own hands, and we will not interfere. No one will go to fight in your place. No one will carry your war for you. Be patient. Endure. Build your victory properly. Then he pressed send. Tisk, Robin's expression immediately showed irritation as soon as the recording ended. That woman has relied on Darvian since the day she was born, and now she wants to rely completely on someone else as well. He exhaled sharply. What exactly am I supposed to do? Take my forces and go face the cursed behemoth by myself just for her sake? Even the galaxy will go to her daughter in the end, not to some stranger. He waved his hand in frustration. I'm surrounded by people who aren't rational at all, not even a little. Hee. At that moment, a fairy appeared on the mirror with her familiar laugh, her presence light and playful. If everyone is irrational to you, she said teasingly, maybe the problem is you, Lord Human. Timari. Robin's expression softened instantly, a genuine smile appearing on his face. It's been a long time. Even though Timari always tried to stick her nose into everything he did, and even though he had hated her style for a very long time, he knew this was exactly what she had to do for the Soul Society. He had grown used to her presence, to her directness, her playful interference, and her lack of rigid formality. The one who replaced her tried to do the same things, extracting information, asking him to remove the barriers around the soul sapling, pushing him toward more projects and larger plans, but she did it in a frozen, protocol-driven way that felt mechanical and nauseating. It felt empty, artificial. He would need a long time to get used to her presence, and he had neither the energy nor the patience for that. I didn't realize I had a special place with Lord Human, Timari said with a playful smile. That's reassuring to the heart. Then she puffed her cheeks in slight annoyance. But your special request put me in a really awkward position with Lord Morval. I got hit with a big complaint. A very big one. You're going to have to compensate me with a big request that makes dealing with that mess worth it, okay? Your substitute filed a complaint against you. Robin raised his brows in surprise, genuinely confused. What exactly are you, anyway? Conscious soul creatures? Humans controlling these bodies? Aware souls trapped here? Something else entirely. Then he added, narrowing his eyes slightly, and also, where were you? Does any of that really matter, Lord Human? Timari smiled, tilting her head slightly, her expression calm and confident. What matters is that I'm here now. She leaned forward a little and added softly, so, how can I help? Robin held his gaze on the fairy's eyes for a long moment. It was obvious she couldn't speak at this point. His voice was calm but heavy with intent. I have two major things I want to announce today. Oh, and what are they? Timari's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She clapped her hands excitedly, then suddenly stopped herself. No, wait a second. Since you've opened the messages, you should read everything properly. You've received messages from extremely important people. I've seen them. Robin glanced at the message list, where only a single name appeared. A low chuckle escaped him. And I already replied to the pure Kayleys. Your I don't care attitude makes you ignore important things sometimes, Timari said as she scrolled down the messages carefully until she found a specific one and opened it. Like this one. At that moment, the image of a young man appeared before Robin. Handsome, with silky hair slicked back neatly, his overall appearance screamed human. Yet several dark, moving patches crawled across his skin, sending a chilling sensation through the air. It was clear they were connected to curses and the negative karma that continuously accumulated on him. Damir? That's strange. Robin raised an eyebrow. He was the son of the behemoth of curses. Robin hadn't expected him to contact him again after his identity as Hedric's supporter had been exposed. Lord Damir appeared in the recorded message as if he were staring at Robin with barely restrained anger. Then he opened his mouth and spoke. Human Lord, I was deeply hurt when I heard that you support someone like Hedric. Why would you do such a thing? How could you, especially when you helped us strengthen one of our curse variants? I truly do not understand this at all, and I hope it is nothing more than a baseless rumor. After a brief pause, his tone shifted slightly. If our trade does not meet your expectations, then we will raise its value. And if it is a personal issue, then tell us what it is, and we will resolve it. He stared intensely for a moment, then continued, do not stand with the losing side, Human Lord. What we intend to do in the Mid-Sector 101 will be done, whether its inhabitants accept it or not. Both the galaxy and Serene will be mine. We only want you to open your eyes and stand with the rightful side, the winning side. After those words, the message ended. Robin let out a long, slow breath. His face showed no expression at all. He turned slightly toward Timari and asked calmly, what do you think I should reply with? Or is it better if I just ignore him completely? That depends on why you built a relationship with him in the first place, Human Lord, Timari replied thoughtfully, and how much damage their discovery of your true position caused to your plans. Damage. Robin looked back at the image of the Curse Lord's son. Nothing at all. Then a smile appeared on his face, slow and confident. I was strengthening them and supporting them with pearls so they would keep applying pressure in the Mid-Sector 101, through deals whose total value reached several billions. But now, after I buried their footing and destroyed more than 3,000 fleets for them, there's no longer any need to deal with them. They won't stop attacking now. They can't. Hee, you're terrible, Lord Human. Timari covered her mouth with her hands and laughed softly. So that's your answer, then? Robin nodded several times, then pressed the reply button. Once I choose a side, that side is the winning side, Robin replied, lifting his head high. Keep your curses to yourself, I won't buy any more. Maybe they'll help you in your losing war. Consider all deals between us completely cancelled. And by the way, do not ever speak Serene's name again, and do not let her image pass through your thoughts. She belongs to my son. Then he pressed send. After that, he turned toward Timari and said coldly, block that bastard. I don't want to see any more messages from him. Chapter 2063. Done. Timari closed the message, and the young man's image vanished from before Robin's eyes, dissolving into faint light particles. This will make him extremely angry, as you know, especially what you said about Serene. Everyone knows she's been betrothed to him for hundreds of years, and that matter alone is enough to ignite a war. Let him go cry to daddy if he wants. Robin's expression twisted coldly, his features tightening with open disdain and contempt. He had continued supporting them with hundreds of millions of pearls annually, in deals whose total over the years reached nearly 30 billion pearls, a colossal fortune by any standard. It could be said that he was their primary supporter in the war over Mid-Sector 101, the hidden pillar that kept their war machine moving. Why? Because if a few hundred fleets were destroyed by Hedric, and the war stopped and turned into elite duels or even political pressure and negotiations, that would severely harm his interests and long-term plans. Right now, he had Hedric and Kayleys by the throat because the war continued, binding them to his strategy. He had an opportunity to strip Kaylee's of power and annex his galaxy under his control because of that war, using chaos as a lever. All of this would have evaporated if peace had come, if Darvian the Cursed found that he was losing more than he was gaining, and chose to withdraw. But that was no longer useful now. He had been dragged into the mud, and it was over. The line had been crossed. There was no longer any need to support them, and no need to pretend neutrality or wear the mask of balance. The Twilight Spectre's empire leaking his identity to the savage behemoth, who in turn leaked his identity as a human to the cursed behemoth and the sorcerer behemoth. That removed the veil of mystery from the legendary hidden supporter and exposed him to the entire dark hierarchy. But beyond that, it caused no real damage. In fact, it terrified them even more, because they knew the scale of Lord Human's wealth, his influence, and the reach of his resources. Did he fear them personally? Of course. Any one of the behemoths could threaten his life if they met face to face. Theoretically, he could escape using spacetime, but there was no way to predict what kind of power and abilities the behemoths truly possessed, nor the hidden techniques they might reveal. But they had to find him first if they wanted to kill him. And even if a behemoth found him, even if he couldn't escape, as long as he stayed beside Aldera, he would live. Aldera would never allow him to die after everything she had seen from him, after she accepted that epic, tear-inducing mission of luring nascent space beasts to kill them in service of the universe. Alright then, Timari clapped excitedly, her voice filled with sharp enthusiasm. Ready for the next message? There's more. Robin turned toward her in surprise, clearly not expecting another confrontation so soon. Of course. Timari waved her hand, and a new image appeared before Robin, forming clearly in the air. It was an old bald man with deep black circles around his eyes and a pyramid-shaped chain on his chest, radiating dark authority. The sorcerer behemoth, Zargal, spoke. Your shadow dogs have increased greatly, and I do not know how you lured Archael the Temporal to serve as a dog under your command as well, but that is not enough to divert my gaze from mid-sector 99. If you do not remove those rats from mid-sector 97 as soon as possible, I will crush your pathetic bull in mid-sector 99. It is better that we deal peacefully. Conflict against me will never benefit you. Erasure is the fate of my enemies. Then the message ended, the image freezing for a brief moment before disappearing. The sorcerer seems to want to negotiate seriously with you this time to end the wars. Timari nodded, then looked at Robin with a thoughtful expression. What do you say? Hee hee, ha ha ha. Robin burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing with clear mockery. Hee hee, you're hearing it as if he's offering me a chance to negotiate, as if he's being reasonable. But what I hear is nothing more than the desperate screaming of someone who's cornered, trapped, and panicking. Timari tilted her head slightly, curiosity and confusion mixing on her delicate features. That bald shit will never be able to enter mid-sector 99, Robin said calmly, his confidence absolute. Not after Hedrick appeared there. Not while Archael the Temporal is fighting him directly in mid-sector 97. Not while the Shadow Swords are forming alliances against him in mid-sector 97. He slowly shook his head, his expression cold and certain. He's surrounded from every direction, completely boxed in, and he doesn't even understand how it happened. Right now, he's trying to calculate how much money I spent to move all of these forces against him, how many pearls were poured into this web. And at the same time, he's thinking that he also wants a piece of the cake, just like the others. Oh. Timari raised an eyebrow slightly, interest flashing in her eyes. If he wants a piece of the cake like your other followers and allies, then why not turn him into an ally as well? Because he doesn't behave like an ally. He behaves like a fool who threatens me, Robin replied sharply, pointing toward Zargal's furious image. I am the winning side here. The balance of power is already decided, and I'm supposed to beg him, negotiate with him, and offer him a bribe so he'll stop the war? He's completely disconnected from reality. He's still trapped inside his own illusion, living in a world that no longer exists. Do you want to reply to him this time? Timari asked softly. You didn't reply to his previous message either. Robin stared at Zargal's face for a long time in silence, his gaze heavy and unreadable. For a brief moment, he seriously considered whether it would be better to insult him, curse him, or simply tell him to smash his head against the thickest wall he could find. In the end, he exhaled slowly. Leave him. I want him to feel that I'm ignoring him on purpose. That feeling alone will be more painful than any insult. That will be a sufficient response. Then he waved his hand twice. Open a message to Theo for me. Yes. Timari responded instantly, moving without hesitation. Robin extended his hand and pressed start recording. Zargal has threatened me for the second time, and this time he must pay the price. I want you to discipline him for me. I will open the maximum limit of pearls deposited in my public account. Take whatever you want. If you want 10 billion, take it. If you want 100 billion, take it. Arm all his enemies, strengthen them, and buy more allies for us in that entire region. Then he continued, a faint, cold smile forming on his lips. I also want you present in the young Sector 98. Prepare the ground, clear the path, then send the army of the true beginning empire there to destroy all of the sorcerer's followers and occupy the young sector. He threatens me because I'm surrounding him from 2 sides. I want to see what he does when he finds himself surrounded from 3 sides this time. I want to see how long his arrogance lasts. A cold chill crept through Timara's limbs. The weight of those words was terrifying. Making Lord Human an enemy was not just dangerous, it was a nightmare. But the message did not end there, as Robin calmly continued. By the way, today I will make an announcement regarding planetary displacement equipment, and I will request that all offers be sent to your account as well. Find whatever benefits us and buy it immediately. The maximum limit is open. There are no restrictions. We must publicly prepare the path for Nihari's appearance. Contact Halak face to face for more information and direct coordination. Then he pressed send. Why face to face? Timari asked in surprise, raising both her hands. We have an excellent meeting hall in the Soul Society. It's secure, efficient, and perfectly suitable. Hee, Robin laughed mockingly, then gently slapped Timari's face with casual familiarity. I've gotten used to your presence, but not to that degree. Chapter 2064. Ugh, Timari rubbed her cheek with visible irritation, her expression showing clear displeasure. Fine, don't tell me anything. I suppose we'll all find out sooner or later, especially when Nihari's ascension happens anyway. Then she lifted her hand and pointed toward the message list floating in the air. So, ready for the next one. There are more messages. Robin ran his hand through his hair in disbelief, his eyes widening slightly. Who is it this time? He had already handed over the reins of power to his children and his followers. He had stepped away from direct rule, from management, and from authority. So why did everyone in existence still keep coming to him as if he were the center of everything? I think you can guess who it is after your reply to Lord Demir. Timari laughed softly, covering her mouth in a teasing gesture. Then she snapped her fingers, and a new translucent screen materialized before Robin's eyes. Greetings, Lord Human. The image showed a young man with silver-tinged human skin, elegant features, and two small horns rising from his head. Zurian. Robin raised one eyebrow in mild surprise. This was the son of the savage behemoth Zavaros. We had a good beginning during that auction, Lord Human, when you humiliated Hedrick and his sister before the entire world. At that moment, I truly felt as if I had met an old friend. Zurian spoke slowly, calmly, with measured confidence. To be honest, I still find the news that you are supporting them against us impossible to believe. I consider you far more intelligent than that, Lord Human. He paused briefly, then continued in the same composed tone. If the rumor is false, I ask that you confirm it directly. And if it is true, I sincerely ask you to reconsider. Hedrick does not deserve your support. He. Robin let out a quiet, amused laugh and gestured toward the recording with two fingers. Look at them all. They speak gently, politely, calmly, as if we're old friends sitting at the same table. If they knew my location, if they knew they could kill me with a single strike, they wouldn't waste a second on diplomacy. They'd come immediately and attack without a word. Are you going to reply? Timari pointed toward the response button, her eyes shining with curiosity and excitement. It was obvious she was eager to hear what he would say this time. Robin stared silently at the image of the silver-skinned young man for several long seconds, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke slowly. Do you have any information about his bloodline? According to our sources, Timari replied calmly, folding her hands gently in front of her, and according to what the savage behemoth Zavaros himself has personally stated, this is the blood of a young space beast. She continued in a steady, informative tone. It is said that in the ancient past, Zavaros was still human, the son of a wealthy and influential family. One day, during his travels through distant systems aboard his private vessel, he discovered a massive mountain range on a remote planet. When he investigated it more closely, he realized that the enormous mountain chain was not natural at all. It was the remains of a space beast, a colossal corpse left behind from the battles of the Second Wave, a creature resembling a gigantic serpent, with two horns and multiple legs, vast beyond imagination. For some reason, the remains of the corpse had preserved its crystal core, and although that crystal had already exhausted all of its original energy, it was still radiating overwhelming power and a terrifying aura. Young Zavaros immediately thought of using it as a core energy stabilizer, a focal anchor for power. But he knew with absolute certainty that if he tried to use it directly, he would die without question, so he devised another method. She paused slightly, then continued. He brought a race upgrade device and injected himself with the blood of the space beast. His body transformed, becoming a hybrid between human and beast. After that, he used the crystal for the breakthrough process. It is said the process was extremely difficult. He failed many times in the trials of worthiness. He nearly died repeatedly from the pressure and aura of the crystal itself. But because of the blood affinity he had infused into himself, because of the transformation he underwent, he was finally able to endure it. And in the end, he succeeded, using the crystal to break through into a world cataclysm. Although the savage Zavaros injected himself directly with the blood of the space beast, he astonishingly still retains a large portion of his human exterior, Timari explained in a calm, analytical tone, then gestured toward the image of Zurian, her eyes narrowing as she emphasized the point. However, his children, as you can plainly see, are immediately recognizable as beings no longer human. The moment you look at them, it is clear they are not humans. With each successive generation, they lose more and more of their human traits, drifting further from humanity, until some scholars and observers speculate that they might eventually evolve into an entirely separate race, something akin to the Traians or the Plague. Zavaros himself has not fathered children for some time, for precisely this reason. Rumor holds that the last girl he sired was massive in stature, and he personally killed her. He refused to risk producing more offspring that could carry these mutations. Timari shifted her gaze toward Robin, her tone growing sterner. He also monitors his lineage and his descendants with relentless scrutiny, eliminating any individual who exhibits non-human characteristics. Unfortunately, such incidents have become alarmingly frequent. Lord Zurian himself had 3 children, each one malformed, monstrous, and ultimately executed. The savage behemoth Savaros lives in constant fear that his line will gradually degenerate into something entirely non-human, that his bloodline will end with him. Isn't it both tragic and ironic? A behemoth, a figure of overwhelming power, unable to secure the survival of his own descendants. I find it pathetic. Robin's eyes lingered on Zurian's image for several long, contemplative seconds, his expression unchanging, almost cold. Finally, he pressed the reply button. Yes, I support Hedrick, Robin replied with decisive clarity. But not against you. I harbor no personal grievance against your family. My opposition is reserved solely for the cursed behemoth, who stands as both my enemy and the enemy of my son's mother-in-law. It is regrettable that circumstances have positioned us on opposing sides, but such is the nature of life, complex, messy, and unyielding. He continued, personally, I have no desire to provoke a personal conflict with the savage behemoth's empire, and I highly doubt Lord Hedrick seeks such a dispute either. He is an enemy to his father, and your father despises the destroyer Helmore just as fiercely. How does your anger with Hedrick factor into this? I believe this is something we can resolve diplomatically, through negotiation rather than confrontation. And leaving that dilemma aside, why should we not expand trade between us anyway? I have many followers committed to the second cultivation path, all of whom require high-quality beast blood, and no one is better positioned than you to supply it. I propose to purchase any quantity of blood you can produce at the prices you deem fair. This way, both sides gain profit, and we avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He gave a small, wry smile as he continued, if you can identify any pathway for cooperation, where I can make full use of the blood from your beast gardens while you benefit from the innumerable pearls I have, I am awaiting a response, a precise one. He leaned forward slightly, his voice firm and commanding. Should you agree, I expect the first shipment to be a substantial batch of Kayamaji nine-tailed fox blood, enough to fill a small lake if feasible, and a few bottles of nine-tailed fox blood of law domination level potency. 100 bottles would make a suitable initial consignment. Set your price, and I will pay it. Robin pressed send. Chapter 2065. Your approach with Lord Zurian is completely different from how you handled Lord Demir, Timari remarked, letting out a soft, deliberate whistle that lingered in the air, almost like a gentle echo of curiosity. Why is that? Robin leaned back slightly, fingers tapping against the armrest of his chair as he considered his words carefully. Demir is a straightforward enemy, he and his father. Ever since I plotted to swallow sectors 99 and 100, I was destined to oppose both the sorcerer and the pure. And since the cursed Darvian has maintained constant control over the pure Kales, naturally he became my enemy as well. He is someone I must subdue with force, a person whose mere presence beside me is uncomfortable, and who would equally feel threatened witnessing my growing strength and influence. There is no room for negotiation, only containment and careful strategy. He gestured twice towards Zurian's message on the screen, his fingers lingering in the air as if drawing invisible lines of emphasis. As for the savage behemoth's empire, they are located far from me. There's no personal grudge or vendetta. We could coexist under the same sky without conflict, at least for the time being, while conditions are favorable. His eyes narrowed, sharp and calculating. Furthermore, he has no reason to personally eliminate Hedrick, nor is there anything compelling him to remain in Sector 101 to suffer those catastrophic losses. His attention is fragmented, his objectives scattered. He only desires to assist Darvian and destroy the sector before handing it over, viewing the Verilian seed as a potentially valuable addition even though I am certain he lacks the means to relocate it from its current position. And this is precisely where opportunity lies. Robin clapped his hand sharply, the sound echoing like a signal of intent. I can remove the savage behemoth's empire entirely from the equation by offering them real, tangible benefits. This maneuver will not only relieve pressure on Hedrick and the pure Kales, but it will also trap Darvian in an incredibly precarious position, forcing him to confront challenges from all sides. He let out a low, amused chuckle that seemed to vibrate through the room. The cursed Darvian will remain fearful of the next moves from the savage behemoth. He'll worry that they will strike during their return, and he will attempt to intervene. But if he succeeds, he will fear a counterattack from the opposite side. He will be caught in a dangerous dilemma with no easy solution. Of course, that is if we manage to finalize an agreement. Then why didn't you take this step earlier? Timari asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and disbelief. This war has stretched across centuries, and yet you waited. Robin's gaze sharpened, a slight frown forming as he considered the weight of her question. I do not like being the first to initiate negotiations. It places me in a position of weakness, where the other party can dictate terms and try to bend me to their will immediately. That is unacceptable. He leaned forward slightly, emphasizing the point with his voice. They must approach me first, even subtly indicating that they do not wish for further conflict. Only then can I impose my conditions, and those conditions will be so favorable, so overwhelmingly advantageous, that they could never have imagined them in their wildest dreams. He shrugged lightly, as if dismissing any doubts. Currently, there's roughly a 40% chance they will accept. If I had reached out to them first, that probability would be zero. They would have imposed impossible terms, speaking with the arrogance of a victor, or they might just laugh into my face. That is a posture I cannot, and will not, accept. Do you understand this? Timari exhaled softly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of awe, respect, and realization. What? Robin asked, letting out a low chuckle. I don't know how to express it, Timari murmured, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. But I have learned a great deal from observing you, particularly in matters of politics and strategy, both military and diplomatic. Your decisions, your timing, it is remarkable. I'll accept that compliment, Robin said, shaking his head with a faint grin, though the shadow of modesty lingered. though I know it isn't entirely sincere. What we do here is child's play compared to what the dreamer can accomplish. Because it is child's play, Timari replied, tilting her head thoughtfully, we do not concern ourselves with studying it in detail. Our power is immense, beyond the scale of conventional politics or standard military reasoning. There is no real threat here, no immediate danger. We are simply too strong to worry over such trifles. I believe Lord Morval studied these things, at least. Robin raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Well, I can no longer determine if that was genuine praise or a subtle jab, so I will remain silent for now. He gave a sheepish smile, softening the sharp edge of his voice. Now then, are there any unusual messages? Many, far too many. Timari spread her hands wide, emphasizing the sheer volume in a theatrical motion. But they are all directed at Lord Human, the promising truth chosen. Specific requests, carefully crafted appeals, nothing I think you'd find relevant at the moment. She laughed softly, the sound light but tinged with excitement. And believe me, if word spreads that you are the force behind the Sacred Covenant Academy, these messages will multiply several times over. They will come from every corner of the Soul Society, each more urgent than the last. Oh. Robin raised an eyebrow, a sly grin forming across his face. Why exactly would that happen? The Academy is more interesting than some might expect, Timari smiled, and the number of those wanting to enroll is very large, so much that even heirs of the Centennial Empires are currently being rejected. It will become even more interesting by the end of today, Robin chuckled. Oh, how? Timari clapped her hands twice. Let's finish the first matter first. You might have to go when you hear the second one, Robin waved. You heard me a moment ago, and now I will request it officially. I want to announce that I am ready to purchase planetary displacement equipment of grade 2 or higher at the price the owner asks. No need for auctions or bargaining. Anyone with equipment can send an offer and discuss the sale directly. He continued, I want you to direct these offers to Theo, he will see the price and grade and decide. If he accepts, you can deduct the payment directly from my account. I also want you to emphasize that the purchase and transfer of money will be completely secret to protect the seller's secrets. He paused for a moment, then added, can something like this be arranged? Timari tapped her chin. I will need to speak with a few companions, and we will need to deduct some administrative costs from you for this to work. Honestly, setting up the announcement, transfer, and all of this can be called a special dedicated net, which could cost you billions of pearls to execute. But it is possible, yes. That's fine. Deduct what you need. I just want that announcement public as soon as possible, Robin waved casually. Will this really be useful? Timari tilted her head. The offer is attractive and everything, but the number of people who will send sale requests will be very few. After all, planetary displacement equipment is among the most common planetary equipment, but also among the hardest to purchase. It doesn't really matter, Robin gave a wide smile. Robin only wants the world to know that he will buy a large quantity of displacement equipment at various levels. This is to eliminate the element of surprise when everyone sees the Nihiri galaxy emerge from nothing, especially the Syndicate, who knows that this protected area was nearly empty less than 1,000 years ago. They will be the most surprised by the sudden appearance of such a massive galaxy and will begin investigations. The same goes for Interas. Their galaxy continuously monitors the number of planets in that region through the gate built there. There must be an explanation when asked how thousands of additional planets appeared suddenly. Once Robin announces himself as the ruler of Nihiri after its emergence, everyone will remember that he considered a massive amount of displacement equipment, and the surprise will be nullified. Any questions will be stopped before they even form. Of course, he does not need to actually buy a single piece of planetary displacement equipment from this announcement. It does not matter whether offers come in or not. All he has to do is make everyone think that he did. Timari thought for a moment. Since I will be publishing the announcement and preparing a special network anyway, I have a suggestion for you. Chapter 2066. A suggestion from you? Sounds interesting. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, leaning back in his chair with a faint smirk as he regarded Timari. What exactly is it this time? This announcement and the network Timari was constructing, everything about it was meticulously designed to create the impression that he controlled an enormous cache of planetary displacement equipment, the sort of arsenal that could make entire sectors tremble. Of course, if he actually bought some of the equipment, that would be an added advantage. Grade 7 planetary displacement equipment was still an incredibly rare and potent piece, and Robin commanded several empires simultaneously. Having a stockpile of emergency displacement equipment for each empire would be a prudent precaution, a safeguard against any sudden threat or unexpected crisis. Typically, if someone wanted to sell such equipment at a reasonable price, they would have to enter an auction and promote it tirelessly for centuries, investing decades of effort to reach potential buyers. Robin had experienced this painstaking process himself when he had tried to purchase grade 4 displacement equipment years earlier. Naturally, there were always opportunists who would jump at the chance to sell equipment directly, bypassing the lengthy auction process and getting exactly what they wanted immediately, rather than waiting for the outcome of a centuries-long event. This announcement, even if it resulted in no actual purchases, would deceive everyone except the Soul Society, and if he actually purchased a significant portion, it would even fool the Soul Society completely. No matter the numbers, Robin would have to meet expectations and acquire as much as possible to maintain the illusion. It was a game of appearances, a gamble to establish dominance without revealing his true intentions. Since you are going to make the announcement and the dedicated network anyway, Timari continued, her tone enthusiastic and eyes sparkling, why not make it an announcement to accept offers for any planetary equipment for sale? The idea will have a massive impact. Normally, the major powers wouldn't sell high-level planetary equipment, but these are unusual circumstances. She leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly as she added, the chaos sweeping all the sectors, the wars between the tyrants, has forced every major power to consider selling off substantial assets, replacing them with fleets, armor sets, and energy stabilizers. This shift in mindset among the upper classes is spreading quickly. If you checked the market right now, you would see that weapons and other tools used in large-scale conflicts have boomed, while items designed purely as status symbols for the elite have nearly vanished. Robin furrowed his brow and regarded her thoughtfully. Can I really pull something like this off, Timari? I don't want unnecessary complications or attention. When dealing with the Soul Society, Robin had always needed to show careful restraint. If he gained a pearl, he had to ensure they gained one as well. If he grew stronger, he had to project a sense of restraint and weakness to maintain balance. The Soul Society, or perhaps it was more accurate to call them the Dreamer Galaxy, was far from weak, not by much, at least in comparison to the Syndicate. This had been made abundantly clear from Timura's earlier words when Theo had offered them 100 billion pearls to secure 200 years of influence. At that moment, she had remarked that even the Dreamer Galaxy would not easily enter into conflict with the Syndicate. On the surface, that statement seemed modest, but within the rules and politics of this universe, it carried a level of arrogance that few could voice aloud. Wasn't the implication that they had the capacity to engage in conflict with the Syndicate, but it would no longer be a simple task? Robin's research confirmed this. The Syndicate and the Dreamer Galaxy had clashed multiple times for various reasons. Each time, one party had retreated strategically, preventing the situation from escalating into a full-scale confrontation, leaving both sides wary of the other and the balance delicately maintained. The announcement he was planning, combined with the network Timari was constructing, would amplify his perceived influence, creating an image of someone who commanded more resources and reach than most could imagine. Even if he acquired little or nothing, the illusion alone would shift perceptions, making every observer, ally, and rival reconsider their stance around him. It was power in its purest form, not by direct confrontation, but by the sheer manipulation of perception and fear. If a confrontation were to erupt between the Syndicate, which commanded hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of law dominants, and the Dreamer Galaxy, the only power that has the methods to achieve power surpassing that of a 10th Royal Star, who would truly emerge victorious in such a clash? No one can say with certainty, and no one truly desires to find out. Robin had no intention of drawing the enmity of an organization of such colossal scale. If he were to attempt purchasing all this planetary equipment through them now, and they witnessed such vast quantities, wouldn't they immediately perceive him as a rising threat, a force that needed to be contained or eliminated? Don't worry about these formalities. Timari waved her hand several times in a reassuring gesture. I will ensure that your request is processed and that the network is fully constructed for you without any interference or obstacles. Furthermore, the taxes imposed on the sellers will also directly benefit the Dreamer Galaxy, too. She gave him a teasing wink. Consider it a special reward for requesting my presence personally, hee. Robin's gaze lingered on Timari for a long, contemplative moment. At this very moment, the True Beginning Empire and its followers possessed around 3,000 pieces of planetary equipment. 1,000 of these pieces came from Hedrick. Though technically under Robin's name, the equipment still remained in Hedrick's hands and was actively being used in ongoing campaigns. The second 1,000 was acquired from the operations of the Black Wasps, who had emptied multiple vaults. The largest of these vaults belonged to the Garagna party from the Eternal Turtle Empire. The third 1,000 pieces originated from other Shadow Sword operations, scattered strategically across various regions. The overall number was undeniably impressive. Even the Crumbled Dreams Empire had barely managed to gather around 1,100 pieces. Yet, for Robin's ambitions, this was still insufficient, far from enough to allocate even a single piece to every Imperial Guardian under his command. After a long, tense silence, Robin nodded thoughtfully while locking eyes with Timari. This will be an immense service indeed. Count on me. Timari responded with a precise military-style salute, her movements elegant, bringing a light charm to the seriousness of the moment. Do you honestly believe I have enough wealth to acquire a significant number of planetary equipment pieces? Robin asked, his tone reflective. Ultimately, anyone putting equipment up for sale will demand astronomical sums, far beyond ordinary expectations. Sword Theo 2 will meticulously review all the offers and determine whether to approve or reject them, Timari explained carefully. Additionally, I will include a negotiation option between the parties, giving him the chance to lower prices where appropriate. This way, the final deals will remain practical and manageable. She chuckled lightly. Most likely, Lord Theo won't have a moment to sleep or even step outside the Soul Society for an extended period, She then lightly pounded her tiny fist into her other hand. I'll also find a method to extend the network to selected personnel chosen by Lord Theo. What do you think? Perhaps numbered shadow swords or planetary equipment specialists could assist him with this intricate task. She snapped her fingers decisively. With this system in place, I am confident you will reap an abundant harvest. Your balance has already exceeded 2 trillion pearls, and the total continues to climb steadily. Chapter 2067. 2 trillion. Robin exhaled slowly, a cold, measured sigh that seemed to freeze the air around him. What a number. Once upon a time, Neri had worried about her colossal pearl reserves. She had admitted, almost sheepishly, that she possessed 3 billion pearls, scattered across countless mining zones, each one carefully guarded and accounted for. She had promised that more would be formed over time, but even she knew the magnitude of what she possessed was nothing compared to what Robin now held. For Robin, and even for Neri herself, that had been a number that teetered on the edge of impossibility, a figure almost too vast to comprehend. And now, Tamari, with casual nonchalance, had told him that he had 2,000 billion pearls. No, it wasn't even exact. The true figure might very well be 2,358 billion pearls, or perhaps slightly more. Yet she had dismissed the extra 358 as trivial, rounding down to the neat figure of 2 trillion. He had come a long, long way. This number is certainly not small, Lord Human, Tamari said with unshakable confidence, her eyes sparkling with the certainty of knowledge. Sales have slowed after the first month following your product announcement, but they continue steadily, and we expect yet another surge in demand very soon. Robin raised a brow, his surprise thinly veiled. Why is that happening now? Recently, the concept of the lone cultivator has emerged, Tamari said, raising a finger for emphasis. It's becoming a huge trend among young people. They are fascinated by it. The lone cultivator. Robin echoed, curiosity piqued. Yes, these are individuals who owe loyalty to no clan, empire, or governing power. They roam from city to city, planet to planet, seeking resources, exploring ruins, growing stronger with every move, Tamari explained, her tone precise and deliberate. Such individuals existed in the past, yes, but in exceedingly small numbers. They were often seen as beggars or outcasts, with most ultimately ending up as mercenaries just to survive, scraping by in the shadows of greater powers. And what has changed now? Robin asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. The world itself has changed, Tamari said, shrugging elegantly. Ever since the rumors of the Cosmic Elder's death, the balance of power flipped completely. Then you, Lord Human, confirmed this new path and ignited 15 mid-sectors on your own. Your actions created a fear among the populace about announcing allegiance to any major power. Now, with every major force embroiled in conflict with another, people have no choice but to carve their own paths, to navigate independently, and to fight for survival on their own terms. And you didn't stop there. You became more than just a catalyst of this new era. You reinforced it by selling multiple tools designed for individual use, stripping control away from the empires and governments. You gave ordinary people access to power that had been locked away for centuries. Tamari chuckled softly, a sound full of amusement and satisfaction. Until recently, everything was monopolized by empires, clans, and similar powers. Anything one wanted required massive arrays controlled by the empire, or ancient techniques that had been jealously guarded for generations. You had to pledge loyalty, swear obedience, and adhere to countless rules just to gain access. But you broke that mold. You began offering items directly to individuals, the youth recovery device, the race alteration device, the second chance array, even the fate unlocked disc. Ordinary people could now acquire and use these tools without being watched or hindered by the empires, kingdoms, or ruling authorities. This shift, Tamari continued, leaning forward slightly, inspired other Truth Chosens and even some of the top-tier merchants to emulate your methods. When they witnessed the enormous success and influence you achieved, they began using the Soul Society and other platforms to sell directly to individuals. Weapons, law cultivation techniques, even renting race upgrading equipment, all available for personal acquisition at fair prices. Some forces have even begun injecting those seeking beast blood for minimal costs, generating unprecedented daily profits and altering the entire market landscape. In the current era, the concept of the lone cultivator has spread widely for this very reason, Tamari explained, raising a finger for emphasis and pausing to let the weight of her words sink in. They possess the devices, equipment, and techniques that allow them to survive alone in the wilderness, far from any support or shelter, but they lack a consistent source of income. Because of this, most of them turn to one of two main options. The first is to work as mercenaries, as has always been the traditional path. This not only fuels ongoing conflicts but also increases the empire's need for money to pay these mercenaries, forcing them to engineer yet more wars just to fill their overflowing coffers and maintain their dominance across multiple sectors. She raised another finger, emphasizing her point with a deliberate motion. The second option they take is far darker. They resort to theft, sabotage, and personal vendettas against local families, killing them outright and raiding their vaults for resources. And, as you can imagine, this has created a ripple effect. It has increased the rates of murder and destruction within the empires themselves, compelling families and local powers to constantly strengthen themselves in order to defend their territories and maintain control over their wealth. Robin's expression froze completely in shock. He could barely form words, caught between disbelief and awe. Had he, without intending to, reshaped the universe once again merely by the ripple effect of his previous actions? That is why I say we can expect a significant surge in sales. Tamari clicked her fingers sharply, punctuating her statement with authority. Your role in initiating the phenomenon known as the lone cultivators has opened new avenues that had been locked for countless generations. No one knows what will happen next. Everyone is cautious, everyone is anxious, and everyone is buying whatever they can to ensure they can survive and thrive during this era of unprecedented change. She laughed, a soft, knowing laugh that carried both amusement and admiration. That is why I told you so many powers and authorities will now sell their high-level planetary displacement equipment in exchange for simple weapons and basic army gear. The chaotic conditions outside make this necessary. Demand is rising, and they have no choice but to trade what they would normally guard jealously. Robin rubbed his forehead slowly, still trying to process the magnitude of what she was describing. I honestly don't know what to say. This changes everything I thought I understood about the current balance of power. Say that you are ready to push this trend forward. Tamari clapped her hands decisively, her voice ringing with energy. You cannot imagine the profits the Soul Society, the merchants, and the capital holders are earning because of these changes. Previously, a single empire would only buy what it strictly needed, but now, trillions within that same empire are equipping themselves individually. The number of consumers has grown exponentially, profits have skyrocketed, and the capital holders are more than satisfied. She pointed directly at Robin, her gaze firm and commanding. And you, Lord Human, must participate strongly in this movement, for you are the one who started it. You cannot ignore the responsibility that comes with initiating such a shift in the very structure of power. Robin exhaled, letting out a soft, weary sound, his mind turning over the implications. And how exactly do you think I should participate? Perhaps Robin had never intended to spark this movement directly, but redirecting his enemies toward individualism rather than consolidation within empires seemed far from a bad strategy for someone who wanted to control sectors. Divide and conquer had never failed those who wielded it with precision and patience. Temari tapped her chin thoughtfully, the motion slow and deliberate. If Lord Human is to introduce something new, it cannot be small or subtle. It must be monumental, something enormous that will reshape the universe once again, as you always do with every major step you take. She snapped her fingers decisively, the sound echoing in the room. Found it. I've figured it out. She turned to Robin, a broad, triumphant smile spreading across her face. The current obstacle for the lone cultivators is the cultivation paths themselves. There is almost nothing available to them except cheap beast blood injections. The soul path is prohibitively expensive and painfully slow. The elixir path is even costlier, while the fourth foundational energy path and combat arts are tightly controlled by clans and empires, with very limited access, and you know how weak and inaccessible this path is, even for talented individuals. And what do you want me to do about this? Robin asked, his smile now strange and contemplative, his voice carrying an edge of curiosity mixed with caution. Do not hide anything from me now. Temari winked slyly. You do have a fifth path of the body, don't you? Surely you can create a version of it, one that is accessible to the public and gives them real options. Robin's smile faded. Chapter 2068. Robin's smile slowly faded, the corners of his lips stiffening as his expression grew more serious. The fifth path, huh? What? Temari laughed lightly, clearly amused by his reaction. Did you really think it was still a secret? The fifth path has already produced around 50 world cataclysms affiliated with the Grave Empire, and the number keeps rising as the array continues to be refined and optimized. We follow everything that happens there very closely, almost obsessively. A new path doesn't appear every day. If it did, there wouldn't be only 4 of them in existence throughout the entire known cosmos. Robin nodded several times, his gaze distant as if calculating something far deeper. Dad is diligent, without a doubt. He pushes himself harder than most people ever could. Stop already, Temari waved her hand with a playful smile, her tone teasing but her eyes sharp. Even he has stated more than once that you are the one behind the fifth path, and that he is merely an assistant who helps with implementation and refinement. Then she stared directly into Robin's eyes, her voice lowering slightly. So, don't you have any intention of making it public? Maybe you invent a small array inside a disk that strengthens the body, something portable and easy to use. Or perhaps you build fixed arrays and charge a fee for each injection session, turning it into a large-scale public service. Do you really think that would be a good option? Robin smiled again, but this time the smile carried a strange depth, one that made it hard to read his true thoughts. Had Soul Society really reached the point where they knew what Dad said to his assistants? Every single one of those assistants had sworn a severe oath of secrecy, binding their souls and wills. What exactly was happening behind the scenes? How deep did their information network truly reach? Of course. Temari clapped her hands enthusiastically, clearly excited by the idea. This would take the era of lone cultivation to a completely different level, a level the universe has never seen before. Especially if the price of armament injections is affordable, it will open more and more doors for selling to lone individuals. Entire markets will shift toward individuals instead of organizations. The age of clans and empires will come to an end forever, and the old structures will crumble from the inside. Robin maintained his smile, but his eyes had grown colder, more calculating. No wonder Soul Society supported this direction. Now he understood why they had accepted his 4 projects so easily the first time, claiming they supported the new trend without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to erase the major powers and deal with scattered individuals instead? Who wouldn't prefer a fragmented world over united forces that could stand together against any threat? If this era had begun long ago, the cursed behemoth would have faced no resistance when trying to overrun Mid-Sector 101. But now, it was suffering terribly against the combined great powers of the sector and their massive unified armies that were able to coordinate, mobilize, and strike as one. Yes, Soul Society did not want to see its enemies united. It wanted the spread of lone trainees and the chaos that comes with them. The absence of organized power makes everything easier, simpler, and far more controllable. This is how regimes are broken. Make the people feel oppressed. Make them believe their leaders are consuming their wealth and futures. Give them hope that they can live better lives on their own, outside any structure or authority. Offer them an alternative that looks tempting on the surface, an alternative that functions as bait, shining and beautiful from the outside. Then, boom, the regime collapses, and the people collapse with it. The enemy enters the land without firing a single arrow, without waging a single open war. It enters a land inhabited by a fragmented people, chasing a dream that was never truly theirs to begin with. A dream they will never reach after their land is swallowed. The new owner of the land will make sure of that, carefully and methodically. Yes, Soul Society clearly supported this direction. Dealing with individuals was more profitable, more flexible, and far easier than dealing with governments, empires, and large political structures. And for him, as a conquering emperor, a man who sought expansion and dominance over entire sectors, this was perfect too. Robin exhaled slowly, the breath heavy with thought. The price of armament injections is far too high for the public. Even the cheapest one costs thousands of pearls, and constructing the array itself costs billions. It isn't ready for mass use yet, not even close. For now, only my Imperial Guards and a small number of exceptionally talented individuals can use it. Then he nodded slightly, his expression firming with resolve. But I will find an alternative. I will think of something that encourages this general trend, something that fits the flow of this era without breaking my own foundations. Excellent. Temari clapped her hands loudly, her expression bright with genuine excitement. When I inform Lord Morval of your decision, he will be extremely pleased. He might even add several new capabilities to your private network for free, hee. Then she waved lightly, her tone relaxed but purposeful. If you don't need anything else, I can start preparing the announcement and the network immediately. There is something, actually. Robin took out a soul sphere and passed it to Temari with a calm, deliberate motion. I want this recording to reach every corner of the universe, inside Soul Society and outside it. I believe you already have the means to distribute it to those who do not enter Soul Society. As long as you have ways to monitor my followers outside, I trust that you can handle the spread. Deduct whatever is needed directly from my balance, without hesitation. Temari did not deny anything. She accepted the soul sphere with both hands, curiosity clearly visible on her face and in the subtle tension of her movements. What is this exactly? What is this supposed to be? She ran the contents through her mind quickly, a wide smile forming at first, full of intrigue and interest. Her smile slowly faded, turning into pure shock and then horror. This. She looked back into Robin's eyes, confusion and fear mixing in her expression. Do you realize? She stopped, as if the words themselves failed her. Do you realize the consequences of this announcement? I have a general idea, Robin replied with a confident smile, placing his hands behind his back as if everything were under control. But behind that calm posture, he was clenching them tightly, forcing himself to stay steady and composed. No, Temari waved both hands rapidly in panic. You can't imagine what will happen. If you truly had even a partial idea, you would never have asked me to publish this recording. Her voice rose sharply. The Cosmic Elder withdrawing trust from the Stellar Academy? Do you realize how earth-shattering that is? She pointed at him, her voice trembling. And he didn't stop there. He personally inserted you into the announcement and mentioned you by name. Her voice rose again, almost in disbelief. What will your situation be with the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies? How will you deal with the Syndicate after this? Can you do it or not, Temari? Robin sighed, his voice low but firm. Temari looked away, then replayed the recording once, twice, 3 times, biting her nails in visible anxiety, her thoughts clearly racing. Then she began to mutter, I cannot refuse to publish something the Cosmic Elder himself once released. We cannot oppose it, and we will even do it for free, but... She looked back into Robin's eyes, serious and troubled. If the timing is in your hands, reconsider. Publish it after a few tens of thousands of years. Delaying it by 100,000 years would not be much in the scale of the universe. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Robin replied with a confident, steady smile. Right now, the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academy is in its worst state. It has lost control of 90% of the academies, and everyone is complaining about it openly. Who can guarantee me that this won't change, and that they won't regain control over time? If that happens, this recording will become useless. But, Temari shouted, trying desperately to say something. That's enough, Temari. Robin waved his hand slowly. I gathered a great deal of courage just to give you this recording. Don't make me reconsider. He clenched his hands tightly, sweat forming in his palms. Don't make me go back on my decision. Temari stared at him for several long seconds, searching his face, then finally nodded. I hope you truly know what you're doing. She sighed deeply. Do you have any other request? No. You may go, Robin said, rubbing his forehead with trembling hands, his composure barely holding. Temari nodded silently, and the connection was cut. Chapter 2069. Inside the Academy building. Robin slowly opened his eyes, his breathing steady and controlled, then lowered his legs to the floor after sitting in a long meditation posture that had left his body calm but his mind burning with thought. He interlaced his fingers and squeezed them tightly, his knuckles paling under the pressure. As he handed the Cosmic Elder's announcement to Temari, part of him had secretly hoped that the Soul Society would refuse it, that Temari would refuse to hand it, or that Lord Morval would give a direct order to delay the announcement or block it entirely. Of course, that would have caused a massive rift between them and an even greater disaster, but still, in some way, deep inside, he had hoped that someone would stop him from walking this path, even if he was the one who chose it. A path he must walk. Without doubt. Without retreat. The second mission, the ascension of Nihiri and its protection, was already in his pocket, secured through planning, manipulation, and positioning that had taken countless calculations and risks. By keeping Kaylee's in his pocket, by keeping the cursed behemoth and the sorcerer behemoth occupied, all other enemies could be dealt with one way or another during the ascension, delayed, distracted, misled, or crushed through indirect pressure. All except the Syndicate. Now he had to begin preparations for the first mission, the most dangerous one, the bloodiest one, the one that would drown entire regions of the universe in chaos and fear. First, he had to draw the Syndicate's attention away from himself. Then, second, he had to bring down Sivar. How? By bringing down the entire cosmic system itself. Nothing less than that would occupy the Syndicate. Nothing else would loosen their iron grip over the entire universe, a grip forged through eras of control, contracts, fear, and silent dominance. Robin swallowed, his throat tightening, then stood up and began moving toward the door, leaving the apartment. He did not bid it farewell. He did not pause to look around the place he would most likely never see again. He did not let nostalgia, memory, or emotion slow him down. His mind was far too occupied for such things, drowning in calculations. The atmosphere was already burning. The entire universe was standing on a hot plate. More than half of the behemoths were clashing with each other, tearing through sectors and civilizations, and every empire, small and large, was desperately trying to find a place for itself within the new system before it was crushed by it. What would happen after the announcement of the withdrawal of trust from the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies by the Cosmic Elder himself? In every sector, there were between 2 and 5 stellar academies. Most of them had stopped performing their duties, yet they were still stellar academies with immense power, terrifying legacies, and forces capable of reshaping entire regions. What would their leaders do? Continue as they are and pretend nothing happened, hiding behind silence and tradition? Or turn toward expansion and move to become private empires of their own, carving their paths with force and ambition? What would the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies do after losing the last drop of legitimacy, authority, and moral ground? A woman like Aldera would no longer need to communicate with them or supply most of her profits to them. Nothing would force her to. No law, no oath, no cosmic structure would bind her anymore. Or perhaps she would continue to obey them, along with the remaining 10% of active academies, for the so-called greater good, clinging to a collapsing order in the hope of stability. The number of possible paths and choices was overwhelming, branching endlessly in every direction. Robin exited the academy building and reached the street, continuing to walk forward without paying attention to any student or teacher, without acknowledging faces, voices, or movement around him. Whatever happened to the academies, the Syndicate would undoubtedly be affected. The Syndicate had agreements with the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies. They restrained each other to a degree, and at the same time avoided direct contact altogether, maintaining a cold balance of power. Once the council fell, what would happen to the Syndicate? How would they deal with everyone afterward? How would they deal with the Sacred Covenant Academy? Well, that was why the announcement existed. A strange smile appeared on Robin's face as he walked, his gaze fixed on the ground while moving forward, his thoughts already racing far ahead into a future that would soon burn the entire cosmic order from its roots. The stage had been set long ago, every piece already placed in its proper position, and the fangs were now bared for everyone to see. With this announcement, the fangs were no longer symbolic. They were fully embedded into living flesh, sinking deep, and his feet were firmly planted into the ground, unmovable, rooted in absolute certainty and intent. The behemoth of gravity was trapped within its own sector, isolated and caged by the very forces he once sought to dominate. Mid-sectors 91 and 93 were in a state of uncontrollable frenzy, slaughtering all forces loyal to it without mercy, supported relentlessly by the shadow swords, tens of billions of pearls, and vast amounts of military equipment, weapons, and strategic resources that flooded the battlefields. Mid-sector 96 had become a complete and unquestionable ally, fully unified and embodied by the galaxy of Sands of Time, forming a powerful economic, military, and political alliance that reshaped the balance of power in the surrounding regions and secured its loyalty beyond doubt. Mid-sector 97 hosted the fiercest war in this half of the universe, a brutal, direct confrontation between two behemoths, the Sorcerer Behemoth and the Temporal Behemoth. The Temporal Behemoth was overwhelmingly dominating the war, crushing resistance layer after layer, thanks to the continuous support of the Shadow Swords and the direct, unwavering support of the inhabitants of Mid-sector 97 themselves, who had fully committed to the conflict. Mid-sector 98 remained intact for now, but it was besieged from both sides, slowly being strangled by pressure and fear. In Mid-sector 99, Arrow stationed an entire armada on the borders, never withdrawing it for even a moment, a constant, lethal threat that kept the defenses of the Sorcerer Galaxy permanently on high alert, permanently unable to commit their full strength to the war in Mid-sector 97, forced into a state of eternal restraint. Mid-sector 99 calmed after the death of Silas, but it was the calm of submission, not peace. Arrow began devouring empires and kingdoms at dinner with complete ease, as if consuming insignificant prey. The vast Ice Empire and the continuous Chaos Empire had not opened their mouths since the appearance of Lord Hedrick and the single-strike killing of Silas, frozen in fear and silence. Mid-sector 100 was in a state of artificial stability. The double Centennial Cradle Empire was expanding aggressively during its war against the Empire of the Seven Thrones, seizing planets from them daily, absorbing systems, and attacking other empires as well, in a complete display of utter disregard for balance, order, or consequence. The rest of the millennial empires in the sector remained silent, first because of the Shadow Swords, and second because of the terrifying news of Lord Hedrick's connection to the Cradle and Grave empires. Mid-sector 101 burned as it should, endlessly consuming the armies of Kayleigh, Hedrick, and Darvian day after day, becoming the largest corpse trap ever created in modern history, a massive slaughter zone moving steadily toward an inevitable fate already resting in his pocket, sealed and unavoidable. Mid-sectors 103 and 104 were completely infiltrated by the Shadow Swords. They held every power there by the throat, controlling movements, decisions, and alliances, waiting only for a single command to tighten their grip. Even in Mid-sector 102 and Mid-sector 105 themselves, the Shadow Swords had penetrated everywhere except the central galaxy, spreading silently, patiently, waiting for orders, embedded deep within every layer of influence. Young sectors 99, 100, 101, and near future number 98 were under absolute control, total domination without resistance, and no one dared to open their mouth there, not even in whispers. The Sacred Covenant Academy had become the most famous educational and defensive academy in the universe, a symbol of power, protection, and authority. The Shadow Swords had become the most renowned, powerful, and dominant organization under the Hidden Hand Syndicate, feared across galaxies and respected across empires. The Imperial Guard had become the most ferocious and diverse special forces unit in the universe, unmatched in training, discipline, and brutality. He had become one of the 10 richest individuals in the universe, and soon a massive flood of cosmic equipment would pour in, nourishing all his followers, strengthening his armies, and empowering every loyal force under his command. Yes, the stage was truly ready. The fangs were bared, and they were driven into the bodies of the strong before the weak. Even the behemoths themselves felt massive chunks of flesh being torn from their bodies, ripped away without mercy or hesitation. Robin slowly raised his head, his ambitious eyes staring at the space portal he was approaching at a steady, deliberate pace, calm on the surface, devouring the future in his thoughts. Now, it was time to devour. Chapter 2070. Mid-Sector 250, Headquarters of the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies. There are 43 new stellar academies requesting financial support. One of the figures seated on the arched platform spoke while slowly reviewing a thick stack of papers in front of him, his movements heavy, his boredom obvious, his eyes moving lazily between the lines as if the numbers themselves were exhausting him. I honestly do not know what to say. Do those clowns feel no shame asking for money? The thickness of their skins is unbelievable. They keep demanding support as if it were their natural right. How many are there now? On the other side of the platform, another person spoke while resting his head on his fist, his voice calm but weighted with fatigue. 700 to 800 academies requesting financial support? Out of 3,000 academies in total? That is a massive number by any standard. And most of those requesting financial aid have already stopped fighting the plague, according to the reports. The voice carried clear irritation, mixed with restrained contempt. Another nodded slowly. And there are nearly 600 requesting soul borrowing support, and around 450 requesting Nexus state support because of the increase in mutated plague numbers. Then he let out a mocking, hollow laugh. They truly believe we are some kind of chamber that grants dreams. So what should we do? The first speaker gathered the papers, stacked them carefully, and leaned back in his seat, his posture showing both authority and exhaustion. Let the academies that want money coordinate with the academies that want soul borrowings in Nexus states, one of them said calmly, then waved his hand dismissively. They can sort it out among themselves like they always do. That system has worked before. But taking Nexus states and soul borrowings from poor academies will weaken them even further. A different voice spoke, his tone colder, more analytical, as he glanced around the platform. How many academies have already collapsed because of this strategy? The last one fell just 2 days ago, and the damage was irreversible. So what do you want us to do then? Another raised his voice sharply. Open the vaults? Is that what you want? Drain the reserves for them? I did not say that. The elder hesitated for a moment, his expression tightening. But surely there is something we can do. There must be another path. Then he turned slowly toward the figure seated at the center of the arched platform. What do you think, Master Karun? Everyone fell silent at the same moment, as if the air itself had frozen, and all eyes turned toward the center. Among the 13 people present, not a single one dared to speak after the words were directed at the man in the middle. Not a breath was raised. Not a sound followed. The Lord of the Stellar Academies of the universe. The final authority in such meetings. The one whose word alone could reshape policy, war, and fate itself. Karun. This place was the seat of the Council of Thrones, and their leader, the Master of the Council, called himself the Master of the Thrones. Why did they call themselves thrones? This was not the case when the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies was first founded. In the beginning, they were simply an administrative authority. It was a title Karun later chose, deliberately and carefully, to fit their growing cosmic status and expanding dominance. After all, the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies was what protected the universe from the danger of the plague and what kept the Syndicate in check. It was the unseen wall standing between existence and collapse. How could its name be merely the Supreme Council of Stellar Academies? That made them sound closer to teachers and administrators than to guardians of life and existence itself. Only the Council of Thrones was a title powerful enough for such a council. Only that title carried the weight, fear, and authority they represented. Only that title granted them their rightful cosmic legitimacy. Of course, some academy heads were displeased with this, openly resentful and quietly furious, but that was irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Anyone who objected was fined, pressured, or had their taxes increased until resistance itself became too costly to maintain. The work of the Council of Thrones and its importance was not something trivial that anyone could dare to underestimate, not politically, not economically, and certainly not cosmically. Of course, in ancient times, it was extremely rare for this council to convene. It would only gather for a great catastrophe, one capable of threatening the structure of existence itself, and the universe had lived in peace for tens of millions of years. But recently, no one had left this place, and the Hall of Power had remained continuously occupied. The figure seated at the center, the Supreme Throne, leaned forward slightly, until the dim candlelight covered him and revealed his features more clearly, casting shadows that deepened the intensity of his presence. He appeared to be a man in his early 30s, broad-shouldered, with dark hair covering his head, yet completely clean-shaven at the chin. Overall, he was strikingly handsome, but his sharp eyes alone were enough to make any woman lose her composure with a single glance, carrying an authority that went far beyond mere appearance. He wore entirely black garments, yet they radiated extreme luxury and overwhelming value. How could they not, when they were woven from the eyebrow hair of draconic beasts that had reached monarch-level power, after being soaked in special solutions for 1,000,000 years, their fibers infused with ancient energy and enduring resilience. A black cloak descended from his shoulders, lined with dark feathers around the neck like polished plumes, crafted from the crowns of black phoenixes. That lavish cloak was fastened across his chest with a thick chain made from the fangs of law-dominant level Keelan, fused together using the marrow of a nascent space beast, forming a binding both symbolic and terrifying in its origin. On one of his fingers, he wore a strange ring, a silver ring inlaid with exquisite golden engravings. The ring emitted its own aura, its own presence, its own gravity, its own silent authority, as if it were a living being in itself, an independent existence bound to his will. Unusually, Karan did not display his customary confident smile. Instead, his brows were slightly furrowed, and unfamiliar expressions rested upon his handsome face, a rare sign of uncertainty and tension. Something has happened. Something major. The Supreme Throne finally spoke, his voice calm but heavy. Something that is shaking the cosmic balance. What is it, Master? One of the thrones asked in surprise, his voice carrying unease. Something that shakes the cosmic balance? Unlikely. Another throne laughed, though the sound lacked true confidence. The hidden hand would not do it, and we would not do anything that harms our interests. So who would? Interas? Or perhaps Morpheus? Another narrowed his eyes, his tone cautious and analytical. Tisk, tisk. One of the thrones shook his head. Neither of them can do anything capable of shaking the cosmic balance. Then he waved dismissively. What is the worst they could do? Invade sectors? Shut down space portals or the Soul Society? Child's play. Then what is it? One of the thrones closest to the center asked, looking directly at Karan. Do you have an idea, Master? I do not know. Karan tapped the platform before him slowly, rhythmically. But I believe we will find out soon. Then he turned his gaze toward the door, his expression unreadable. Bang! The door burst open violently, the impact echoing through the vast hall, and a mature woman who appeared to be in her 40s rushed in, her face pale, her breathing rushed. Disaster. What happened? The 12 thrones asked in unison, some of them already beginning to sweat, their composure cracking. The Cosmic Elder, the woman shouted, her voice shaking. The Cosmic Elder has broadcast a recording across all cosmic channels, withdrawing trust from the Council of Thrones. Chapter 2071. What did you say? The 12 thrones rose slowly to their feet, shock and disbelief written across their faces. The Cosmic Elder withdrew trust from us? What did we even do? He isn't responding to us at all. Is there some kind of mistake? There must be an error somewhere. I will enter the Soul Society immediately to see what's happening. Even Karan deeply furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. This was worse than even his most reckless and extreme expectations. I swear to you this truly happened. The mature woman spoke rapidly, her voice tense, then pulled out a glowing luminous disc. You don't need to enter the Soul Society. It's everywhere already. Look. Shlyish. In the next moment, the image of a man who appeared to be in his late 50s manifested before them. Both of his eyes were blindfolded with a clean, dark cloth. He wore a simple, newly made robe with no luxury or decoration, and his right arm was severed from the shoulder. Greetings, inhabitants of the universe. I am the Cosmic Elder. It's him, one of the thrones whispered, deeply frowning, his voice heavy with tension. This was the exact appearance in which they had last seen the Cosmic Elder, when he appeared to kill the adult space beast, an image burned into their memories. Mid-sector 702, in front of a massive screen in the center of the capital square. The Cosmic Elder, Mom, a small child pointed excitedly at the screen. He's the person everyone has been talking about lately, the one who has protected the universe since long ago. Yes, my son. His image is everywhere these days. This is our hero. The woman's eyes shone brightly as she looked at the Cosmic Elder. Do you know why he is blind? He sacrificed his eyes to restore balance to the entire universe. I heard he attacked an evil place full of the Great Plague like a lion descending into a flock of sheep and struck them all, boomtack. He hunted them everywhere and killed so many of them. That doesn't even compare to the time he fought dozens of space beasts in the second wave and destroyed them all by himself. And what about the first wave? He was the one who drove them all out. He turned entire galaxies into banners for his array. Oh heavens, can you imagine the grandeur of that scene? They say he even destroyed something called the space beast's ancestor and completely erased it. He sacrificed half his life and lived as a weak old man for our sake, just so we could survive. I can't believe I used to speak badly about him just because he decided to get married. I was the blind one, not him. Silence, you rabble. The planetary king seated at the top of the platform stood and shouted at his followers. Let us listen to what the hero has to say. Are you all well? No, I know you are not. The plague and the space beasts have exhausted you deeply in recent times. Sector 901, inside a stellar academy. The Cosmic Elder issued a statement. The Academy Lord furrowed his brows and sharpened his senses as he happened to see the Cosmic Elder's image through his office window. We have been trying to contact him for centuries without success. Then he turned his gaze toward the courtyard. These numbers. Nearly all the Academy students had gathered to watch, forming massive crowds, their faces filled with awe, respect, and deep admiration. About 200 years ago, almost no one knew who the Cosmic Elder truly was. Now, there was no one in the universe who did not recognize his name or his image. Recently, there had been organized campaigns spreading the Cosmic Elder's heroic deeds, his old and new images, and his immense sacrifices. They restored the image of the hero in the minds of the universe's inhabitants after they had been cursing him day and night because of the Council of Thrones statement. They had not even known who he truly was. They only understood from the Council's announcement that a dominant entity had stopped protecting them and no longer answered their calls, so they began insulting him blindly. But after the Cosmic Elder appeared and killed the Space Beast in mid-sector 911, and these legendary stories spread everywhere, people began to revere him, as they should. Even these students coming from prestigious empires and powerful lineages now looked at him not as a distant myth, but as a true living hero. It is not my habit to come out and speak to the public, but reality itself has forced me to do so. Mid-sector 110. A middle-aged man with silky white hair, Helmer the Destroyer, watched the broadcast in silence, a faint, unreadable smile resting on his lips. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if the cosmic scale event unfolding before him was nothing more than an interesting performance. Reality, he murmured softly, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Interesting. I founded the Stellar Academies and appointed the Supreme Council over them for one purpose only, to make them the police force that secures the lives of the people. Helmer's smile deepened slightly, a glint of sharp intellect flashing in his eyes, as if he could already see the chain reactions that would follow these words across the universe. Mid-sector 99, Dawnlight Stellar Academy. Lady Alvira, come quickly, one of the instructors shouted, pounding frantically on the doors of the Academy ladies' building. Whoosh! Alvira appeared instantly, her brows tightly furrowed. Her office behind her was almost completely overturned, documents scattered, furniture displaced, and control arrays glowing faintly, signs of someone overwhelmed by responsibility. She had been trying to stabilize the academy before fully relocating to live on planet Dinara. The Cosmic Elder, the instructor shouted, pointing toward the main square. The Cosmic Elder is speaking. Aldera's eyes widened to their limit, shock freezing her expression for a split second. Poof! A violent burst of air erupted as she vanished. In the next instant, she stood at the front of thousands of students gathered in the main square, her presence commanding silence. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the massive projection in the sky. But it seems the Stellar Academies no longer see their founding purpose as important enough. It seems the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies no longer has sufficient control over the situation. What is he doing? Alvira whispered under her breath, her heart pounding violently in her chest, a deep sense of unease crawling through her veins. Mid-sector 99, Sacred Covenant Academy. It's my father, one of the youths shouted, pointing excitedly at the image displayed in the giant projection bubbles. Hee, I haven't seen him in a long time. He has nice new clothes, another girl clapped, her voice full of innocent excitement. But not everyone in the academy was watching with smiles. Most of the students stood in rigid silence, brows furrowed, expressions tense and serious. The students of this academy were not like ordinary students. Everyone here was either of millennial imperial bloodlines or children of behemoths. They were raised on politics, power, war, and cosmic balance. They all understood exactly what the appearance of the Cosmic Elder meant, and what the consequences of every single word he spoke would be. They were not watching a hero. They were watching a turning point in history. Teacher, why is my father appearing today? A small girl from the newly arrived batch gently tugged at Morgana's robe, her voice soft and confused. I don't know, my dear, Morgana replied, her brows knitting together as her heart beat heavily in her chest. But I have a very bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. As long as the Stellar Academies no longer wish to fulfill their duties, and as long as the Supreme Council can no longer lead the situation, then there is no point in keeping them around. Chapter 2072. Mid-sector 96, Galaxy of the Sands of Time. And as long as the Supreme Council is no longer able to lead the situation, then their existence is pointless, and their authority has lost all meaning. Behemoth Arkyle furrowed his brows slightly, his massive presence filling the chamber as a heavy silence fell. What is he doing? He asked in a low, controlled voice. Is he trying to withdraw legitimacy from the entire Stellar Academy system? His son, Lord Sar, sprang to his feet, shock and fury mixing in his expression. This will cause a catastrophe. Entire sectors depend on them. Well, maybe not exactly. Another son of Behemoth Arkyle muttered, his tone colder, more calculating. More than 90% of the Stellar Academies have completely stopped fighting the plague. Around 10% are still trying, but it is futile in the long run. The damage is already piling up, spreading silently. Entire sectors no longer have a single functional Stellar Academy. Not one. The structure is already collapsing from within. So tell me, what do you think will happen? It is not that simple, Arkyle spoke while watching the recording, his voice calm but heavy with hidden meaning. It is not that simple at all. When a system falls, the vacuum it leaves behind is always worse than the system itself. From today onward, I have no relation to the Stellar Academies, nor to the Supreme Council of Academies. No bonds, no authority, no protection. Mid-sector 801, Agewood Stellar Academy. No. The headmistress of the academy stood up slowly, her body trembling, her heart almost stopping from fear. She managed one of the very few academies that still tried to do what was right. She suffered from a massive budget deficit, crushing her resources and exhausting her staff, yet she personally took care of the plague zones. She pushed her teachers to follow her, to endure, to resist collapse. All of this for the prestige of the Stellar Academies, for the lives of the people, for the Cosmic Elder himself. Years of sacrifice, years of struggle, years of loyalty. Was all of this going to be in vain now? Was everything she fought for about to lose its meaning in a single declaration? Sadly, it seems I supported the wrong entity all this time, and now the universe is paying the price for my choice, the price of my absence from overseeing every detail, every fracture, every corruption. But not anymore. Not from this moment onward. Mid-sector 705. My God. The planetary king raised his hand over his head, his eyes trembling in panic, his breath uneven. Our sector is already in a miserable state after all the stellar academies stopped helping. Cities are collapsing, systems are failing, and people are dying. And instead of forcing them to act, he will shut them down completely? What do we do now? A disaster. This is a disaster. The faces of all the citizens and generals in the square turned pale, fear spreading like a wave through the crowd. Panic, confusion, and despair mixed in the air. Heads of the stellar academies, listen carefully, the cosmic elder continued seriously, his voice firm, absolute, and merciless. Whoever among you decides to stop fighting the plague, then stop. Whoever wants to continue their battle, please go ahead. This is between you and the powers around you, between your will and your survival. If you wish to remain as you are and decide your own fate by your own hands, then you are welcome to do so. No one will interfere. No one will save you. The choice is yours. Mid-sector 611. Bam! The head of one of the academies collapsed onto the hard floor, his body hitting the stone with a dull, hollow sound. His legs no longer had the strength to carry him, his balance completely gone, his dignity shattered in a single moment. It's over for us. He whispered in a broken, hollow voice, as if the words themselves were too heavy for his chest to carry. Then, suddenly, his despair turned into fury. He screamed, pointing violently in a certain direction, his face twisted with rage, terror, and madness. I warned them. I warned those damn fools in the council. I told them this would be the end. I told them this would destroy everything. It was true that the Cosmic Elder had not declared open hostility toward them, but he did not need to. With this single declaration, he had effectively executed the stellar academies. Not with fire, not with armies, not with annihilation, but with legitimacy. Their position was dead. Their authority was vanished. Their meaning was erased. From where would the stellar academies draw their legitimacy now? Who would send their children to them? Who would entrust them with bloodlines, heirs, and futures? Who would pay massive annual sums to fight the anti-life forces? Who would believe in their mission? Who would still see them as guardians instead of relics? With just a few words, backed by cosmic authority and supported by one of the most powerful beings in existence, the Cosmic Elder had reduced them from sacred institutions of universal order into mere rootless entities. Empty structures. Hollow symbols. Shells without essence. No different from any kingdom or any sect. No different from any mortal faction struggling for relevance and survival in a collapsing universe. But whoever among you still wishes to follow me, to walk the righteous path I have chosen for the universe, whoever still wishes to fight the anti-life forces and serve the people, I mean, to do what the academies were originally built to do, then I have a solution. The Cosmic Elder slightly raised his head, his presence heavy, absolute, and overwhelming, as if space itself was bending around his will. I have decided to adopt the Sacred Covenant Academy as my sole representative. From today onward, it shall be known as the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy. Mid-sector 99, Apocalypse Planet. Ooh, heavens, ahahaha. Arrow grabbed his head with both hands and burst into mad laughter, his voice echoing through the hall, wild, uncontrolled, almost hysterical. Ha ha ha, ooh, the Cosmic Elder is going to support our academy. This is insane. This is unreal. What is happening exactly? Flora stepped closer to the recording, leaning in as if trying to hear more clearly, her eyes locked on the projection. Is that really the Cosmic Elder? Are we actually watching this? And would the Soul Society dare broadcast a fake recording attributed to him? Silly. Arrow pointed at the projection while laughing uncontrollably, his voice filled with absolute certainty. It doesn't matter how powerful the Dreamer and Galaxy are, he is not even worthy of wiping that man's boot. Not even close. He did it. He actually did it. Arrow began pacing back and forth, his movements frantic, chaotic, almost manic, his laughter slowly turning into awe and disbelief. His Majesty managed to pull the Cosmic Elder to our side. This is madness. Ah. Ho. Flora released a long breath, her chest rising and falling heavily. We thought we were doing His Majesty a favor by opening doors in Mid-Sector 99 in his name, while he is out there clashing with figures written deep into the memory of history itself. No, they are history. She shook her head slowly, her voice lowering. How long are we going to keep underestimating His Majesty, Ro? Heh, I have honestly started to fear even saying his true name lately. Whoever among you wishes to follow my path and remain on the righteous road, let them declare loyalty to the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy, affiliate with it, and receive the title of a Cosmic Academy. Then he raised a finger, the gesture calm, simple, and final. But I emphasize this clearly, the academies will perform the traditional role of academies, with better support, better coordination, and better management. You will have no involvement in political life, nor in the private conflicts of the academy's owner. Mid-sector 100, Orginus Planet. Did he really have to mention that point? Caesar muttered in irritation, his initial joy fading significantly, his expression tightening with calculation. Saying that sentence publicly cut off any possibility of Morgana exploiting new followers in imperial conflicts. It drew a clear boundary. Well, I don't think our father wants anything from the academies anyway. We are enough for him, Peon spoke calmly, with relaxed confidence, his voice steady and composed. I honestly don't know what he's planning, and I don't think anyone truly does. He's planning for power, obviously. Caesar smiled faintly, a cold, knowing smile. Power, prestige, glory, the high name above the clouds. Anything that supports that ambition for glory, anything that puts him under the lights, he will do it. He always has. I don't think that applies to what happened today. Peon gestured toward the recording, his tone thoughtful, analytical. No one even knows who the true owner of the Holy Covenant Academy really is. This move hides the hand instead of revealing it. He paused briefly. I think Morgana will be the one receiving the glory this time. And the owner of the Cosmic Academy chain, my close friend, Robin Burton, or as you may know him, Lord Human, will handle your funding and support for the good and prosperity of the universe. I trust that he will not drag you into any personal affairs. Chapter 2073. And the owner of the Cosmic Academy's network, my close friend, Robin Burton, or as you may know him, Lord Human, will be responsible for funding you and supporting you for the good, stability, and prosperity of the universe, and for everything that leads to its balance and long-term survival. Soul Society, Chamber of Truth. Dozens of soul avatars who had gathered to witness the announcement stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shock, their mouths slowly opening as if they were about to dry up the waters of the sea itself, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. What? H's friend? A benefactor for the good of the universe? The head of the Cosmic Academies. The young man whose hair covered his eyes began to walk slowly toward the recording of the Cosmic Elder, each step heavy. All of this about one of us? A truth chosen who reached such a position, such influence, and such authority. Impossible. The spiky-haired one slammed the wall behind him with brutal force. This recording is fabricated. Then he pointed at Zillan. That metal-faced bastard paid a massive bribe from his fortune to elevate himself with these lies and false titles. Haha, even if Lord Human were lying, do you think Soul Society would dare to lie through the words of the Cosmic Elder? A truth chosen clutched his stomach and began laughing loudly, then looked at the recording with clear pride and admiration. He really did it. One of us took the step, crossed the line, and stood among the real masters themselves. The spiky-haired one wanted to respond but couldn't. He took one last look at the recording, his anger collapsing into exhaustion, then closed his eyes and sat down in his place. His legs could no longer carry him, and his body felt heavier than stone. The young man with the hair covering his eyes looked as if he had heard nothing at all. He was only clenching his hand tightly, his fingers digging into his palm. He had made a decision at that moment, a silent and irreversible one. Mid-sector 101, Bright Galaxy. Bam! Kaylee's opened her eyes and slammed both hands onto the armrest of the throne, shattering it for the 5th time this week, fragments scattering across the chamber floor. She had received a message through Soul Society from Lord Human. At last, that bastard had replied after all these years of silence, but not with what she wanted, not with what she needed. He did not say he would accelerate the situation or send support. He did not promise reinforcements or protection. He simply told her to continue the fighting and wait for the right time. The right time? When would that be? How long was she supposed to wait? She had recently destroyed 30 additional planets in her galaxy, entire worlds erased, and 3 of her children had suffered severe injuries in their battles against Lord Demir, injuries that nearly cost them their lives. Robin Burton. Kaylee's eyes began to tremble violently. Did I trap myself with a fraud? What did I gain from agreeing to his offer, from trusting his words and promises? She ground her teeth hard, rage burning in her chest. Is it possible he's trying to have me and Darvian destroy each other, weaken each other, so he can come in the end and wipe us all out? Then she raised her head with a hateful glare, her voice heavy with venom. Robin Burton, are you trying to fish in muddy waters? You want my possessions, my empire, without bleeding for them. Mother, you're awake. At that moment, a girl entered, wearing clothes of mature taste and refined design, though it was clear she was in no stable condition at all, her movements tense and hurried. Weren't you listening to the Cosmic Elder's broadcast? We thought you were listening to it in Soul Society, so we didn't want to disturb you or interrupt you. The Cosmic Elder is broadcasting something. Kaylee's immediately forgot her personal troubles, her anger shifting into sharp focus. Play it, quickly. That being never spoke, and if he did, every single word would be enough to shake the entire universe to its foundations. Would it affect her personally, in the middle of this chaos and war? Unlikely, but maybe. Perhaps he would order all the behemoths to stop fighting, or gather an army to fight the plague, or issue a decree that would change the balance of power. Anything that being said, any word from that entity, could help. My close friend Robin Burton, whom you know as Lord Human. Kaylee's expression vanished completely. Ha! Mid-sector 98. Poof. The sorcerer behemoth Zargle dropped into his seat as if his strength had been drained from him, his mouth hanging open in pure disbelief, his body frozen for several seconds. No, something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. A friend of the Cosmic Elder? A benefactor and the leader of the Cosmic Academies? And he is currently at war with that person. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. He had opened the recording expecting to hear the Cosmic Elder announce the killing of mature space beasts, or perhaps calm the masses about the plague's attacks, or deliver some stabilizing message to the universe. But instead, what he heard felt like a death sentence descending directly upon his head. Not a warning, not a threat, a verdict. How in the hell was he supposed to continue that war now? How could he raise his armies, mobilize his forces, and continue fighting someone who stood as the close friend of the Cosmic Elder himself? Fight for what end? For what purpose? Toward what future? And I trust that he will never drag you into any personal affairs. My close friend, Robin Burton, is greater than that and would never ask such a thing. My words are directed to you, do not interfere in his personal matters, no matter how helpful and generous he is towards the cause. Just as I did not and will not interfere in his personal conflicts, even though he was the one who saved my life, I urge you to do the same. Be loyal followers of the cause, but do not go to extremes. As guardians of the universe, you must focus on protecting the universe for as long as you live, and nothing else. Zargel's lips twitched, and a strange sound escaped his throat. Ooh. Mid-Sector 1, Tyranny Galaxy. In a chamber, no, it did not look like a chamber at all. It felt more like a fragment of the universe itself. Stars, planets, and nebulae drifted slowly through the vast space around it, moving in silent, majestic orbits. One could feel the heat of passing meteors, almost sense their burning trails, and at the same time nearly touch frozen asteroids suspended in cold stillness. And yet, within this cosmic chaos, there was a throne and a door. A dark throne, massive beyond reason, as if it had been carved for an ancient monster that ruled before history itself. But seated upon it was a human with the aura of an ancient beast. He looked to be in his 40s. His skin was slightly dark, his eyebrows black and sharp like blades forged for war. His hair shifted between gray and black, meticulously styled in a way that displayed both power and authority, discipline and dominance. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through entire sectors, through galaxies and star systems alike. His jaw and cheekbones were prominent, his chin strong and defined, giving him an exceptional, commanding handsomeness for a middle-aged human. His clothes were black and white, dark-toned, lightly embroidered, elegant yet intimidating, and the quality of every single piece was unmistakably high, crafted for a ruler, not a noble. At the center of his forehead was a glowing mark, like a star-shaped scar, radiating a faint but constant light. Yet even that large, luminous scar failed to draw attention away from the rest of his overwhelming presence. With a single glance, anyone would form the same impression, without hesitation, without doubt. That man was born to rule. That person, the tyrant Interas, looked at the cosmic elders recording with sharp, calculating eyes and a piercing, cold smile. I never did and never will interfere in his personal affairs, he said slowly, his voice calm but heavy with meaning. How interesting, truly interesting. Chapter 2074. Inside a spacecraft in Mid-Sector 101. Inside one of the sealed rooms of the vessel, a young man was sitting on a leather seat, both hands resting firmly on the armrests. His posture was rigid, disciplined. His breathing was controlled, measured. His heartbeat steady and rhythmic, as if he were forcing his body into artificial calm. But suddenly, the young man's eyes snapped open and he screamed, "Ah!" He shot up from his seat in a violent motion, kicked the nearest table with savage force, bang, then turned and punched the very seat that had held him for nearly an hour, his knuckles crashing into the leather. It was Lord Demir, the son of the cursed behemoth. Human, you bastard. Demir roared, his voice thick with rage and hatred. While checking the messages from his generals and intelligence units involved in the war, a new reply suddenly appeared before him, a response to a message he had sent to Lord Human. His movements became sharp and quick as he opened it immediately. He had been hoping to find an offer of reconciliation, or at least some sign of respect, some diplomatic tone, anything, so he could reply with another message, request a personal meeting, or propose something that would allow him to withdraw from the war entirely without losing face. But the message's content was brutally simple, cold, direct, merciless. A declaration of direct war against him, and against the cursed behemoth. That worthless bastard, that book rat, that pathetic, valueless trash. Demir clenched his teeth violently, his jaw trembling with fury. Just because he has some money to support that dog Hedrick, he thinks he can talk to me like this? Fine, you nouveau riche trash. You're telling me to forget my fiancée because your nameless son wants her. Bam! Demir smashed another object in his path, shards scattering across the floor, then stormed toward the door. If Cyrene is not going to be my wife, he growled, his voice low and murderous, then she will be my sacrifice. Then, bam, he struck the door and shouted with all his strength, "Start the engines. We're attacking the bright galaxy again today. We must." At that moment, Demir caught something out of the corner of his eye. A number of officers were gathered around something in the command area. Something that looked like a holographic recording, a luminous projection of a blind figure, the Cosmic Elder. Demir jolted violently and started moving toward them. My close friend Robin Burton, Lord Human. Demir froze in place. 1 foot back, 1 foot forward, his body locked in mid-step. It was as if time itself had stopped around him. He continued watching with an empty mind and unfocused eyes for several long seconds, his thoughts completely blank, his rage suspended in confusion and shock, until he finally heard the sentence, "I did not and will not interfere in his personal conflicts. I urge you to do the same." Who? Demir released a long, heavy breath, as if he had just remembered how breathing worked, as if his lungs had been frozen until that moment. He leaned forward, placing both hands on his knees. Creak! Slowly, he lifted his head and looked back at the Cosmic Elder's image. He said it himself. Demir whispered. He can't blame us if we kill him. He said it himself. Then his expression hardened, his eyes igniting with renewed resolve. He straightened and roared, "Move. Start the engines." What? Why yes, sir. The officers jumped to their feet and began moving in multiple directions, rushing to their stations, while still glancing back over their shoulders, trying desperately to hear the rest of the recording as it continued to play behind them. Mid-Sector 96. Lord Sar furrowed his brows, his expression tightening with a mix of confusion and frustration. I don't understand the Cosmic Elder. Why would he go out of his way to publicly declare his full, legitimate support for Lord Human, or as we now know him, Lord Robin Burton, even calling him a close friend who saved his life, only to immediately follow that by stating that he will not interfere in Lord Robin's personal matters, and urging all the academies to do the same? He shook his head slowly, a shadow of disappointment crossing his face. It's unfortunate. If that particular part had been removed from the recording, Lord Robin would have instantly become the most untouchable individual in the universe. No one would dare even look him in the eye. The likes of Sorcerer Zargle would be trembling in fear, paralyzed, incapable of acting. Truly, I cannot comprehend it. Sar let out a long, low sigh. The Cosmic Elder is neutral and just, as history has always recorded. His fairness is absolute, yet sometimes it is incomprehensible. Temporal Archyle remained intently focused on the recording, his eyes narrowing slightly as he absorbed every detail. It's not that simple. Sar turned his gaze toward him. Do you mean the Cosmic Elder's justice? It's not a question of justice, Archyle replied calmly, stroking his long, flowing beard as if the motion helped him think. He knows precisely what he is doing. He elevates Lord Robin's status so that the heads of the academies obey him implicitly. At the same time, he carefully separates himself from Lord Robin, ensuring that his own name is not linked to Robin's many wars, his vast ambitions, and the enormous plans he has, ambitions of which you and I know only a fraction. He gestured subtly toward the holographic projection of the Cosmic Elder. From his tone, the structure of his speech, and the repeated insistence on separating personal matters from academic ones, I would conclude that this recording was made at Lord Robin's explicit request, perhaps in exchange for a favor he rendered to the Elder. A faint smile appeared on Archyle's face. The Cosmic Elder was likely slightly annoyed by the insistence, and added that part deliberately, perhaps just to toy with him a little. Sar raised his eyebrows. You can deduce all of that just from watching the recording. Archyle showed a small, knowing smile. If I were in his place, I would have done exactly the same. That is all there is to it. Mid-Sector 99, Dawnlight Academy. The founder of this academy is Lord Human, asked one of the students, a dark-skinned girl with a scar running across her forehead. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest as she spoke. I always knew that Morgana wasn't truly qualified to host the progeny of the Cosmic Elder. That was obvious, another student said, frowning slightly. She's a good teacher, but that's all. There are countless good teachers. No one came here for her specifically. Lord Human has recently risen in fame. His name spreads everywhere, and everyone talks about his immense wealth. But I never imagined he had influence like this, said a young man with dark, scaly skin and small horns on his head. Now he has money, connections, and legitimacy, everything he needs to become a genuine cosmic power. What a remarkable way to step onto the stage of the universe. Hey! A girl with small antennae on her head clapped her hands together. Did you catch his name? Robin Burton. Burton. All the students furrowed their brows as a sudden realization struck them, and they turned toward a specific direction. There, around 50 humans stood watching the recording in the same focused manner. Their faces showed no fear, no shock. No, small smiles played on their lips, their gazes confident and proud, as if they had memorized every word of the announcement by heart. They were the newest generation of the Burton family, the obscure family that holds the same status in the academy as the children of the Cosmic Elder. Anyone who dared to anger them or challenge them would be expelled immediately. When the reason is known, the wonder disappears, muttered one student quietly. Now they understood why the Burton children received such special treatment. They were the family of Lord Human, the academy's owner. No, more than that, the owner of the Cosmic Academies. Hee, a student chuckled softly, pointing toward a direction. Someone doesn't look too well. Once again, all the students' attention shifted, this time in another direction. Quiet laughter and small smiles spread across their faces. It was the academy director, Morgana. Her pale face was frozen, her mouth agape, a mixture of disbelief and confusion written clearly across her features. And as for you, Karan and your followers, the Cosmic Elder's recording continued, his voice firm and serious, your remaining options are now limited. Chapter 2075. Mid-Sector 250. What is happening here? One of the 12 thrones slammed his hand forcefully on the platform before him, the sound echoing across the vast chamber. And what in hell is happening here? What madness is this? Can he do this to us? Another pointed sharply at the recording, his voice shaking with fury and disbelief. Can he simply strip the legitimacy of the Council of Thrones with a single word? With one sentence? Who does he think he is? We were the ones managing the universe, organizing its affairs, and preserving its security while he was absent. He didn't appear even 2 or 3 times over tens of millions of years. Bam! Another struck the platform violently. We must take a stance against this nonsense. Then he pointed in a certain direction with open hostility. That sacred Covenant Academy must know its place. We won't allow them to conspire in the shadows and take everything we built with blood and time on a silver platter, another shouted, his voice filled with rage and panic. All 12 began to rise one after another, their movements chaotic and tense, panic and fear evident in their words and tones, visible in their faces, in their gestures, in the way their bodies trembled with uncertainty. Only Karan slightly furrowed his brows, resting his chin on the back of his hands, his posture calm but heavy with thought. Shush! He signaled for silence with a slow gesture. Let's listen to everything first to the end. And indeed, in the very next moment, everyone heard something that instantly silenced the hall, as if the air itself had frozen. As for you, Karan, and your followers, your options are limited. The Cosmic Elder spoke with firmness and seriousness, his voice steady, cold, and absolute. Swallow. The sound of swallowing echoed through the vast hall like distant explosions. He said Karan without titles? Without honorifics? And he said your followers? As if they were street gang members or insignificant thugs? What kind of disrespect was this? What kind of humiliation? The Cosmic Elder paused briefly before continuing with resolve. I will not speak of the treasures you accumulated behind the academies. I never asked about them, because I assumed in good faith that they would one day be released when everyone needed them, that they would serve the universe, not individuals. That is what I was told, and that is what you told to all the heads of the stellar academies. But that did not happen, and this is the greatest reason for the decision I am issuing now: greed. Pure, naked greed. Very well, feast on them. Drown yourselves in these riches if you wish. You now have 3 choices. Either you use those treasures for what they were gathered for and personally resume overseeing the fight against the plague, standing on the front lines yourselves, and perhaps what was broken may be repaired, even if only partially. Or you use them for your own interests, as is happening now, and establish whatever you wish away from me, far from my authority, leaving the universe to its fate. Then he raised his head slightly, his presence growing heavier. Or you use those treasures and that power to stand against the cosmic academies, to obstruct it, to sabotage it, to prevent it from doing what you failed to do. Then it was as if the air around him solidified, pressure filling the space. He continued slowly, every word heavy and final. If I hear that the cosmic academies are being obstructed from performing their duty of protecting the universe, whoever does so will be classified as a terrorist organization hostile to life itself, an enemy of existence. He then showed a small, powerful smile. My words are not directed at the Council of Dogs alone, but at everyone who hears this, everyone who listens, everyone who thinks of doing something stupid. Then he turned away, his tone calming, but his authority remaining absolute. People, the universe has entered a new phase. A phase of exploration. A phase of survival. A phase in which we must unite to endure, to resist extinction, to stand together or fall separately. For those whom it concerns, I will depart to seek solutions to problems that were written upon us, to explore a path toward humanity's unknown destiny, whatever form that destiny may take. And I will leave you in the hands of my close friend Robin, and the cosmic academies, to protect you, to guard you, and to stand between you and annihilation. Then he turned back toward the recording, his gaze steady and unshaking. To whom it may concern, focus on building your strength, and leave trivialities behind. Abandon petty conflicts and hollow ambitions. What is coming is not easy, not merciful. Everything you are chasing now is nothing but a faint glimmer on a foggy road, a weak illusion of light, a road that leads directly to the abyss. Huong. The recording flickered, its light distorting for a brief moment, then it fell silent, leaving only heavy, suffocating stillness behind. The calm, composed image of the Cosmic Elder remained suspended before everyone, unmoving, steady, and imposing, standing before a vast hall filled with figures who no longer knew whether they were even capable of breathing normally. The silence was heavy, suffocating. Poof, 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 poof. Nearly half of the 12 thrones collapsed back into their seats, as if their legs had lost all strength, as if the weight of the words spoken had crushed their bodies before their minds could even react. They had been accused of greed, declared the reason for the withdrawal of trust from the stellar academies, and publicly threatened with being classified as a terrorist organization. What had just happened? Just minutes ago, life had been good, stable, predictable. Everything was moving as it should, according to the order they had built over millions of years. Power was secure. Influence was absolute. Control was unquestioned. So why did all of this happen? How did everything collapse so suddenly? How did the world turn upside down in a matter of moments? But those questions and moments of shock did not pass over everyone. Bam! One of the thrones slammed his fist into his palm, his face twisted with fury. Dogs? Are we being belittled? Are we being insulted like this in front of the whole universe? He roared. That cursed hermit is mocking us. Who does he think he is? Another shouted, his voice shaking with rage. We carried the entire universe on our shoulders for all these years. We are the ones who kept the syndicate in check. We are the ones who contained the plague for millions of years, era after era, generation after generation. And just because of one bad period, one dark phase, we're treated like this. Like criminals. Like parasites. The Cosmic Elder is powerful, no one can deny that, another said, a being with strange tendrils spread across his body. His voice was cold, controlled. Then he looked around sharply at the others. But he's not without equal. He is not untouchable. No one here is weak either. Does he really think he can threaten all of us, all the 12 thrones, and we'll simply bow our heads in fear? Then he smiled slowly. Secondly, there are 2 who are stronger than him. Humph, 3 choices, one of the thrones scoffed, crossing his arms with contempt. The third one pleases me more. Then he raised his voice with confidence and arrogance. In terms of power, even if all the behemoths gathered together, they couldn't stop us. Not even close. And in terms of wealth, even the combined fortunes of Morpheus and Indira's are nothing in our eyes. Dust. Meaningless numbers. One of the seated thrones pointed angrily toward Karan, his face burning with humiliation and rage. Council Lord, open the vaults. Open the vaults. It's time everyone learns their place. It's time the universe remembers who truly rules. Another turned his gaze toward the man seated at the center, his tone sharp and resolute. Council Lord, what do you say? Then he frowned deeply. If it's war, then we are ready for it. Karan maintained a perfectly emotionless expression, his face calm, his posture steady, his gaze fixed on the image of the Cosmic Elder the entire time, as if everything around him no longer existed. Then, finally, he smiled. A slow, controlled smile. He opened his mouth and said quietly, yet with absolute authority, patience. Then he leaned back comfortably in his seat, resting with deliberate calm. We've just been relieved of a great headache, a massive burden. Take this chance and enjoy this calm, this temporary peace. Then he muttered again, his eyes sharp and piercing, filled with hidden meaning and quiet calculation. Patience is good. Chapter 2076. Stellar Dawnlight Academy. BZZZT. The Academy's space portal activated with a sharp electric hum, and a single figure stepped out into the absolute silence of everyone present, as if the entire place had been frozen in time. The man wore clothes soaked in multicolored blood, layers upon layers of dried and fresh stains. His forehead and hair were wrapped in a white scarf, and most of his face was hidden behind its edge, leaving only his eyes visible, brown eyes, sharp and piercing, with tightly furrowed brows that carried exhaustion, anger, and cold resolve all at once. He looked around slowly, calmly, taking in the surroundings. He noticed that the recording of the Cosmic Elder was still playing in some areas of the Academy, while it had already ended in others. It was clear that people everywhere were replaying it again and again, unable to stop listening to it, unable to escape its weight. Then he turned toward the gate guards and asked in a firm, commanding voice, the Academy head, "Is she in her office today?" But the gate guards did not answer. They were staring at the portal itself, mouths open, faces pale, minds completely frozen. Professor Robin, the Cosmic Elder's friend? Professor Robin, who had just joked with them before leaving, laughed with them, spoke casually, and even gave each of them a ring containing 1,000 pearls, is the leader of the Cosmic Academies? They had joked and spoken freely with someone of such overwhelming status for all those years without realizing who he truly was? Tisk. The masked man clicked his tongue in irritation, then vanished. He clearly had no time for these fools, no patience for shock and confusion. Whoosh. In the next moment, he appeared in the main plaza. He began scanning the area, thinking he should find Aldera or at least someone who could direct him to her location. And by pure good fortune, he found exactly what he was looking for. Academy head. Aldera was in no better state than the gate guards. She was still staring at the Cosmic Elder's recording with lost, unfocused eyes, her mind clearly elsewhere, trapped in the weight of what she had just heard. Academy head. The masked man approached her slowly. Have you made a decision about what you heard yet? Oh. Aldera turned, then sighed deeply when she recognized the newcomer. Asir, my deputy and the one who holds the highest kill count of the anti-life in the Academy's entire history, do you have a recommendation? Then she smiled weakly, her expression heavy with fatigue and pressure. Every decision I think about always ends in a massive change to our future. Every single one of them reshapes everything, and nothing will remain the same after today. Nothing. Nothing ever remains the same, Asir replied calmly, his voice steady and grounded. And it seems the time for that has finally come. Then he nodded firmly, without hesitation. Whatever decision you make, I will follow you, no matter where it leads. Aldera turned back to the recording of the Cosmic Elder, watching his speech for the fourth time, as if trying to extract a different meaning, a hidden answer, a path she had missed. Then she spoke quietly, decisively, declare a full lockdown across the Academy until I make my decision. One of the planets of Mid-Sector 97. In the middle of a vast square where people of many races and species had gathered, Theo stood among them in his black armor and flowing cloak, without fear, without hesitation, and without any attempt at concealment. His presence alone felt heavy. His arms were crossed, and a faint, confident smile rested on his face. Your name has risen and ascended, Father, he said calmly, as it should always be. Your Highness, beside Theo, a dark-skinned figure with 6 long ears spoke respectfully, bowing slightly. Are there new directives regarding the announcement? Yes, Theo replied. We will need to focus more on linking the Cosmic Academies in the coming period. He gently rubbed his forehead, thoughtful. Prepare the men. We will withdraw 80% of them from Mid-Sector 97. Won't this harm our operations here, Your Highness? The Black Ray, one of the numbered swords, furrowed his brows, clearly concerned. After this announcement. Theo let out a soft, confident laugh. Zargal will not dare to attack with the same ferocity as before, and Arkyle will not dare to withdraw his forces. Then his tone sharpened slightly. Prepare everyone for deployment exactly as I told you. Yes, sir. Black Ray bowed slightly, then vanished without another word. Father, oh father. Theo smiled faintly, his gaze lifting toward the sky. Our presence in sectors 90 to 105 is no longer enough to keep up with your accelerating ambition. It's no longer sufficient for what you are building. He paused for a moment, then added calmly, very well, I'll expand them for you a little. Planet Donera. Tack. Robin stood beside what looked like a massive glass chamber spanning hundreds of meters, a faint, satisfied smile resting on his face as he observed the scene before him. The glass chamber was hundreds of kilometers away from the entrance of the passage, but because it had been built on the edge of the planet's highest mountains, Robin could easily see the passage whenever he activated the Eye of Truth zooming ability. From that height, the world beneath looked small, distant, and fragile, as if the entire planet were nothing more than a painted landscape. The chamber itself was filled with wide glass windows and surrounded by breathtaking natural scenery, visible in every direction. The only part hidden from view was the bathroom section, which had been built with a special insulating layer for privacy and isolation. From the inside, the entire structure was open and interconnected as if it were a single colossal room, yet it was vast, filled with storage units, desks, research tables, and multiple seating areas, allowing Robin to change the scenery he viewed whenever he grew bored of one perspective and desired another. The chamber had been completed exactly as Leon had promised. Its materials were the finest the Empire could purchase, forged from rare resources and refined through the highest standards. As a result, its quality was considered among the absolute best in the universe, both in durability and design. But at the moment, multiple arrays were being constructed around it. Blacksmiths, researchers, engravers, and soul masters were all busy, moving in coordinated harmony, building layer after layer after layer without pause. Protection arrays, sound insulation, visual concealment, aura suppression, spiritual shielding, and countless other systems that the Empire could provide. They had even begun installing disassembled components of an ancient array, the kind of arrays capable of withstanding a monarch-level attack on an entire planet, just to be erected around this single chamber alone, turning it into a fortress hidden within beauty. Hey, Robin raised his voice slightly and pointed toward an empty patch of land beside his chamber. Expand the arrays to include that area as well, and build a separate identical chamber there, completely independent. He paused briefly, then added with a faint smile, I have a feeling I'll be getting a neighbor soon. Yes, Your Majesty. All the workers gave a quick, unified salute and immediately began making the required adjustments, shifting formations and recalculating the array structures. Whoosh! Your Majesty. At that moment, Leonid appeared beside Robin, clear panic written all over his face, his breath uneven, his expression tense. Have you seen the Cosmic Elders recording? Of course, Robin chuckled softly. Then, poof, he summoned a comfortable chair and sat down on it calmly, crossing one leg over the other as he gazed at the magnificent view beneath the mountain, the clouds drifting slowly below him. Who do you think released it? But did you hear everything in it? Leonid looked extremely anxious, his voice trembling. Did you listen to it all the way to the end? Every word. Robin sighed lightly. That bastard could have definitely cut out a few paragraphs from his speech, no doubt about it. There were parts he didn't need to say. He tilted his head slightly. But this is what happened, and honestly, I don't dare tamper with the message. Then he laughed quietly. But no worries, things are far more exciting this way, don't you think? Exciting. Leonid panicked, his face turning pale. Karan will kill us. He will tear everything apart. Robin turned toward him slowly, raising an eyebrow. You mean the head of the Supreme Council of the Academies? Then he waved his hand dismissively, completely relaxed. Don't exaggerate. He received a direct, named threat from the Cosmic Elder himself, on a universal broadcast. He smiled faintly. He's probably trembling somewhere right now, trying to decide whether to breathe or stop. Your Majesty, with all due respect. Leonid's voice cracked, and he looked as if he was about to cry. You don't know who Karan really is. You truly don't understand what kind of existence we are dealing with. Chapter 2077, Midsector 101, Planet Shadhar. Only a few hours earlier, Hedrick had convened the emperors of the 6 Millennium Empires, along with a number of powerful emperors from the Centennial Empires, gathering them all on planet Shadhar. The purpose of this extraordinary summit was clear and urgent, to discuss a possible method to stop the advancing forces of the savage behemoth. At the present time, the advance of the cursed behemoth's forces had been partially restrained. This slowdown came through several combined factors: the arrival of Kayleigh and her children, who directly joined the slaughter on the front lines, the Pureheart family, who had begun intense weapons training and even turned entire planets into living weapons, and the tactical support strikes sent by Lord Hedrick himself, launching surprise attacks from the rear before withdrawing swiftly. Because of all this, Lord Demir now found himself in a difficult position, effectively besieged. His forces were advancing at an extremely slow pace, and the devastating destruction he had hoped to inflict never truly materialized. Progress existed, but it was painfully limited and strategically disappointing. However, on the opposite front, the situation was far worse. The forces of the savage behemoth were simply not something that could be stopped. Hedrick had divided his massive armada into several separate armies, believing this would make them easier to command, coordinate, and control across multiple battlefields. Yet the savage behemoth's armada, moving as a single unified entity, showed no such weakness. Their momentum did not break. Their formation did not fracture. Yes, their speed had slowed slightly, without a doubt, but they were still advancing relentlessly, crushing everything in their path, erasing fleets, worlds, and defenses as if they were nothing more than dust in a storm. Strangely, in the middle of the meeting, while opinions were being exchanged and strategies argued, Higra entered the hall carrying a glowing light disc. Without speaking, she activated it, projecting the Cosmic Elder's speech for everyone to hear and see. All right, I have heard enough, one Millennium Emperor said, waving his hand gently. The recording stopped. This is the 6th time it has been replayed already. I have not heard enough, another Millennium Emperor snapped, reactivating the projection. Maybe there is something we missed. Maybe one sentence, one hidden meaning. Can we focus a little on what we are actually facing? A third Millennium Emperor said, pointing toward the massive map spread across the enormous table in the center of the hall. What was said is undoubtedly important, and yes, it deserves to be analyzed later. Perhaps we will even extract something new from it. But right now, it neither helps us nor harms us in any direct, practical way. True, a Centennial Emperor nodded slowly. I expected the Cosmic Elder to command the behemoths to stop the wars, but he did not say a single word about that. Not one order, not one warning. Instead, he made things worse by talking about leaving, or something along those lines. From this point forward, our war will only grow more difficult, more chaotic. Then he turned his gaze toward the head of the table. What do you say, Lord Hedrick? At that moment, Hedrick was staring at the recording with unfocused eyes. His gaze was empty, distant. It was obvious he neither saw the projections nor heard the voices around him. His mind was somewhere else entirely, lost in deep thought. My close friend, Robin Burton. Where had he heard this before? Yes, when he first met Robin and formed that simple alliance, protection for Verilion in exchange for Nihiri. Back then, Robin had told him that he had met the Cosmic Elder, and that the two of them were very close. At the time, Hedrick had brushed it off without hesitation and continued the conversation as if it meant nothing. He was convinced Robin was lying, exaggerating, trying to intimidate him rather than truly deceive him. After all, among the behemoths, or even within the Throne Council itself, who could possibly claim to be close to the Cosmic Elder? But now, only now, it was becoming clear that he had been telling the truth all along. Lord Hedrick, the Centennial Emperor, frowned, his voice sharper this time. Is everything all right? Then he gestured forward. Shall we return to what truly matters? Oh. Hedrick exhaled slowly. But this does matter, without a doubt. Then a strange smile appeared on his face, unnatural and unreadable. Our friend's name was mentioned in the recording. Our friend. Everyone turned toward Hedrick at once, even those who had been watching the recording for the 6th time. Who? No one was mentioned by name except Lord Robin and Lord Karan, one of them said, looking around in confusion. The leader of the Stellar Academies and the leader of the Cosmic Academies. Two of the wealthiest, most influential figures in the entire universe. What possible connection could they have to us? Did you not ask me many times, Hedrick said quietly, who the person is that has supported me all these years? The one who sends me the note fleets. Everyone's eyes flew wide open, faces frozen in disbelief. Is that even possible? It is Lord Human, my partner, Robin Burton, Hedrick announced with a faint, restrained smile. I kept his secret, even though it is known to the cursed, the sorcerer, and the savage. I did so simply because I understood that he values calm, privacy, and peace of mind. He prefers silence over noise, distance over attention. But since he has now placed himself in that position, standing openly in the light. He paused briefly. I do not think informing you will cause any harm anymore. The shock was overwhelming. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Silence, followed by a sudden explosion of voices. Lord Human is the one who has been supporting us all along. By the heavens, he is one of the biggest names in recent history. His innovations are everywhere, in every sector, in every system. Was he the one who invented the legendary Note 4 vessels? No wonder. Forget the vessels, another voice shouted. He was just personally announced as the commander of the Cosmic Academies and the protector of the universe. We have gained enormous legitimacy in our war just from that title alone. I do not think the Cosmic Academies will support our war just because of the Cosmic Elder's words. Someone muttered cautiously. Who cares? Another one burst out laughing. We are partners of Lord Robin Burton. That alone is more than enough. We have to spread this information everywhere. Across the fleets. Across the sectors. Across every army and every world. Oh my, this will change everything, a Centennial Emperor said, placing both hands on his head in disbelief. If we spread this news among the soldiers, their morale will rise beyond the sky itself. Hedrick remained silent. A faint smile rested on his face. His eyes were half-lidded, heavy, distant, almost drowsy, as if his mind was drifting far away from the hall. As if it were only yesterday that he had compromised and decided to make a simple deal with Robin, just to benefit from his knowledge of the ancient entity known as the Enlightened One. And now, within only a few centuries, he found himself standing proudly, openly declaring Robin as his partner before emperors of entire empires. No, could it truly still be said that he was his partner? Equal to equal? Head to head? What, exactly, made him qualified for that status? Crack! Hedrick nearly crushed his hands together. A heavy feeling of humiliation, smallness, and worthlessness washed over him, sinking deep into his chest. Then, with a sharp motion, bam, he destroyed the light disk. Fragments scattered. Light vanished. He raised his voice slightly, irritation and tension clearly audible. All right, please focus with me on the plan. His tone hardened. We need to finish quickly. Then he clenched his teeth. I have things to do after today's meeting. Sector 99, Planet Donera. You do not know who Karan is, Leonid said, his voice low, heavy with unease. Fear was clear in his expression. Maybe, Robin said calmly, staring into the distant horizon. What I do know is that he is a greedy figure. He extracts taxes from all the powers of the universe through the academies and hoards them somewhere. He does not invest them into anything meaningful. He does not build armies. He does not build cities. He does not even pay workers' salaries. He just keeps hoarding, endlessly. He paused slightly, then continued. That is exactly what makes him number one in the universe in terms of wealth. What he has is not impossibly strong armies or fortified galaxies, it is just raw, accumulated riches. Maybe Antiras and Morpheus accumulated more profit over their lifetimes, Robin went on, but their expenses are massive too. Their projects are enormous. Their ambitions consume their wealth. That is why their riches appear in the form of cities, networks, infrastructures, fleets, and systems. You can see where their money goes. He gave a small, amused smile. But Karan has pure treasures lying in his lap. Stored, sealed, untouched. Mountains of wealth with no purpose. Just treasure for the sake of treasure. That is what I know about him. Then he smiled again, a little sharper this time. Hee. That old man does not have good judgment when it comes to people. I honestly wonder where the Cosmic Elder's mind was when he chose someone like that to lead the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies. Leonid shook his head slowly. The Cosmic Elder did not choose him. Chapter 2078. Mid-Sector 750, on the surface of a planet. Here, in the vast, endless expanse of space, on the back of a solitary planet bound to a single sun, upon the seat of a galaxy that had not yet been activated. A dormant galactic core, silent, heavy, ancient. The atmosphere was unusually tense, thick with pressure and unease. It was extremely rare for anything to anger, disturb, or even slightly unsettle the inhabitants of this world. Their society was built on control, composure, and long-term calculation. But today, something had happened, and it had shaken that balance. Inside a vast glass chamber, where sunlight poured in freely and cool, clean air flowed through invisible systems, a man stood abruptly and forcefully waved his hand at the light disk. Bam! The disk shattered into fragments of light. He then took a few slow steps toward the massive window overlooking space, his back to the others. I have heard enough, he said coldly. That old man has gone mad. What is the next step? Another person spoke while seated, his voice tense. We have countless agreements with Quran. Strategic, economic, military. Most likely, everything will be void now. It would be better for him not to use this as an excuse to cancel the contracts between us, a third person said, frowning deeply. Those agreements are not small matters. Entire systems depend on them. He is not stupid enough to do something like that, a fourth finally spoke. After losing the Cosmic Elder's support, he no longer has the ability to speak to us as an equal. Not anymore. Let alone evade contracts. This is Quran we are talking about. The man standing by the window raised his voice slightly, authority pressing into every word. Stop trying to predict his moves. Silence fell over the chamber. Yes. Trying to predict Quran's actions was stupidity itself, pure arrogance. Even without the Cosmic Elder's support, he would most likely not change much, not in how he dealt with others, and not in his position within the greater cosmic structure. It was not as if he had gained his status because of the Cosmic Elder in the first place. His power, wealth, and influence had been built long before that. As it seems, the stellar academies will continue their operations, the man by the window said, brows tightly furrowed. The problem is simple. Instead of dealing only with the stellar academies, we will now be forced to deal with another annoying entity as well. That is all. He paused briefly. Our status has not changed, and it will not change. The stellar academies, one of them laughed dryly. They will probably collapse by the end of the day. All our dealings will be with the cosmic academies from now on. Not all of them. One of those present stood and began walking slowly across the chamber. Do not forget that 90% of the stellar academies were already inactive. Most of them had stopped functioning long ago. They did not even care about the original reason for their founding. He turned slightly. Will all of them really declare loyalty to the Cosmic Academy and return to work voluntarily? Will they abandon their old structures just like that? Are you saying the Cosmic Academy is already doomed? One raised his brows. Its supporters are not few, as you know. Its influence is massive. I am responding to his claim that the stellar academies will disappear, that is all. The man stopped walking. Those 90% of academies will either continue their loyalty to Quran, or they will stabilize fully and transform into independent empires or private academies. He added calmly, in all cases, we will still have to deal with them anyway. What a headache. Boss, one of the seated men called toward the figure by the window. Any orders? The man by the window remained silent for several long minutes, brows tightly furrowed, gaze fixed on the stars beyond the glass. Then he spoke. I want the full file on Robin Burton in front of me. I also want the file on the Sacred Covenant Academy. Complete structure, leadership, funding, ideology. And the file on every force affiliated with him, directly or indirectly. He turned his head slightly. I want all of it on my desk by the end of the day. Yes, boss. Will that be enough, leader? One of the standing men, arms crossed, frowned. We are talking about an alliance between the Cosmic Elder and the great truth chosen of this generation. This is not a normal political shift. This is a cosmic-level realignment. What do you suggest? The man by the window asked calmly. Go to the Archon and inform him of what is happening. Perhaps he will tell you something we do not know. The man by the window shook his head slowly. You know we stopped intervening personally countless years ago. You will not lose anything, another one intervened. This matter is too big this time. Better safe than sorry with this one. The man by the window nodded. Very well. Let us hope he does not get angry with me. A faint, cold smile formed. Otherwise, if I survive, I will punish you all. Then he stabbed into space before him, tearing open a spatial rift, and took a step forward into the void. Whoom! That person appeared once again, this time at the foot of a colossal mountain that pierced the sky like a black spear. Directly before him stood the entrance to a massive cave, vast enough to serve as the lair of an ancient, primordial beast. The mouth of the cave was covered in beautiful climbing vines and lush, winding greenery, giving it a deceptive sense of life and calm. But beyond that veil of nature, nothing could be seen. Only absolute darkness poured from within, thick and heavy, as if the cave itself was breathing shadow. Hoo-oh! The man released a long, controlled breath. He removed his sandals, tucked them carefully under his arm, and began walking into the cave with extreme politeness and restraint, every step measured and respectful. My lord, I have come to visit. Across sharp, pointed pebbles and damp, cold soil, beneath hanging spider webs, echoing bat cries, and the distant sounds of unseen cave creatures, the syndicate member walked slowly. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, his posture humble, his movements cautious. At last, he noticed a faint source of light glowing in one of the distant corners of the cavern and stopped. My lord, permit me to proceed. Come. A deep, heavy voice emerged from within the darkness, calm yet absolute. Gulp. The man swallowed hard, his throat dry, then continued forward toward that corner of light, step by step, until he finally saw the one he had come for. A man in his 30s, wearing wide, dark garments that flowed loosely around his body, seated on a black chair carved from damp, ancient stone. The air around him felt heavy, oppressive, filled with silent authority. It was Sevar. Keh. The newcomer panicked and dropped instantly to both knees. I greet the Archon. This was not his first time coming here, and as a high-ranking monarch, he was not required to kneel in such a manner. Protocol did not demand it. Status did not require it. Rank did not enforce it. But the presence before him did. The situation itself demanded it. Sevar was not leaning on his fist with closed eyes as he usually did. He was not resting in his habitual stillness. He was sitting upright, fully alert. And for the first time in his life, he saw Sevar. He saw the Archon, with furrowed brows. What happened outside? Sevar asked, his voice low, heavy with restrained intensity. His frown deepened even further. And what happened that involves Robin Burton in particular? The red thread was before his eyes now, visible only to him, existing in a layer of reality no one else could perceive. No, it was no longer a thread. It had become like a colossal rope, forged to bind galaxies together, crafted to ensnare the hearts of black holes themselves. The red color deepened, growing darker, denser, heavier, until it seemed almost black. Crimson energy pulsed within it, and it appeared to produce its own blood-dark lightning, cracking silently through space and reality alike. In response to your eminence, the current leader of the syndicate stammered, his voice shaking, the Cosmic Elder has announced him as the new head of the Stellar Academies and renamed them the Cosmic Academies. He also publicly declared that Lord Human, Robin Burton, the creator of the innovations that have flooded the markets recently, will be the man leading the new Cosmic Academies. His voice trembled more. And he also said that he is his friend. Zulan. Sevar murmured. Then he raised his head slightly and looked again toward the crimson rope. Something like this happened. Under normal circumstances, he could not see Zulan's thread, and he could not see Athena's thread without specific rituals and preparations. He had never, not for a single moment, believed that Robin had any connection to that being. But now, it was too late to sever the connection directly. The thread was no longer cuttable. Still, there were certainly other things that could be done. The knower. Sevar murmured as he stared at the majestic red rope. What exactly are you weaving against me this time? What kind of design is this? Has your patience truly run out to this degree? Then he slowly lowered his head, his expression darkening, and looked toward the kneeling figure before him. I can no longer leave him to his fate. Chapter 2079, Mid-Sector 99, Planet Donera. The Cosmic Elder did not choose him. The indifferent smile on Robin's face vanished instantly. He turned toward Leonid in visible surprise. What do you mean the Cosmic Elder did not choose him? Is not the Supreme Council of the Academies under the Cosmic Elder's authority? Was not he the one who founded it in the first place? That is true, Leonid replied calmly, trying to maintain a polite expression, but there is a small gap in your Majesty's information, because these details are not available to the public. Perhaps the reason is that you never cared to research this matter deeply, so you never asked us about it. He continued, in truth, yes, the Cosmic Elder founded the Council and appointed the leaders of the human power factions, those who fought relentlessly against the plague and the space beasts before his emergence. In his eyes at that time, anyone who raised the banner of battle against those creatures, even if they were only fighting to protect their citizens and their families, was a hero worthy of honor. And indeed, they were appointed. The Cosmic Elder filled their treasuries with vast amounts of treasures he had gathered throughout his long journey until he obtained that overwhelming power. Leonid's voice grew heavier. Those 13 heroes were the ones who later laid the plans for spreading the Star Academies. They used the Cosmic Elder's treasures to fund them until the system stood firmly on its feet. After that, they limited themselves to coordination among the new Star Academies and put to trial those who failed in their duties. They are the foundation of everything. That is exactly what I said. Robin raised an eyebrow. Leonid exhaled slowly. Your Majesty, Karun had not even been born when the Cosmic Elder founded the Supreme Council of the Academies. In fact, not a single member of the current council belongs to the original Supreme Council. Robin frowned slightly. Leonid continued, the original council remained in its position for hundreds of thousands of years without major issues. Every sector had an academy, even the sectors under the direct protection of Intiras and Morpheus themselves. The primary purpose was protection, and the second was sharing the knowledge they had received from the Cosmic Elder with the younger generations. That is why they were called academies. But later, strange things began to happen. Leonid's brow tightened. In one of the academies, a genius student appeared. That student later became a professor in the same academy, then quickly rose through the ranks until he became the deputy in a very short time. Eventually, an incident happened to the head of the academy, and naturally, the deputy took over his duties. That young man's name was Karun. Karun immediately began changing the system of his academy. He closed off a large section of the library and demanded a heavy price for entry. He stopped paying the professors and forced students to pay extra fees for every professor they wanted. Then he started taking taxes from the teachers' profits. He stopped spending the academy's income on maintaining a strong, organized peacekeeping army, and instead began openly recruiting the public for a price of 50 pearls per person, if they survived. Of course, this was an enormous amount for ordinary people. Almost anything you can imagine happening in academies these days, Karun invented and implemented first during his rule as an academy head. At that time, he became the focus of attention for all the other academy heads, especially the focus of the Supreme Council of the Academies. Leonid paused briefly. They summoned him and removed him from his position after they had seen enough. Robin nodded slowly. According to the description Leonid gave of the council, it was only natural for them to dismiss him. And what happened after that? They imprisoned him for a period of time for tarnishing the image of the Star Academies, but after a few years he pleaded for mercy, submitting repeated petitions and personal requests. He claimed that he had only wanted to maximize the Academy's resources for the benefit of the Academy itself, insisting that his intentions were never corrupt, only misguided. He said he deeply regretted not consulting the Supreme Council first, and openly admitted that acting alone had been a grave mistake. He declared that he wished to work directly under the authority of the Supreme Council of the Academies so he could learn from them, be guided by their wisdom, and correct his path. And because of his power, his extraordinary competence, and his sharp, calculating intelligence, and because he had technically not violated any written law, the Supreme Council allowed him to be released, but only under several strict and humiliating conditions. First, they made him shave his head completely, wear the robes of a monk, and publicly apologize in the presence of several Academy heads, standing before them and openly saying, "I was wrong." Then he was sentenced to spend the next 100,000 years working in Mid-Sector 250, in direct service to the headquarters of the Supreme Council, performing duties of obedience, discipline, and submission, with no authority of his own. What happened after that? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression shifting with curiosity. The story was becoming increasingly intriguing, darker and more complex than he had expected. What happened, Leonid answered honestly, is that he gained status very quickly. He followed the righteous path and used his sharp intellect to restructure and develop the organization of the Supreme Council itself. He contributed to increasing the number of academies across multiple sectors and expanding their funding through fully legitimate methods that satisfied the Council's standards and laws. Because of that, he began to rise gradually, step by step. He was eventually permitted to regrow his hair and wear whatever he pleased again, and he continued ascending through the ranks until he reached a position directly beneath the council members themselves, standing just one step away from absolute authority. Then, in a very strange and sudden way, one of the council members was killed. Leonid frowned deeply, his tone growing heavier. A young space beast suddenly appeared in front of the planet that council member had refined. It took a massive bite out of it, tearing through its structure, causing the atmosphere to vanish and the planet to be catastrophically destroyed before the council member could do anything to stop it. He died shortly afterward due to the horrific backlash from the sudden, catastrophic explosion and the violent spatial collapse that followed. Of course, it was a massive event at the time. That planet had been hidden inside a spatial pocket, unreachable even through space portals. It was like a pearl preserved inside its own private box, sealed away from the universe itself. No one knew how the space beast found it, how it reached such a hidden location, or why it went there in the first place. Leonid continued in a low, controlled voice, but what happened had happened. One of the 13 had fallen, and the balance of power shifted forever. And naturally, Robin let out a strange, quiet laugh, his eyes narrowing. The next person in the hierarchy of status was Karan. Exactly. Leonid nodded slowly. The Supreme Council opened an intense, exhaustive investigation into the death of their longtime companion. But when they found no evidence of conspiracy, and instead uncovered indications pointing to the location of the space beast and even possible reasons behind its arrival, such as abnormal spatial distortions and unstable cosmic phenomena, they concluded that he had died a natural death, and his seat was officially handed to Karan. He tilted his head slightly as he continued. The period that followed his ascension to one of the seats passed peacefully and without open conflict. He presented several remarkable ideas along the path of righteousness, and he discovered, trained, and cultivated a number of young individuals he considered promising. Indeed, all of them quickly proved their competence, displayed exceptional abilities, and soon they all assumed extremely high positions. Chapter 2080. All of his disciples reached high positions. Robin raised an eyebrow slowly, disbelief clear in his expression. Didn't that era have rivals? Opposing factions? Other powerful figures who could compete with them? That alone shows you the true scale of their superiority, Your Majesty, Leonid replied with a respectful, shallow bow. And there is something else as well. The rest of the council members were constantly overwhelmed, either by large-scale cosmic crises or by personal problems that kept resurfacing again and again. They were scattered, distracted, and divided. None of them managed to build powerful personal factions or loyal circles of followers strong enough to stand against a unified force like Karan's disciples. I see. Robin nodded slowly several times, absorbing the implications. Go on. From that point onward, another incident occurred that claimed the life of one of the council members. Leonid continued calmly. One of Karan's disciples took his seat. Then another council member fell. Then another, and another after him. One by one, Karan began filling the council with his own followers, until the balance of power shifted completely. His influence grew so overwhelming that his voice alone began to shake the entire institution. Even the chairman of the council at that time would avoid direct confrontation with Karan whenever council votes or decisions were involved. Conflict with him became something to be feared, not debated. Wasn't there a single wise man among them? Robin straightened in his seat, his voice rising, someone with enough clarity to see that what was happening was unnatural, engineered, and dangerous. Leonid allowed himself a faint, restrained smile. Of course there was suspicion. The remaining council members were not blind. After yet another member died, they deliberately brought in new people who had no ties to Karan at all to fill the empty seats of their fallen companions, even if those individuals were less competent than Karan's disciples. They preferred loyalty and distance over talent. But even that failed. He continued quietly, those replacements began to die as well, in mysterious and untraceable ways. Others were destroyed by sudden scandals that shattered their reputations, ruined their lives, and erased every achievement they had built. Step by step, every obstacle disappeared. Are you telling me, Robin stared directly into Leonid's eyes, his voice low and heavy, that the current council of the academies is ruled entirely by Karan and his disciples? Yes, Leonid nodded firmly, without hesitation. The only disappearance we still cannot fully explain is that of the old chairman of the council. One day, Karan appeared before everyone and announced himself as chairman. On that same day, he held a grand farewell ceremony for the former leader, celebrating his decision to step down and his choice of a peaceful, quiet life after a long age of service to the universe. He continued, his tone growing darker, and on that very same day, Karan reactivated all the old ideas for which he had once been imprisoned and humiliated. He forced every Star Academy to follow his methods. There was no debate, no resistance, no negotiations. The council was no longer a place of consultation or majority rule. It ceased to be an institution of shared authority. There was only one voice, and around it, nothing but a hollow, useless echo. Why didn't the academies rise against him? Robin's brows furrowed deeply, his expression heavy with disbelief and tension. Your Majesty, Leonid shook his head slowly, I am summarizing events that unfolded over millions of years. This was not a sudden coup. The change was slow, subtle, and almost invisible. Karan erased suspicions step by step, method by method, until doubt itself disappeared. He reshaped the narrative so thoroughly that the current generation truly believes the present council masters were appointed by the Cosmic Elder himself. He lowered his voice further. But that never happened. According to all our intelligence, the Cosmic Elder never even met them. Leonid frowned, his expression tightening. At first, we believed the Cosmic Elder simply did not care about what happened in the Supreme Council after its formation, that he had withdrawn and no longer paid attention to its affairs. We thought he was unaware of what it had become. But the final part of his announcement today proves the opposite. It shows that he knew. He knew everything, and he knew it well. And the reason he never met them, he paused, was not ignorance. It was contempt for what the council had turned into. Robin lowered his gaze in silence, the weight of the revelation pressing heavily on the space around him. The Cosmic Elder himself stated that after building the Supreme Council and appointing its members, he created copies of himself and began investigating the universe, the ancient relics, and everything that had occurred before 97.8 million years ago. He scattered those copies across existence, letting them observe, record, and analyze the deepest layers of reality, history, and forgotten epochs. Compared to that scale of purpose and vision, whatever was happening inside the council must have felt like nothing more than the irritating games of children to him, insignificant noise in the background of a far greater cosmic pursuit. There was another reason behind the silence of the academies back then, Leonid added calmly. The decisions of the Master of the Supreme Council of the Academies, or as he prefers to call himself, the Master of Thrones, benefited all the academies without exception, directly and indirectly. He continued, his voice steady and analytical, even though he imposed crushing taxes, nearly 90% of their annual profits. He also gave them countless methods to exploit surrounding powers and impose massive fees on weaker forces. He taught them how to manipulate systems, how to pressure rivals, and how to extract resources legally and semi-legally. Those enormous sums flowed directly into their pockets and, naturally, benefited the academies themselves, strengthening their influence, armies, and political leverage. Before Karan's rise, there were around 900 academies across the universe. Some academies even had to protect two sectors at once due to lack of funding, manpower, and resources. He paused briefly, letting the contrast sink in. Now there are nearly 4,000 academies. Every sector contains multiple star academies, each with its own army, massive budgets, raw material resources, powerful connections, and authority they never possessed under the old council. Their power structures are stable, their influence is wide, and their reach extends far beyond their original purpose. So why would they be angry at the Lord of Thrones? Are you saying that personal interests played a role in keeping Karan on his throne? Robin slowly stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Absolutely, Leonid nodded firmly. And personal interests are also the main force behind the current rebellion. He gestured with his head toward the distance, as if pointing at unseen forces. Those academies that stopped obeying the Council of Thrones took advantage of the rumor of the Cosmic Elder's death. They demanded tax reductions, claiming the burden had increased and the risks had grown. They also demanded that the Council's vaults be opened, the vaults that had accumulated those unimaginable fortunes over millions of years of control, taxation, and exploitation. He shook his head slowly. Those academies do not care whether the Cosmic Elder is alive or dead. That truth means nothing to them. They only want to break their chains. They want freedom from control, a share of the wealth, and a larger piece of the cosmic system. They want a portion of the cake. And they saw the opportunity when the Council of Thrones lost its greatest supporter, the Cosmic Elder, or so they believe. In the end, the legitimacy of the Council of Thrones, the Supreme Council of the Star Academies, comes from the Cosmic Elder himself. Robin looked toward the horizon in silence, his expression dark and unreadable. Not anymore. Doesn't all of this worry you, after everything you've heard, Your Majesty? Leonid stepped forward, his tone more serious now. Do you truly believe that Karan, the Master of Thrones, will remain silent and simply watch you dismantle everything he spent ages building piece by piece? The damage is already done. Robin let out a small, quiet laugh, placing his hands behind his head in a strangely relaxed posture. I guess we'll find out soon enough, won't we? Badump. Ugh. Robin clutched his chest tightly, his body tensing for a brief moment. Your Majesty. Leonid panicked, stepping closer in alarm. I'm fine, I'm fine. Robin removed his trembling hand from his chest slowly. The omen of truth isn't random anymore after reaching the first stage of causality. It doesn't strike blindly now. It follows laws, threads, and connections. He paused slightly. So, the thread between me and him is already connected. He looked in a specific direction, his eyes stained with red, sharp and focused, as if seeing something beyond space itself. You want me dead that badly, Sevar? Then he formed a strange, hostile smile filled with quiet aggression and cold resolve, and muttered, this won't be easy. Chapter 2081. 3 days later, inside Robin's glass house. Scratch, scratch. Holding his epic pen in his left hand, Robin was engraving a new truth rune onto a massive board above his desk. The inscription was already nearly 70% complete, yet it looked like the beginning of something endless. Every simple stroke of Robin's pen seemed like a single drop of water falling into an ocean, swallowed instantly by the overwhelming complexity and density of the design. Layers of meaning, structure, and law were interwoven so deeply that the rune itself felt less like a drawing and more like a living construct of reality. Yet in truth, he was not even looking at it. Robin's gaze was fixed on his right hand, which at that moment was holding another epic pen, using it to write rapidly across a wooden board similar to the ones he had once used to open the passageway. Symbols, formulas, and structural commands formed in precise sequences, his hand moving with mechanical accuracy, as if guided by instinct rather than thought. As for Seraphim, it was floating near Robin, moving on its own across a gigantic wall-sized panel. At times, it engraved inscriptions with perfect geometric precision. At other times, it calculated complex equations along the side, shifting between creation and computation as if it possessed its own independent will and logic. Robin's legs beneath the desk were bare up to the knees. Beneath them lay dozens of energy pearls, all connected together by a small array drawn on the floor. Streams of refined energy flowed upward into the soles of his feet, warm, fast, stable, and continuous, like a controlled current feeding directly into his core. Even his energy convergence center was unstable. Robin was using a single source to power all three of his writings simultaneously, while at the same time rebuilding the consumed foundations instantly, never allowing them to drop below 5 solid foundations. Destruction and reconstruction were happening in the same breath, collapse and restoration woven into one continuous process. Behind Robin, 2 soul portals were open, releasing violent vortices that struck a massive mound of green and yellow soul emeralds. Energy fragments scattered, were absorbed, recycled, and drawn back into the system, forming a self-sustaining cycle of consumption and refinement. At this moment, Robin was using almost all of his consciousness in a purely practical, applied state. He no longer allowed space for meditation, abstract contemplation, theoretical invention, or long-term speculative planning. There was no room left for slow thinking or distant visions. Time had become too valuable for that. After receiving the powerful omen of truth that came from Sevar, he knew that something immense was approaching. Something vast. Something inevitable. Something that could not be avoided, only prepared for. But at a deeper level, he understood he could not prepare for it through personal power alone. If he attempted a breakthrough now through physical force or raw energy, the problems would only multiply, not diminish. His newly acquired strength, no matter how great, would not be enough to face the enemies that were beginning to turn their eyes toward him. After that thunderous announcement, and with everyone now speaking of Lord Human, Robin Burton, as the legitimate defender and lawful guardian of the universe, he had to anchor himself firmly and prepare for the first wave of reactions, consequences, and retaliation. He had prepared for the day of the announcement long ago, when he ordered Morgana to use every legitimate and illegitimate means of publication to spread the legends and feats of the Cosmic Elder among the masses and revive his forgotten glory. Over dozens of years of continuous influence, even an unborn child had heard of the Cosmic Elder, had grown up with his name echoing through society, and had developed a subconscious sense of debt and reverence toward him. That was why the announcement had been accepted with such ease, smoothness, and almost no resistance. But Robin had not calculated what would happen after that. He had believed this step would occur after thousands of years of Nihari's promotion, after long preparation, after gradual stabilization of power structures, not this fast, not this violently, not this suddenly. Now, he had almost certainly earned the hostility of Karun. And worse than that, Sevar had begun to see him as a threat. So the question remained, why was he still alive 3 days after the announcement? The answer was simple. It was the Cosmic Elder. Even if Sevar could somehow locate him through the thread, and even if Karun could exploit his vast influence and resources to obtain his exact coordinates, neither of them would ever dare to kill him with their own hands, and not in a way that could be traced back to them. That would be nothing less than a direct insult to the Cosmic Elder, the very same being who had publicly called him his close friend just yesterday, in front of witnesses and powers that span entire domains. Do the two of them fear him? Perhaps yes, maybe not. Nevertheless, no one can ignore the Cosmic Elder within the domain of the universe itself. That much is absolutely certain, unquestionable, and universally understood. Even if one of them were delusional enough to believe they could somehow kill the Cosmic Elder, the price would be catastrophic, unbearable beyond imagination, a cost so severe that it would destroy everything they had built. A price they would never be willing to pay, no matter how deep their hatred or ambition ran. So the reaction would come without a doubt, just not now, not openly, and not directly. It would come from the shadows, through proxies, schemes, and indirect hands. All he had to do now was focus on translating his knowledge into power as quickly as possible, converting every fragment of understanding into tangible strength, and he also had to knock. Robin raised his head with furrowed brows, his focus breaking for the first time in a while as he turned to see the newcomer. But his tense expression instantly softened and turned into a warm smile when he saw the figure standing behind the glass. "Welcome, Your Majesty. May I come in?" From behind the glass door, Aldera spoke with a blank, composed face, her eyes fixed on Robin as if she were seeing him for the first time, studying him not as a man, but as a phenomenon. "Of course, please." Robin released several soul units toward the main door, and it opened smoothly and silently, responding to his will as if it were alive. Aldera entered quietly, her steps light and controlled, still staring at Robin in open astonishment, as though what she was witnessing defied all logic she knew. Robin's hands did not stop drawing for even a moment, not for a single heartbeat, even though he was not looking at the boards at all. Yet the lines were perfectly formed, the strokes precise beyond craftsmanship, and the paper panels and even the wooden ones were still glowing faintly, signaling that everything was still aligned, stable, and following the correct path without deviation. Aside from the 3 boards, he was also controlling 2 separate soul gates, absorbing raw energy through his legs, circulating it through his body, and rebuilding his foundations at the same time, layer by layer, structure by structure. Could a human even do something like this? Could a single being truly sustain this many processes simultaneously without collapse? Even if you possess more than one consciousness, you should not place yourself under this kind of pressure, or it will inevitably lead to physical and mental burnout. The teacher's spirit within Aldera could not remain silent, its voice heavy with concern and warning. "Ha!" Robin showed a warm, calm smile and spoke softly, without arrogance or hesitation. "There are things that must happen, things that only I can do. It's pressure, without doubt, but you won't find me complaining. I'm doing something I love, something I chose." Then he tilted his head slightly behind Aldera, his gaze shifting with casual curiosity. "And who's the brother?" There stood a man masked with a white cloth, his posture disciplined, his presence restrained, looking at him with open curiosity and quiet vigilance. "He's my deputy, Azur." Aldera stepped aside and gestured behind her, her tone neutral. "He had to come today. This meeting concerns him as well." Azur stared at Robin's face for a few seconds in silence, as if measuring him, then stepped forward 2 paces and nodded deeply with formal respect. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Human." Robin smiled faintly as his eyes glowed with a soft, subtle golden light, the glow carrying quiet authority. "A guardian of a law from the path of time. That bloodline, and those clothes too, the lineage is obvious. Do you know Lord Sar?" Azur smiled calmly, pride and respect mixed in his expression. "He is my older brother." "Oh." Robin raised his brows slightly, then turned his gaze toward Aldera in clear surprise, waiting for an explanation, curiosity now openly visible on his face. "What?" Aldera frowned slightly, clearly confused by his reaction. "Didn't you know? A large number of academy leaders and deputies are, in fact, the children of behemoths." "How would I know something like that?" Robin raised one eyebrow sharply, half amused, half incredulous. "A large number, you say? 10%, for example." Aldera looked at him in disbelief, her expression shifting into genuine astonishment. "How do you intend to rule the cosmic academies when you don't know information like this?" Then she raised both hands slightly and added with absolute certainty, "Make it 90%. Chapter 2082. Approximately 90% of the heads and deputies of the stellar academies, most of those within the law domination realm or soul masters who possess more than 7 royal stars, are in fact children of behemoths. Aldera shrugged lightly. The remaining 9% were academy students who were extremely specially sponsored after their talent was confirmed beyond any doubt. Finally, perhaps 1% are volunteers coming from other sources. Robin stared into Aldera's eyes for a long moment, studying her expression carefully. "Can you explain that to me?" Then he widened his eyes slightly, his tone slow and deliberate. "Slowly. It isn't very complicated." Aldera showed a small, restrained smile, then turned to her side. "I'll leave that pleasure to Azur. It would be my honor." The deputy nodded seriously, his posture straight and respectful, then raised his hand and removed the veil. He revealed a handsome bearded face bearing a large scar beside his mouth, a scar that looked old and deep, as if it carried a long history of battles and survival. "In truth, Lord Robin," Azur began calmly, his voice steady, "people like us leave the galaxies of the behemoths because we have nowhere else to go, and no real future if we remain." "I don't understand." Robin shook his head slowly. "You have no place in your own homeland? No space for you to exist there? Behemoths live for a very long time, Lord Robin, and their progeny is vast, unimaginably vast." Azur spoke with a faint, knowing smile. "A mortal family can have 5 successive generations in less than 100 years, so what about a behemoth who has lived for tens of millions of years?" Then he shook his head slightly. "Terms like son and grandson lose all meaning, all structure, and all value in such a reality." He continued, his tone explanatory and calm. "That's why most behemoths follow a ranking system for their offspring. The elite progeny of a behemoth's lineage are classified as first-row scions. It doesn't matter whether you are a direct son of the behemoth or a descendant from the 1000th generation. As long as your talent is equal, as long as your potential and ability are judged the same, both are placed in the same rank, with the same status and the same recognition. For example," he added, "in the family of the dreamer Morpheus, a young girl barely 2000 years old joined the first-row scion's rank because of her exceptional talent and intelligence. She became able to call Lord Morval her brother, even though the age gap between them is enormous, and the generational distance between them is beyond description." Robin raised an eyebrow slightly. He was beginning to understand what Azur was getting at, and the deeper implications behind his words. That system made sense given their lifespans and their inhuman scales of time. It seemed to encourage hard work, competition, and talent above bloodline alone, but it was also extremely unjust to those not born with good fortune, to those who lacked the gifts required to rise. In such a system, an ancestor could call his own grandson elder brother or even lord if the gap between them was large enough in rank and status. How great an insult was that? How crushing that hierarchy must feel. Does everyone follow this system? Robin raised an eyebrow again, his voice thoughtful. There are behemoths who don't follow it, right? I believe the Destra family at least does not. Of course the Destra family follows the same system. Azur showed a faint, restrained smile. Those Scions whom Helmer the Destroyer attacked in his internal war were the first-row Scions, a group from the absolute elite of his sons, grandsons, and long lineage. They were the core of his highest bloodline. He continued, as for today, those first-row Scions are the known five, from Lord Hedrick all the way to Lady Helen. But there is another lineage of Helmer, many other rows of direct sons and grandsons, who work in his private army as generals and officers, or govern planets on his behalf, ruling entire worlds in his name. Robin raised his eyebrows in shock. This was undoubtedly new information, heavy information, the kind that reshapes one's understanding of power structures in the universe. Then he exhaled slowly. What are you trying to say after this introduction, Lord Azur? There's no need to address me as Lord Robin. Azur smiled gently, his expression calm, composed, and free of any arrogance. What I'm trying to say is this: you have dozens of behemoths, and each behemoth possesses thousands of scions, grandsons, and descendants spread across elite-ranked bloodlines. You usually only hear about the top 10 or 20, the famous ones, those who rule spiral arms of the galaxy and dominate vast starfields. He paused briefly, letting the weight of his words settle. But beyond them, there are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands more, all living in the shadows, all waiting for any opportunity, any crack in the system, any moment they can use to rise. He lowered his tone as he went on. Hundreds of thousands of behemoth descendants who carry his blood in their veins, cultivate in his path, and master his techniques, yet they are ranked and classified by their own siblings. Azur's voice grew heavier. Most of the time, those rankings are deeply unfair. They're built on old relationships, favoritism, influence, personal alliances, hidden deals, or simple nepotism, and sometimes it's even more primitive than that. Sometimes the older siblings simply don't want competition. He shook his head slowly. You know how these things work. Rarely does a behemoth himself truly notice genuine talent within his own lineage. Power blinds them, and numbers drown out individuality. Most of the scions in the lower ranks exhaust themselves trying to climb just one rank higher, just to gain a few more privileges, a little more protection, a slightly better status. He paused again, then continued in a quieter, more personal tone. And then there are those like me. Those who grow tired of the system, who become disillusioned, who lose hope in ever receiving a promotion, and who decide to carve out their own path somewhere else, far away from the shadow of their lineage. And that path is the academies. Robin exhaled slowly, the conclusion sounding inevitable, almost heavy with resignation. Exactly, Lord Robin. Azur nodded firmly, his voice steady with conviction. They are the only place where we can join and use a behemoth's path without bringing disaster down on our own heads. The only place where we can exist without provoking wars, vendettas, or annihilation. He continued, we enter as students, then as teachers, and if fortune favors some of us, we rise to positions of dominance and authority, reaching ranks like deputy, overseer, or headmaster. Robin nodded several times in understanding, his expression thoughtful. Didn't your father try to summon you back once you reached this level of power? He did. Azur nodded calmly. They always do. Always. A faint bitterness passed through his eyes. They always notice the talent of their children after it's too late, when that talent no longer belongs to them. Then he shook his head slowly. But I will not abandon the academy that nurtured me, protected me, and shaped me, just to return to the place I left by my own will. I won't crawl back to a system I chose to escape. He looked directly at Robin. You can understand that, can't you? I understand, Robin sighed, the answer coming naturally, without hesitation. Then he looked at Aldera and gestured subtly toward Azur. How can you be sure he isn't a spy? Lord Robin. Aldera frowned sharply, her voice firm and unyielding. Azur is the academy's strike force. The spearhead. The executioner. She continued coldly, most of the blue plague that has been eliminated over the last 70,000 years died by his hand. I only dealt with the truly powerful ones myself. Everything else was him. Haha, it's fine, Academy Mistress. It's an important question. Azur laughed softly, unoffended. In truth, the Academy Mistress cannot truly be certain. We don't take oaths, blood contracts, or soul bindings. There's no absolute guarantee. He continued with a calm smile, but you can say this, there is nothing for us to gain by infiltrating the academies and carrying burdens like these responsibilities, when we could instead live freely in the galaxy if we truly wished. Then he closed his eyes gently, his voice lowering. As you know, working in the academies is a form of service to life itself, not a luxurious profession. It's not a throne of pleasure, and not a position we can exploit to secure the interests of the behemoths. He added quietly, the academies avoid direct conflict with behemoths anyway, as you know. At best, the academies act as mediators if a clash occurs. They exist to stabilize, not to dominate. Robin tilted his head slightly. He wanted to scratch it, but both his hands were occupied. This deserves a long session of contemplation, and more than one serious discussion. Then he looked at Aldera again. Why did you wait 3 days? I was thinking about the next step, Eldora replied with slight hesitation, her tone measured and cautious. And have you thought enough? Robin showed a wide, confident smile, calm on the surface, dangerous beneath it. Eldora sighed deeply. Yes, O Master of Thrones. Chapter 2083, Master of Thrones. Robin showed a strange, unreadable smile, one that carried neither admiration nor mockery. That is Karun's title, the former leader of the academies. Eldora nodded slowly. You're going to take his place now, aren't you? Robin turned his head away, his gaze drifting through the vast glass walls of his residence, toward the distant stars beyond. No, I don't want to take another man's title. That would only expose my own pettiness. It would make it seem as if I had chased the leadership of the academies for prestige and status alone, as if I had envied Karun and desired what he possessed rather than building something of my own. And isn't that true? Don't you desire prestige? Eldora showed a faint, knowing smile. Even if I don't know you deeply, the love of power and glory is written all over your face. It's not something you even try to hide. Haha, yes, that part is true. Robin shook his head lightly, his tone honest. But I don't resent Karun for his position or his title. I'm not chasing what he built. I'm aiming for something greater. Something beyond that level entirely. Greater than Karun's status. Eldora stared at him in shock, disbelief clear in her eyes. He is one of the true four pillars of the universe. The four who move everything, directly or indirectly. The ones whose shadows shape entire civilizations and sectors, the Butcher, the Tyrant, the Dreamer, and the Master of Thrones, the sovereigns of sectors 1, 250, 500, and 750. The Butcher. Robin raised a brow slightly, curiosity flickering across his face. Marlik the Butcher. He is the second man in that syndicate and its current driving power. Eldora frowned deeply. It said he's the only one allowed to visit the Archon in his cave. The only one with that kind of access. She looked at him sharply. Don't tell me you don't know Marlik. Robin nodded a few times, calmly processing the information. Let me guess. The Archon is Sevar's title, isn't it? Eldora's brows sank even deeper, her expression tightening with unease. Hee, don't look so surprised. We already have a hostile thread connected between us. Robin laughed softly when he saw her reaction. Whether I say his name or not changes nothing. The line is already drawn. I don't know what that means. Eldora lifted her chin slightly, trying to maintain her composure. But you will have to remember the names and titles of those four if you truly want to clash with the great ones. If you move carefully, if you play your cards right, you might even become the fifth pillar one day. The great ones. Robin shook his head slowly. They are second tier. Yes, I will deal with them. Yes, I will cross paths with them. But they are not my goal. His voice hardened slightly. They are obstacles on my path, nothing more. That's big talk, even for you, Eldora said in disbelief, her voice low. Sorry, but it's the truth. Robin shrugged calmly. Taking one of their titles, or targeting one of them specifically, would only diminish me. It would reduce my worth and shrink my ambition. He paused, then added, and second, the Master of Thrones. He shook his head again, slowly and decisively. In the place where I stand, there is only one throne. Mine. Both Eldora and Azur stared at the side of Robin's head in stunned silence, unable to speak. Does this man know any limits to arrogance? And yet, a few seconds later, realization set in. If anyone else had said those words, they would have laughed, mocked him, or raged at his arrogance. But with Robin, they could only stare in disbelief and unease. Because he had already reached a status comparable to the Master of Thrones. Because his influence, his power, and his position already placed him on that level. Who else could even dare to speak such words? By the way, what about the other three? Robin asked calmly, as if the topic were trivial. You said the four pillars rule the universe. What about the Cosmic Elder Zillan and the others? The Cosmic Elder Zillan, the sovereign of Chaos Athena, and the Archon have not intervened in the affairs of the universe for a very long time, Azur replied this time, his voice calm but heavy with meaning. Each of them carried out something great that completely altered the course of the universe, then took a step back and began to simply observe. If the four we mentioned earlier can be called the pillars, then these three are the true foundation. Their decisions shaped everything that happens across the universe, in every region and every domain, for better or for worse. Even the pillars themselves walked the paths that these three laid out long ago. Robin nodded slowly several times, clearly absorbing the weight of those words. So it's decided then. For now, my goal will be to become the fourth of them, to stand among those who shape destiny rather than merely follow it. Oh, by the way, Robin smiled faintly at Eldora, his tone shifting. Do I understand from what you said earlier that the Dawnlight Academy has now become a Cosmic Academy? Yes, Eldora nodded with quiet certainty. I decided to follow the will of the Cosmic Elder, and to align the Academy with his greater design. Good. Then I have a request, Robin said, nodding in return, his expression turning serious. I want you to help Morgana. Eldora slightly furrowed her brows, clearly not expecting this. I know the request came suddenly, but I truly need you for this mission. Robin sighed and looked ahead into the distance. Morgana is a good instructor and does everything within her power, but she does not yet fully grasp the political and administrative side of things. She has barely managed to secure her grip on the Sacred Covenant Academy, and even that took everything she had. But now other academies will begin requesting to join it, one after another. I don't trust that she can manage all of this pressure and responsibility alone. As for you, he continued calmly, you spent hundreds of thousands of years handling the administrative side of the academy, the tax sector, the maintenance and funding of the peacekeeping army, and countless other logistical matters. No offense, but your academy barely has any teaching to speak of, Robin said plainly. Administration, governance, and structure were always its true strength. You also certainly have connections with the leaders of the other academies. They probably saw you at councils, meetings, symposiums, or formal gatherings like that. Your presence alone will reassure them, reduce their fears, and make the merger procedures far smoother and more stable. What about guarding the gate? Won't you open it again? Aldera asked, pointing down the mountain, her voice edged with concern. As for protecting the gate, Robin gestured toward Azur. Your deputy can remain here and assist my Imperial Guard. The path of time will be ideal for preventing space beasts from escaping anyway, especially during active operations. And what about the blue plague and the space beasts that escape? Aldera replied quickly, her tone sharpening. If I am placed in an administrative role and Azur is stationed here, who will protect the sector itself? Azur can leave to carry out his other duties during the periods when the gate is closed, Robin explained calmly. We will open it for 1 hour, then close it for days or even weeks to clean the battlefield site, eliminate remaining threats, and prepare properly for the next opening cycle. And if we ever need your help, we will summon you quickly through a space portal. Then he looked at Azur directly. I know this puts pressure on you, but I will make sure you are compensated properly and fairly for this burden. It is an honor to serve the sector. Azur showed a strange, almost solemn smile and nodded firmly. Aldera looked away in silence, and it was clear from her expression that she did not like this request at all, not even slightly. What? Robin frowned. I have appointed you to a position almost equal to Morgana's, a status far higher than your role as the head of a stellar academy. You will be overseeing multiple academies and shaping their future direction. Why the hesitation? Aldera remained silent for a moment, then turned and moved to leave. Nothing. I will head now to the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy to carry out my duties. Then, with a soft whoosh, she vanished and reappeared beside the passage at the foot of the mountain. Robin turned to Azur, his brows slightly furrowed. Am I missing something? Chapter 2084. Am I missing something? Robin raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze steady. Aldera seems upset. I can't speak on her behalf with absolute certainty, Azur said as he turned to look down the mountain, his tone calm and measured, but in my opinion, I don't think she's fond of the idea of helping Morgana manage her academy. Not long ago, Morgana was just a teacher with a single royal star, working under Lady Aldera herself. That kind of change in roles isn't easy to accept. That could indeed be the reason, Robin said thoughtfully. But managing a massive entity like a cosmic academy cannot be done by one person alone, and Aldera herself could never manage all the stellar academies on her own either. Then he chuckled softly. Even the Master of Thrones needed 12 of his disciples to help him manage the stellar academies. Do you really think Aldera, who speaks little, and Morgana, who lacks experience, wouldn't need support and structure? An excellent idea, Azur nodded with approval. Perhaps you could issue orders to establish a leadership council for the stellar academies. That way, Aldera and Morgana would stand on the same level, and there would be no sensitivity or hidden tension between them. They could also recruit more talents to help carry the burden. Your Excellency truly is a genius, just as people say. Robin raised an eyebrow, then began to laugh while shaking his head lightly. Yes, I'll follow up on implementing my brilliant solution with Morgana and the Shadow Swords later. But for now, let Aldera extend her hand of help first and take the first step. When exactly did he propose that solution? It was obvious that Azur had put the words in his mouth and then praised him for them. Haha, excellent, Azur nodded firmly, clearly satisfied. Do you require anything now, Lord Robin? If not, I'll take my leave and let you continue with what you're doing. Go ahead, Robin nodded calmly. Experts from my subordinate empires have already begun arriving in waves. They're building slaughterhouses and morgues for the corpses, and constructing several arrays to help you contain and besiege the space beasts. Once they're finished, the passage will be opened again. You probably have about 5 to 7 days before the next trial begins. I will be present then, Azur nodded again, then walked out with steady, confident steps through the main door, and only after that did he disappear completely. A good man, Robin nodded. He probably believes he could erase me with a single strike, and yet he restrained his pride and has already begun treating me as a superior. Then he turned to look down the mountain, where the passage gate stood, with Aldera and Azur beside it, clearly discussing something. No wonder Aldera relies on him in everything. Robin then slightly furrowed his brows. Something was happening now. Aldera and Azur, who had been inspecting the passage gate and looking through it, suddenly stepped a few steps back in unison, as if reacting to the same unseen threat. Aldera drew her short sword from its sheath, and Azur pulled out a crescent-shaped blade, both of them instantly shifting into combat readiness. What's happening on the other side? Robin stood up slowly. Both of his hands were still writing, and everything he was doing was still ongoing. He hadn't stopped a single process or task. No matter the level of danger, as long as those two were there was no need for panic or alarm, unless, of course, it was an ancestor space beast. In that case, he would be forced to release the shard immediately. In the very next moment, the entire scene began to shift and distort before their eyes. Something rushed toward the gate at terrifying speed, its shadow rapidly forming into the shape of a human figure, a human missing a leg and an arm. It was the Cosmic Elder. He burst through the gate as if fleeing from something monstrous, and the instant he crossed over, he threw his mouth open and drew in a violent, desperate breath. Hey. Zillan, what are you doing? Robin muttered, narrowing his gaze as he examined the Cosmic Elder using the zoom eye ability. The clean, new clothes he had entered with just 3 days ago were now torn, scorched, and ruined. His neatly braided hair and his ribboned beard were burned and frizzed out, twisted and wild, like a vagrant's. His entire appearance was ruined, and his condition was clearly terrible, almost unrecognizable. What could have brought you to this state, old man? Robin frowned deeply, his expression hardening. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared behind the gate. Then, bang! It slammed into it with overwhelming force. The gate shook violently, sending brutal shockwaves in every direction, rippling through the air and the ground alike. If the area had not been completely evacuated of workers and researchers the day before, they would all have been killed on the spot. No! The Cosmic Elder turned back instantly, raised his hand toward the violently shaking passage that was on the verge of collapse, and forcefully stabilized it with his power. Your Eminence, the Cosmic Elder. Azur's eyes widened, his hands lifting in shock and excitement, then he bowed slightly. It is an honor to meet your excellency. The Cosmic Elder noticed Azur and Aldera standing together. He floated toward them without a word, grabbed Azur by the back of the neck, and shoved him violently toward the passage gate. There are 7 adult space beasts on the other side. Try to expel them. What? Azur screamed as he was thrown forward through the gate. Then more screams and explosions echoed from beyond the passage, violent and chaotic, different voices this time, filled with panic and rage. Are you waiting for an invitation? The Cosmic Elder snapped, turning to Aldera and pointing sharply toward the passage. S7 adult space beasts. Aldera took a step back in disbelief. What am I supposed to do? She couldn't kill even one of them on her own. Move, the Cosmic Elder barked. He leapt forward and hurled Aldera toward the passage with brutal force. Ah! Aldera only realized what had happened when she found herself on the other side, and a shouting voice thundered from behind her, do not let anything happen to the passage. Then he reinforced it with a louder, harsher voice, die if you must to protect it. Who? The Cosmic Elder released a long, heavy breath and sat down in place, watching the passage closely so it would not receive another impact. At the same time, he kept breathing deeply, feeling the laws around him, sensing their flow and presence, feeling human again, if only slightly. Hey, old man. At that moment, a calm voice drifted beside the Cosmic Elder's ear. Did you just throw 2 of my followers beyond the world's end barrier? How do you intend to compensate me? Ha! The Cosmic Elder turned toward a specific direction. He quickly found Robin high on the mountain, inside his glass chamber, looking down at him with a strange, unreadable smile. 2 of your followers, the Cosmic Elder asked quietly. Did you already publish the announcement? Do good and do it quickly, hee. Robin chuckled lightly, then tilted his head toward the left. Come, eat something and rest. Don't go back to your children and wives in this miserable, broken state. I've built you a home beside mine. I knew you wouldn't be late. Chapter 2085. Mid-Sector 500, Dreamer Galaxy. A light avatar of Timari tilted her head to the right as she read an entire volume in front of her, then to the left again, finishing it from beginning to end in mere seconds. Streams of light reflected across her translucent form as data and symbols passed before her eyes. She nodded afterward with calm confidence. All right, I've reviewed it now. No more revisions. No structural flaws, no missing variables, and no inconsistencies. This should be more than sufficient for designing the network. It's stable, efficient, and scalable. What do you think? Then she passed the volume to the person seated before her, the light-bound pages still faintly glowing with encoded information. Morval flicked it with his finger, and the massive book flew up into the air. Its pages flipped at an incredible speed, producing a continuous hum of energy as thousands of symbols and schematics flowed past. The book then closed on its own and slowly descended onto a table made of light, settling gently as if guided by an unseen force. He opened his mouth after a brief pause. This customized planetary weapons sales network is carefully designed, balanced between security, logistics, and expansion potential. He nodded slowly. Fine. You can meet with the specialists and begin execution. Coordinate with the architects, the array engineers, and the financial overseers. It will take a few years to build something like this properly. Something we've never done for a single person before, not on this scale, not with this level of exclusivity. But I believe we can do it, assuming Robin Burton agrees to the costs. He will agree for sure. How many people in history have enough money to pay 480 billion pearls without feeling like they lost much, or even noticing the loss at all? Timari covered her mouth as she giggled softly, her shoulders shaking slightly with amusement. And how many of them are willing to pay for a customized buying and selling network inside the Soul Society without thinking twice that it might fill a future rival's warehouses, or caring that they're binding themselves to another greater entity with long-term influence and leverage? She lowered her hand gently and smiled knowingly. You have to be Lord Human to request something like this, and to treat it as if it were just another ordinary transaction. Morval nodded in agreement. I still remember our private meeting after the auction, when he tried to speak to me as an equal, without fear. Only a few centuries passed, and he's become our biggest client without dispute, surpassing entire coalitions and ancient factions. Today's deal alone is enough to put him in that position permanently. He looked away, his gaze drifting into the distance. And also, the head of the Cosmic Academies in one move. After a brief pause, he continued thoughtfully, maybe I should start adding the title Lord when I speak to him from now on, at least formally. At least do it when you're talking to him. Timari winked with a wide smile, her tone half joking, half serious. Lord Human loves appearances, titles, and symbolism, and he takes any belittling of his name or status very personally, even if it's unintentional. Morval raised an eyebrow slightly. You seem to know him extremely well. Personally, even, not just professionally. He showed a small, knowing smile. It seems your older sister's complaint was true. You really do deal with Lord Robin on a personal level, far beyond the professionalism you were taught and the protocols you were trained to follow. What's wrong with that? Isn't the result what matters in the end? Timari tapped the table a few times with her finger, the surface rippling with soft light. She's just jealous because she couldn't fill my place or achieve what I achieved. Who else managed to bring a direct deal worth 480 billion pearls, all into the pocket of the Soul Society, in a single negotiation? And that's without counting that we'll impose taxes on every seller in the network and collect more and more money over decades. Continuous profit, exponential growth. She tilted her head slightly. How much will this deal be worth by the time its purpose is fulfilled and Lord Human gets what he wants from it? 1 trillion pearls? Maybe more. Even so, Morval shook his head slowly. Fairies dealing with clients on a personal level violates every rule we have. It makes you emotionally attached to the client, and the client attached to you. Any conflict between you, even a small one, would strain the relationship between the client and the Soul Society itself, and that's something we cannot overlook or underestimate. 480 billion pearls, Timari repeated. Arg, fine, Morval waved his hand in resignation. I'll ignore the complaint this time, and I'll take responsibility for it. He continued, since he's requesting you personally, I'll permanently distribute the rest of the behemoths and other major clients among your sisters, finalize the assignments, and you'll be assigned exclusively to Lord Robin. Then he gestured to her gently. Do you intend to return to the galaxy, or should I send you a device for instant communication with your fairy manifestation at the Sacred Covenant Academy? We can't have our biggest client waiting for you every time. Timari looked away for a few moments in silence, as if thinking, then turned back to Morval with a soft smile. I'll wait for the device at the academy. I like the place there. She waved several times with a big smile. See you. With a soft whoosh, the light manifestation vanished from in front of Morval, dissolving into particles of light that faded into the air. Morval gazed into the distance, toward the shifting horizon of light, his expression thoughtful and unreadable. Lord Robin, huh? Mid-sector 99. Timari opened her eyes, and a bright, radiant smile immediately spread across her face, filling her features with warmth and excitement. Then, with a quick boom, she jumped up from her couch in one energetic motion and hurried out of her private room in the academy, skipping happily through the corridor. Her steps were light and full of enthusiasm, as if she were floating rather than walking. These past days had been extremely enjoyable. She had achieved everything Lord Human wanted, fulfilled his requests with precision, brought massive and continuous profits to the Soul Society, and her status among the Suns had risen dramatically. Her name now carried real weight, her presence commanded attention, and her influence had grown in ways even she hadn't fully expected. After exiting her private residential building, Timari noticed a scene nearby that drew her attention immediately. Several people were standing around Morgana, all with their arms crossed and brows furrowed as they looked at her with obvious pressure. Meanwhile, Morgana spoke with clear nervousness, trying to explain something in a careful, controlled voice. The way they stood showed open condescension toward the person in front of them, as if they didn't truly see her as an equal. At the same time, their calm expressions and occasional nods suggested that they were actually interested in what they were hearing, even if they didn't respect the authority behind it. Oh, they're all presidents and vice presidents of stellar academies, Timari giggled softly. It seems Lord Human's invitation has started to take effect, hee. Then she pursed her lips slightly, her expression turning more thoughtful. But he must find a solution to their disdain for the new administration. They're all monarchs, guardians, or 7-star soul masters at the very least, figures of authority, power, and long history. And after the mysterious Master of Thrones, now they're expected to listen to a soul mistress with only 6 royal stars. She shook her head lightly. That will be difficult for them, and for her as well. With a sharp buzz, the Academy space portal opened with a hum of energy, and Aldera stepped out. Or what remained of Aldera, to be precise. Her clothes were torn in several places, hanging in ruined strips, and she was so severely injured that there were patches of burned skin and missing flesh. Her body bore clear signs of brutal battle and overwhelming power. Only her large, familiar eyes and the short sword she always carried in her left hand proved that she was truly Aldera. Who could do something like this to a monarch of a major fundamental law? Timari frowned deeply, shock and disbelief filling her expression as she watched Aldera approach Morgana and the group around her. All of them, with stunned and even frightened expressions, immediately bombarded her with questions about what had happened to her, their voices overlapping in confusion and alarm. They all carried the same question in their minds as Timari. But Aldera raised her hand, and everyone fell silent at once. Then she firmly pulled Morgana out from among them and left with her without another word. As she departed, she called back to them to go for a walk and said that there would be an official meeting in the main hall at the end of the day, her voice calm, controlled, and commanding despite her condition. Timari watched the presidents and vice presidents of the academies as they dispersed with furrowed brows, each one lost in thought. Some were thinking about what they would demand in the meeting, others were thinking about the meaning of the meeting itself, and perhaps many of them were thinking about the reason behind Aldera's terrifying, broken appearance. Timari smiled faintly, her eyes shining with interest. The academy is truly fascinating. There's really no reason for me to leave it, hee. Chapter 2086. Mid-sector 105, The Beast Garden. Crunch. Zavaros grabbed the thigh of a massive bird nearly the size of his entire body, tore into it with a savage bite, and began chewing with brutal strength, his jaws working as he opened his mouth wide, crushing flesh and bone alike. Then, with a lazy flick of his arm, whoosh, he hurled what remained of the thigh in a random direction, as if discarding nothing more than a scrap. Crash! Several kilometers away, multiple towering trees shattered violently, their trunks splitting apart, and from between the debris emerged a gigantic dog-like creature. It leapt through the broken wood, snatched the roasted meat in mid-air, and vanished once more into the wild, its presence fading as quickly as it appeared. Ha ha, good boy. Zavaros laughed deeply, the sound thick and heavy, then extended his hand toward another platter, already reaching for more food without hesitation. Father. At that moment, a feminine voice sounded, calm yet firm, as a woman descended beside Zavaros and landed with controlled force. What have you decided? She stood over 2 meters tall, her dark hair trailing until it touched the ground, her body overflowing with maturity, dominance, and raw power. 2 horns rose from her forehead, her expression sharp, focused, and disciplined, with a smaller, underdeveloped horn at the center. The right side of her face was covered in scale-like cracks, rough and alien in texture, yet aside from that, she possessed clearly human features. Even while standing before Zavaros, she stood firmly and proudly, powerful, stable, and unshaken, her presence solid and imposing. About what? Zavaros took a massive bite of smoked ribs, swallowing them bone and all with brutal ease, then tossed the rest aside without a second thought. If it's something ordinary, handle it as usual, Xena. Don't burden my head with such matters. About what was stated in Brother Zarian's message regarding the man who supports Lord Hedrick against us, the girl frowned, her expression tightening. About the announcement of founding the Cosmic Academies, she continued, her voice carrying pressure and urgency. How do you expect me to make decisions on matters of this magnitude? Zavaros stopped eating and looked at his daughter for a few moments in silence, his expression unreadable. Both major matters that require my personal intervention revolve around the same person. Don't you find that strange? Xena nodded slowly. What's strange isn't that Lord Robin is the center of both matters, but how fundamentally different they are, she said. In one, he fights us through proxy warfare, through his armadas and the shadow swords, living up to his title as a true war chosen, as people call him. In the other, he is a close friend of the Cosmic Elder, seeking global peace, stability, and the protection of people across worlds. It seems our man has far too much free time and doesn't know how to fill it. Zavaros wiped his hand clean of food, brushing away grease and ash. I've thought about what we should do, and I want your opinion, since you are my assistant and the supervisor of your remaining siblings, and the one who coordinates them all. Go on. Xena nodded firmly, her posture straight and resolute, ready to listen. She did not govern one of the galaxy's arms or a galaxy itself as the other first-rank siblings did. Instead, because of her intelligence, clarity of mind, and discipline, her father chose her to oversee them and coordinate between them. She might not be able to give them direct orders, but they listened to her regardless, respecting her authority and position. If she complained to their father about any of them, the consequences would be severe, decisive, and impossible to escape. For the matter of the Cosmic Academy, Zavaros waved calmly, his tone steady and controlled. The Cosmic Elder appeared to be in good condition during the announcement, so it's safe to comply with his legislation for now and avoid unnecessary friction. If a Cosmic Academy appears in any sector near us, allow the forces to grant them tax privileges without resistance. And if they wish to open a branch in our mid-sector 105, make things easy for them, remove obstacles, and facilitate every procedure. He paused briefly before continuing. We have 3 fourth-row scions in the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy, correct? I've heard of their achievements there, and now that the Sacred Covenant Academy has become the pearl of all academies, those achievements carry far greater weight and influence. Make them third-row scions. Give them a few solar systems to manage so they can test themselves, sharpen their abilities, and prove their worth in real governance. And send 30 additional third and fourth-row scions there as well, so our presence becomes firmly rooted. He wiped his brow and added, I also want you to send a few gifts to the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy. Prefabricated buildings, perhaps beast bones, resources and materials, things that can be used to build more academies in other sectors. I think it would be an appropriate and symbolic gift. They'll most likely need them very soon, perhaps sooner than they themselves expect. What do you think? I have no comment. Xena let out a long, relieved breath. She had come with her heart pounding violently, fearing that he might disregard the Cosmic Elder's recommendations regarding the Academy entirely, since he had done so before when the Cosmic Elder forbade attacking behemoths in other sectors. For her father to try to avoid direct hostility with the Cosmic Elder was the safest option. Even if he disobeyed him in one matter, he could escape the problem by obeying in another. Continued defiance could lead him into the same fate as Karan, the only one in history to have received a direct threat from the Cosmic Elder. What about Lord Human's involvement in Hedrick's war? Xena frowned slightly, her expression tense. According to his response to my brother Zarian, he doesn't want to fight us. It's clear he's inviting us to leave the sector by tempting us with money, trying to buy our withdrawal instead of confronting us directly. Ha ha. Zavaros seemed to laugh with his entire body, his massive frame subtly shaking. Who else would try to tempt a behemoth with money? Then he slapped his thigh with amusement. But he's serious, and I'm interested, very interested. Interested? Xena asked in surprise, her brows lifting. Very. Zavaros nodded slowly, then raised his index finger with emphasis. I intervene in mid-sector 101 for one reason only, to weaken Darvian, the behemoth closest to my galaxy, who was controlling that sector by proxy. Without my interference, he would have imposed full control there by now and turned it into a fortress of influence. He continued, and currently we are attacking all the forces, flattening them completely, or deliberately engaging in battles against fleets and major figures there to make that sector sterile, broken, and unable to assist Darvian if he takes control. Then he shook his head slowly. I don't care about Mid-Sector 101 itself, nor about the seed I can't get out from there. All that matters to me is destroying the powers of Mid-Sector 101, fueling the situation by increasing casualties, igniting chaos, encouraging Darvian to send more of his armies to fall into the blood trap there, and in the end, I take control of Mid-Sector 101 and destroy the cursed galaxy in a single, decisive strike. And what changed in your view? Xena frowned slightly, clearly trying to understand. Didn't Robin Burton say that his enemy is Darvian because he opposes his son's mother-in-law? Zavaros laughed deeply. Then let's take a step back and let them grind each other down. Let them bleed each other dry. It's a fight on the bride's hand. What does it have to do with us? Chapter 2087. Will you withdraw from Mid-Sector 101 that simply? Xena frowned deeply, the lines on her forehead sharpening. You remember the scale of our losses there, don't you? The total casualties have nearly reached 1,500 complete fleets, not scattered ships but full formations with commanders, elites, and logistics. We also lost a Guardian, one of the first row scions from Generation 566. That alone shook the balance of our upper ranks. Who said anything about leaving the sector? Zavaros burst into laughter, his voice heavy and resonant. And who said we'll bear any losses? Please, explain. Xena bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet earnest. Although she usually managed everything related to the galaxy without returning to her father for guidance, he was still the behemoth, the one who carved his path to the summit through blood and conquest and gathered this entire galaxy under his authority. Even if he no longer involved himself in most matters after stabilizing his throne, every word he spoke carried layers of experience, strategy, and long vision. To her, his sentences were doctrines worth studying. Focus carefully on the content of humans' words, Zavaros began slowly. He did not demand that we withdraw. He spoke of resolving matters. He began from his side by opening the door to trade, claiming he possesses a sea of pearls vast enough for us to benefit from. Correct. Correct, Xena nodded. But in practical terms, isn't resolving the matter equivalent to stepping away from the sector? No, Zavaros waved his hand lazily. He avoided saying it directly because he knows such a demand would be impossible. It would diminish my stature and push me into a direct clash with Darvian. I will allow neither humiliation nor forced confrontation. His eyes narrowed slightly. However, there are other paths. He leaned back slightly as he continued. We can cease our direct assaults on the forces of Mid-Sector 101. We can disengage the armadas currently entangled in prolonged engagements. If our fleets stop advancing, if we halt the systematic flattening of their military infrastructure, wouldn't that in itself ease the pressure? Xena's brows tightened. And Darvian, if we suddenly freeze our movements while our armadas disengage from active conflict, won't that be interpreted as retreat? Wouldn't that embolden him? Ah, interpretation is flexible. Zavaros waved dismissively. We fabricate a narrative. We claim Zarian has been struck by a grave illness requiring a strategic pause and resource reallocation. Or we announce that an unexpected assault crippled half our fleets, forcing us to divert our remaining forces to defensive protection. Or something similar. A convincing story is enough in wartime. He chuckled darkly. Meanwhile, we coordinate with humans so that one of his armadas remains positioned near ours, creating the illusion of continued tension. From a distance, nothing changes. His laughter deepened. And during that time, our men return to the military base in Mid-Sector 101. They regroup, resupply, and observe from afar while others bleed. That is feasible. Xena nodded slowly, already calculating the sequence of staged events required. I can orchestrate a series of controlled incidents, reports, and internal communications that justify our fleets consolidating around the base. Externally, it will appear strategic rather than defensive. Then her expression hardened again. But you mentioned losses. We have already lost fleets, commanders, and a guardian. How do you propose we compensate for that? We will reclaim every loss from that endless sea of pearls he boasts about. Zavaros laughed confidently. If he wishes to buy peace, then he will pay properly for it. He tilted his head slightly. What exactly was his initial request for the first transaction? A small lake of blood from a nine-tailed fox at Nexus state level. Yes, Xena confirmed. In addition to 100 bottles of nine-tailed fox blood at the law domination realm. Zavaros nodded twice, thinking. Instead of sending merely a lake of blood, send him an entire family of nine-tailed fox beasts. A male and a female, both in Nexus state. Let him deal with breeding, harvesting, and whatever ambitions he has. His lips curled faintly. And instead of the 100 bottles of law domination realm blood, send him a small lake. Make it generous. Are you not going too far? Xena's voice rose despite her usual composure, her brows knitting tightly as genuine alarm surfaced on her face. The nine-tailed fox is an extremely rare and overwhelmingly powerful bloodline. It does not exist anywhere in the universe except here, under our control. Why would you give them an entire family? Her expression darkened further as another thought struck her. And a lake of law domination realm fox blood? Do you understand what that could do for that girl, Renara? With that level of cultivation, her foundation would be transformed completely. Make her a law dominator? And what's the problem with that? Zavaros threw his head back and laughed, the sound rumbling from deep within his chest. It's not as though we suffer from a shortage of law dominators. Let him have one. What difference does a single new law dominator make to us? He continued chuckling before waving dismissively. Secondly, what is the issue with giving him a pair of beasts? Don't be narrow-minded. Yes, I use the rarity of their blood to achieve strategic leverage. Scarcity creates value, and value creates control. But in the same way, I can use the beasts themselves as instruments. His gaze drifted toward the distant beast garden, his eyes lingering there with a strange, unreadable look. They were born to assist me in the end. Their existence serves my will. Whether through their blood, their offspring, or their symbolic weight in negotiation, I will use them in whatever manner I deem appropriate. Xena nodded slowly, forcing her emotions back under control, her face returning to its usual blank discipline. May I ask what exactly you consider appropriate in a deal like this? What is the deeper calculation? Zavaros kept staring toward the beast garden for a long moment, a faint trace of something almost sorrowful flickering in his gaze before it disappeared. Then he turned back to her. Preparing the pair properly and gathering a full lake of blood will take decades. We cannot rush such things without diminishing quality. During that time, I want you to have Zarian send a formal reply to Human. He leaned back slightly. Tell him we accept the offer. Inform him that our army will begin withdrawing to the military base starting today, reducing offensive pressure. And tell him to begin gathering the funds required to complete the first transaction. His lips curled faintly. I want 400 billion pearls. 400 billion. Xena's eyes widened fully, the sheer number momentarily shaking even her disciplined mind. Isn't that excessively inflated? In the end, no matter how rare, they are still beasts. You don't understand. Zavaros shook his head slowly. The beasts and the blood are not merchandise in this context. They are a gift from me to him, a gesture of goodwill to establish long-term channels. I did not attach a price tag to them. What? Xena's confusion deepened. The 400 billion, Zavaros said calmly, is the price for removing my hand from Midsector 101. He laughed again, openly and without restraint. It is the price of strategic absence. I will accept this bribe gladly, and he will pay it. He waved lightly. But inform him early. Let him begin preparing, consolidating, liquidating if necessary. 400 billion is not gathered overnight, even for someone boasting a sea of pearls. It truly is enormous. Xena looked downward, mentally reviewing the treasury ledgers she knew so well. If he agrees, this will be unprecedented. In the entire recorded history of this galaxy, our treasury has never received such a quantity of pearls in a single influx. Our primary income source, aside from internal mining and resource allocation, has always been the sale of beast blood throughout the universe. And most of those transactions involve low-level bloodlines sold in steady volume. Zavaros looked at her with a faintly amused expression. You did not need to remind me. He chuckled again. Yes, we do not usually secure grand transactions under this model, but stability outweighs spectacle. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering with conviction. The second cultivation path is the most widespread cultivation route across the universe. That is not speculation, it is structural reality. And that reality will persist indefinitely. No one in cosmic history has resolved the energy-gathering center bottleneck at the Martial Emperor stage, and no one ever will. His laughter grew deeper. Other behemoths may see their enterprises disrupted. Their influence may fluctuate. Their systems may collapse under manipulation or rebellion. But our foundation is tied to necessity. As long as cultivators exist, they will need what we provide. Our business will endure until the final moment of this universe's lifespan. You're right, Father. Xena bowed slightly once more, her confidence restored. Our source is the most stable and formidable among all powers. I will depart now and begin implementing your directives immediately. Without further hesitation, she shot away like an arrow, her figure vanishing into the distance with decisive speed. Zavaros remained alone. He reclined upon his massive couch, one arm draped lazily to the side, his gaze drifting slowly across the beast garden. For a brief moment, something heavy lingered in his expression, as though the weight of ages pressed behind his laughter. Then the shadow vanished. A wide grin spread across his face, and he roared with booming laughter that echoed across the garden. Ha, ha, ha. Who wants more food? Chapter 2088. 50 years later, in year 750 after the coronation on planet Azakra, Renara sat cross-legged in a formal meditation posture in a vast open courtyard beneath the Imperial Palace. The stone floor beneath her had long since darkened from repeated training sessions, stained by thermal energy, frost, and blood. Yet despite her disciplined posture and perfectly aligned breathing pattern, it was obvious she had not truly entered a state of deep meditation or mental equilibrium. Her eyes were tightly shut, but her eyelids trembled uncontrollably. Her chest rose and fell in a measured rhythm, yet each breath carried a faint hitch, as though something inside her chest resisted calmness. She held her chin high with stubborn pride, maintaining the bearing of someone unwilling to bow even before failure. But sweat streamed down from the roots of her hair, soaked her temples, and traced thin lines along her neck. The muscles in her shoulders twitched intermittently. She was enduring pain, suppressing it through sheer will. Clink! Beside her, an empty crystal bottle rolled gently across the damp, hardened stone. It turned once, twice, then continued toward the edge of a short rocky drop. For a brief second it teetered there before tipping over. Plish! It fell into a shallow pool of dark crimson liquid below, the same blood pool beside which Renara had trained 50 years ago, when her journey with the Aurora Fox blood first began. Across those 50 long years, Renara had consumed 2 additional bottles of Aurora Fox blood beyond the original 7. However, the reaction of her body to the 8th and 9th bottles had been noticeably weaker. The violent purifying storms and explosive surges of affinity that once shook her meridians had diminished. The reason was not stagnation, it was oversaturation. The number of affinity elixirs supplied to her by the true beginning empire had steadily increased over time. What began as 1 bottle per month became 1 bottle every 3 weeks. Each elixir was valued at 300 million pearls, a figure that would bankrupt entire star systems, yet they were delivered to her as routine cultivation support. That overwhelming quantity of elixirs had continuously purified her body, scrubbing away impurities accumulated from the Aurora Fox blood while simultaneously expanding her affinity toward all 9 paths. The environment of Sky Opening City itself had changed as well. The city no longer relied on Devos blood for large-scale cultivation enhancement. Instead, Aurora Fox blood had become integrated into its infrastructure, further strengthening Renara's natural resonance with frost and heat. By the time she consumed the 9th bottle, Renara had clearly sensed the minor frost law. It had responded to her. It had accepted her presence. The pathway toward becoming its monarch stood open before her. Yet she did not forge the link, because a direct command arrived from Lord Robin Burton. She was to study the major thermal law itself, not merely touch it, not merely sense it, but attempt communication. The order struck her like a thunderclap. Along with it came a 6-stage cultivation technique centered on the major thermal law, accompanied by an increase in elixir allocation and complete logistical support from every department under Lord Robin's authority. Resources, guidance, protection, everything was arranged. There was no hesitation in her obedience. To attempt communion with a major law she had never once studied in her life, while a minor law from the thermal path had already granted her acceptance as its monarch, it was irrational. It was reckless. But Lord Robin knew better. At least, that was what she told herself. The difficulty lay in the nature of laws themselves. A minor law could be approached, negotiated with, slowly harmonized. A major law was different. It was foundational, vast, uncompromising. It did not bend easily. The gap between her and the major thermal law felt absurd. It was like a child who had only just learned addition and subtraction being handed a thick tome labeled differential geometry, expected not merely to read it, but to master it. And yet, Lord Robin knew better. Probably. Renara exhaled a long, trembling breath. Her brows quivered violently as waves of heat and cold clashed within her meridians. She had just swallowed the final drop of the 10th bottle. For 50 years she had delayed this moment, stretching out the process as long as possible. Instead of immediately consuming the 10th bottle, she had greedily absorbed the lake of Aurora Fox blood in Nexus state, draining most of it through relentless refinement. She allowed no one else a single drop. The more she consumed, the more impurities accumulated. The affinity elixirs were forced to work overtime, purging toxins, repairing meridians, stabilizing her foundation. It became a cycle of accumulation and purification, heat and frost, expansion and correction. And in the end, all that excess achieved nothing decisive. Her connection to the minor frost law remained stable. Her body grew stronger. Her affinity broadened. But the major thermal law remained distant, silent, unreachable. Thus she finally resorted to the 10th bottle. She drank it slowly, carefully, with expectation trembling beneath her composure. And still, nothing changed. No revelation, no resonance, no whisper from the vast expanse of the major thermal law. No matter how deeply she focused, no matter how fiercely she pushed her perception outward, she could not sense it. Over the past several years, Renara had pushed herself relentlessly. She comprehended the major thermal law all the way to the 6th grade, memorizing every theoretical framework, every symbolic fluctuation pattern, every recorded case of resonance left behind by ancient monarchs. She did not merely study it in seclusion, she forced it into her everyday existence. When she walked, she adjusted the temperature of the air around her ankles by a fraction of a degree. When she drank water, she subtly altered its warmth before it touched her lips. When she breathed, she visualized microscopic thermal currents entering and exiting her lungs in controlled spirals. She did all this in the hope that repetition would breed familiarity, and familiarity would awaken instinct. Yet no matter how she tried, she still could not feel the major thermal law. Instead, an unsettling realization crept into her awareness. Her pull toward the minor frost law was fading. At first it was faint, like a distant echo growing softer. But gradually she became certain. The responsiveness she once felt, the subtle welcoming chill that had acknowledged her presence, it was thinning. It was as if the minor frost law had sensed her rejection, as if it understood that it was her second choice. And so, it withdrew. Renara's body suddenly trembled violently. Her meridians spasmed as opposing energies clashed without harmony. A mouthful of blood burst from her lips. It splattered against the stone in a swirl of black, blue, and red, frost-tainted corruption mixing with overheated soul backlash. The metallic scent spread into the air. For a few seconds she remained hunched forward. Then slowly, deliberately, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. All I gained from the last bottle was more impurities. Her voice was steady, but her lips quivered with suppressed anger. It seems my body has built immunity to Aurora Fox blood. She lowered her gaze toward the diminishing lake below. Once vast and vibrant, it now appeared shallow, its surface duller than before. Regret filled her eyes. If she had developed resistance to the most refined, concentrated bottled blood, then the lake, weaker by comparison, was now meaningless. Continuing to consume it would only poison her further. She inhaled deeply, then stood upright. I have to speak to him, she murmured. Without the blood, she had no means to elevate her natural affinity any further. And without raising that foundation, sensing the major thermal law was a fantasy. The only viable path left was to fully commit to the minor frost law, but that required Lord Robin's approval. Or perhaps he would provide an alternative solution she could not yet see. Did the thought ever cross her mind that she could ascend as a monarch immediately and free herself from obedience? Not once. Authority, in her heart, was not a chain, it was structure. And structure was survival. Whoosh! Rhaenyra exited the subterranean chamber where the Blood Lake had been relocated decades ago. She crossed the expansive grounds of her family's palace in a blur, heading toward the spatial portal that connected to planet Donera. But she stopped abruptly. Her brows drew together. The area around the spatial portal was in clear disarray. The new 9 Hall's masters were present. The 12 new elders stood in tense formation. Several protectors lined the perimeter. Nearly every high-ranking figure not stationed on a critical frontline had gathered here. The atmosphere was thick, not chaotic, but anticipatory. Rhaenyra descended slowly. Soltier, Daharis, what is happening here? Wing Lady. All present bowed deeply except for 2 figures who immediately rose to meet her. Soltier, Hall Master, her closest aide, and the first Nexus State after her, spoke first, urgency in her tone. Something significant is about to occur. What? Rhaenyra asked. Why are you assembled around the spatial portal? Daharis answered, his expression serious. We were instructed by the Shadow Swords to clear a forest near the palace, establish a high-grade isolation and defensive formation around it, and gather all senior personnel here today. We were told to wait. Nothing more. Rhaenyra's gaze shifted toward the gate. What kind of event required this level of secrecy and this degree of preparation? The Shadow Swords did not act without cause. BZZZT. The spatial portal suddenly activated. Light flared violently from its core, distorting the air around it. The formation arrays surrounding the plaza flickered under the surge of energy. Every cultivator present instinctively tightened their aura. Then, boom, a colossal paw burst through the portal and crashed onto the platform beneath. Chapter 2089. Boom. The instant the colossal claw tore through the spatial gate and crushed into the plaza, the shockwave rippled outward like a violent storm. Stone shattered. Defensive formations flared instinctively. Dust and fractured runes spiraled into the air. Every cultivator present retreated at least 1 step. Weapons flashed into existence, spears, blades, and spiritual constructs. Those with formidable cultivation opened their soul gates fully, their auras rising in layered waves of readiness. The pressure radiating from that claw alone was suffocating. Ancient. Vast. It was not merely powerful. It was superior. Wait. Rhaenyra's voice cut through the chaos. She raised a hand sharply, then began descending with deliberate calm. Don't attack. Do you feel that? The tension paused. Gradually, the gathered elders and hallmasters focused again on the aura pouring from the portal. Confusion replaced hostility, then disbelief. That aura was familiar. Not vaguely, nor distantly. It resonated with their blood. Before anyone could speak, the space within the gate distorted again, and a massive white muzzle pushed through. A fox's face emerged. Its fur was pure, radiant white. From the tip of its nose stretching past its ears were 9 flowing streaks of different colors: crimson, azure, emerald, gold, violet, silver, indigo, amber, and pale frost blue. They shimmered faintly, as if each color represented a different force of nature. This. Again the crowd stepped backward, but now in stunned awe rather than fear. They had seen this image before, painted in ancient murals, carved in relief across temple walls, and enshrined in a towering artwork within the throne hall itself. That face, those colors, a 9-tailed fox. Boom! A second claw gripped the shattered plaza. The fox strained, its massive body resisting the narrow diameter of the spatial gate. The gate crackled violently, its edges sparking as if struggling to contain what was passing through. The beast's icy eyes swept across the crowd with sharp hostility. Killing intent flickered instinctively at the edge of its gaze, the natural response of a predator stepping into unknown territory. Then something changed. Confusion took over, and its head tilted slightly. It had sensed something, its own aura, embedded within the bodies of those tiny beings staring up at it. BZZZT. With a final surge of force, the enormous fox pulled its entire body free from the portal. The spatial gate trembled violently before stabilizing, and then came the sight that made several elders lose strength in their legs. 9 tails unfurled behind it. Each tail was colossal, easily the size of its entire body. Each bore a different radiant hue matching the streaks on its face. They swayed gently in the air, scattering crystalline flakes that drifted down like multicolored snow. Where those flakes touched the ground, frost formed momentarily before evaporating into shimmering motes. 9-tailed fox. One hall master whispered before collapsing to his knees. Thud, thud. Others followed, trembling. Some wept openly. You. Rhaenyra descended slowly until her eyes were level with the beast's enormous gaze. Her own were wide with disbelief. Can you speak? The fox's pupils narrowed slightly. What is happening here? Its mouth opened, and a deep, resonant voice rolled across the plaza like distant thunder. The air vibrated with each word. Why does my aura, my blood, flow within you? Rhaenyra swallowed once, then bowed respectfully. We are the Kayamaji human race. The blood of a 9-tailed fox like you runs within our veins. For generations, we were told our ancestor perished long ago. This is the first time we have seen one of your kind with our own eyes. The fox's expression darkened instantly. Who perished? The roar that followed cracked several tiles beneath their feet. That aura is mine. That blood is mine. Rhaenyra instinctively stepped back, shock detonating across her features. An elderly elder fell flat to his knees. Ancestor, are you the very progenitor whose blood flows in us? Is this real? Soltier whispered, a hand covering her mouth and tears forming in her eyes. The ancestor has come personally? The shadow swords arranged this. Dahorus lowered himself even further, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Great ancestor, Wing Lady Renara spoke only what we were told. We never intended disrespect. Please, calm your anger. Come with us. Meet your descendants properly. Great ancestor is our supreme guest, another elder cried out, slamming his forehead to the stone. Our honored sovereign, our benefactor. Long live the ancestor. Long live the ancestor. The fox observed the kneeling figures, the trembling devotion, and the reverence vibrating in the air. As it should be. The corner of its mouth lifted slightly, amused and satisfied. Perhaps this relocation will not be as unpleasant as I anticipated. Relocation. Renara repeated, her heart pounding. Does great ancestor mean you will remain here? If true, the implications were staggering. A living nine-tailed fox, the original bloodline source, residing among them? That would not merely strengthen their race, it would redefine their destiny. If she could persuade the ancestor to grant her just a single cup of his blood every few years, her affinity would soar to heights she had never dared to imagine. This was not merely any nine-tailed fox. This was the fox, the very origin of the bloodline her grandfather had obtained all those years ago. The source, the purest root. It was perfect. No, it was a miracle, a dream descending from the heavens. And more astonishing still, this nine-tailed fox was no longer at the strength it once possessed when its blood had first been extracted in ancient times. Back then, it had merely been at mid-level Nexus state. Now, its aura clearly radiated the power of a peak Nexus state. The density of its bloodline alone could likely elevate their entire race by a tier. If she could convince him, somehow, by persuasion, by respect, by offering resources, anything, if only. BZZZT. The spatial gate crackled once more. A shadow sword stepped out casually, holding a scroll in one hand and absent-mindedly scratching his head with a pen in the other. He looked utterly unimpressed by the monumental creature standing before him. His eyes drifted upward lazily as he realized a massive white fox was blocking the exit. His brows knitted slightly. Why are you still standing there, animal? He called out flatly. Move to your new garden. Every single cultivator present felt their souls leave their bodies for a moment. Shadow sword. Renara shouted sharply, horrified. What are you saying? What? The shadow sword glanced at her with mild confusion. We asked you to prepare a forest and surround it with isolation and defensive formations. Didn't you finish yet? He sighed as if mildly inconvenienced. Never mind. We can wait until you complete it. Then he looked back at the nine-tailed fox with visible irritation. Hey, move away from the portal. You're blocking the passage. Sit somewhere properly until they finish building your new enclosure. Don't make me call your old warden. You. Hallmaster Dahorus raised a trembling hand, intending to speak, but his throat locked. His mind could not process what was happening. That was their ancestor, their progenitor, their sacred bloodline origin. The shadow swords had actually succeeded in bringing him here, and now they were speaking to him like a stray beast? The nine-tailed fox's fur bristled faintly. Its massive tail swayed once with restrained irritation. A flicker of prideful fury crossed its cold eyes. But then, something curious happened. It hesitated. It looked away. Then, with surprising restraint, it leapt lightly toward an empty section of the prepared garden. Its landing caused no tremor and no destruction. It folded its 9 colossal tails around itself and sat down stiffly. It looked deeply embarrassed. Well then, one delivery completed. The shadow sword casually placed a checkmark on the scroll. He turned slightly, clearly intending to return through the portal. Wait. Whoosh. Renara appeared directly in front of him, her eyes wide and blazing with confusion. I recognize you. You're a numbered shadow sword, aren't you? What exactly is happening here? Oh. The shadow sword looked at her with half-lidded, sleepy eyes. It appears the performance of the Wing of the Nine Paths pleased His Majesty. He decided to reward you. He shrugged lightly. Don't make it a bigger matter than it is. Treat the gifts properly. Use them to strengthen yourselves and serve His Majesty more efficiently. He extended his hand and handed her a strangely shaped spatial ring. Its surface shimmered with dense restrictions. There's a small pond of nine-tailed beast blood inside. A law domination realm 1. Renara's thoughts shut down entirely. A pond of dominator nine-tailed beast blood? Her fingers trembled as she accepted the ring. She could already feel the overwhelming vitality sealed within. BZZZT. Before anyone could recover, the spatial gate activated yet again. Another claw emerged, noticeably smaller than the first. The portal crackled violently as space distorted and groaned under pressure. Moments later, a second nine-tailed beast stepped through. A female this time. Her fur was slightly sleeker, her gaze sharper, her aura equally profound though less domineering than the first. Silence fell over the plaza. No one dropped to their knees. No one shouted. No one cried. They had surpassed shock. They simply stood frozen, mouths hanging open, slowly turning their heads between the obedient male fox seated in the garden and the newly arrived female emerging from the portal. Well then. The shadow sword marked 2 additional checks on his scroll. Second animal delivered. Ring received. He gave a casual, almost dismissive salute. Work here is complete. Without another word, he stepped back into the spatial portal. BZZZT. Chapter 2090. Midsector 99, capital of the continuous chaos Millennium Empire. Step, step, step. The sound of measured footsteps echoed through the vast obsidian corridor. Aru advanced beneath towering arches carved from black astral stone, veins of dim starlight flowing faintly within the walls like imprisoned constellations. The ceiling stretched so high it vanished into darkness, as if the structure itself devoured light. Yet he walked forward calmly, chin raised, posture straight, gaze unwavering. He wore a wide blue robe embroidered with the finest gemstones and luminous threads that shimmered like fragments of a distant galaxy. Every movement caused faint ripples of light to travel across the fabric. Upon his head rested a small blue and black crown crafted exclusively for him, modest in size, yet unmistakably imperial in authority. On his right and left followed two Nexus state experts, silent as shadows. They wore the layered, seemingly endless armor of the double-century Grave Empire, plates upon plates etched with funerary runes and defensive inscriptions, their presence heavy as sealed tombs. And yet, despite being escorted, Aru did not appear subordinate. He walked with a composed smile, his right palm resting before his abdomen in a gesture of noble restraint. His breathing was steady, his heartbeat unhurried. At last, they stopped before an enormous gate forged from chaotic alloy, its surface engraved with ancient sigils that radiated suppressed power. Aru halted without speaking. The two beside him stepped forward instinctively. Gruowen. With a deep metallic groan, the colossal doors were pushed open. Dense spiritual pressure seeped outward like a restrained tide. They stepped aside. Aru's smile deepened slightly as he resumed walking, crossing the threshold alone. The doors shut quietly behind him. The escorts remained outside. He now stood within the heart of the strongest millennial empire in the entire sector. Here dwelled two perfectly synchronized guardians. Here stood the sovereign rulers of a star field containing millions upon millions of planets, a star field monopolized for millions of years without a single challenger daring to encroach upon it. Neither multi-millennial empires nor ambitious centennial dynasties had dared to seize even one world from their dominion. That was their influence. That was their terror. A few decades earlier, Aru had attempted to enter this very place to negotiate trade relations. He had intended to reassure them that he had no desire to disturb their star field, that they should not heed the provocations of the Holfa Empire. He had prepared tributes beyond measure, treasures capable of shifting the balance of smaller empires, yet they had refused to receive him. Unworthy. That was the word conveyed to him. Unworthy of an audience. He had swallowed the humiliation, swallowed the fury that burned in his chest. Unable to confront such a behemoth directly, he had sent Ranther instead. But pride did not fade so easily. And so, during Ranther's diplomatic meeting with the two guardians, Aru had issued a different command. The mother planet of the Holfa Empire was attacked. It was destroyed. Not purely for strategy. Not entirely for expansion, but because his dignity had been wounded. He would not be treated as insignificant. And now he walked through their halls as a welcomed guest. Members of their ruling bloodline had opened doors for him. The contrast was intoxicating. He finally reached the grand hall and lifted his gaze. Greetings. His tone was level, neither submissive nor arrogant. Then, without hesitation, he seated himself upon the chair prepared for him. Before him stood two identical thrones carved from the same chaotic alloy as the gates. Seated upon them were two nearly indistinguishable young men. They appeared youthful, perhaps in their 20s by mortal standards, yet their eyes were ancient, layered with the weight of millions of years. The twin guardians of the continuous chaos Millennium Empire, Omis and Omara, the unofficial sovereigns of the sector for epochs beyond memory. One of them glanced down at Aru with faint irritation. Is it not proper etiquette to await permission before sitting in a foreign home? Etiquette, Aru replied with a soft chuckle, varies from culture to culture. He crossed one leg calmly. In my homeland, proper etiquette would dictate that you provide me a throne equal to the ones you occupy. Yet I chose not to dwell on that detail. Such is the behavior of those who wish to forget hostility and move forward. Silence. The air grew subtly heavier. The twins' brows tightened. For millions of years, no one within this sector had spoken to them as an equal. Even Ranther, a cultivator at the absolute peak of the Nexus state, ruler of an empire with over 7 million years of history and more than 850 governed planets, had bowed respectfully in this very hall. He had addressed them with reverence bordering on worship. And this Aru, his cultivation was laughable in comparison. His lifespan trivial. His empire young. Either Omis or Omara could extinguish him with a breath, with a thought. They could literally kill him with a spit. Indeed, the double centennial Grave Empire had become terrifying in every sense of the word, a presence whose mere mention sent shivers across entire starfields. Especially after the death of Guardian Silas 50 years ago, the double-century Grave Empire swallowed every single planet of the Holfa Empire without the slightest notable resistance. Entire civilizations were toppled before they could even muster defenses. Their forces began systematic attacks against every multi-centennial kingdom and empire within the Spectre Blood Starfield and the Broken Sword Starfield, leaving scorched worlds and broken alliances in their wake. Over the course of those 50 years, they had demolished several imperial capitals entirely, reduced sprawling cities to rubble, or compelled their submission as wings, imposing harsh and unyielding oaths. Their assaults were like unstoppable waves, overwhelming and rapid, leaving nothing standing in their path, crushing hopes and defenses alike. At this moment, the number of planets under the double centennial Grave Empire's dominion had nearly reached 7,000, a staggering testament to their scale and absolute dominance. Yet Aru did not act arrogantly toward them, despite the Empire's immense power. He understood the balance of authority and the danger of miscalculation. If either side had acted personally, if the continuous Chaos Millennium Empire had declared war against the Grave Empire, the double Centennial Grave Empire would have been forced to halt, besieged, and swiftly annihilated. No one could even imagine the level of devastation two guardians moving in unison could unleash, not to mention the immense armies they had trained and perfected over millions of years. Aru knew this very well, which is why he chose to ignore the opportunity to treat them as inferiors. What could possibly prevent them from striking him down here and now? The only safeguard was the presence of Lord Hedrick, the one who had once come to kill Silas. One-on-one, no ordinary being could confront a bearer of the path of destruction or the path of death, especially a genius like Hedrick, a man whose reputation included wounding his own father in the past. Distance and caution were the only safe strategies. And then there was the chilling rumor surrounding Lord Human, no, more accurately, Lord Robin Burton. His presence and influence loomed like an unseen shadow across the Empire, commanding fear and respect in equal measure. What brings you here, Aru? Omis furrowed his brows slightly, his voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and controlled irritation. Our trade agreements with Renther are functioning perfectly. If we need anything, he is the one to contact. What, has your pride been appeased after the destruction of the Black Nebula Empire, and now you come here to unsettle the calm atmosphere between us? Aru responded with a wide, confident smile that radiated both charm and authority. The Black Nebula Empire was one of the Centennial Empires he had once tried to ally with. At that time, their representative, named Ezekiel, had physically overpowered him, choking him and publicly humiliating him. Had it not been for the Nexus state agents he had hired, Aru might not have survived that encounter. Ezekiel had not only done this, but he also spread the tale, mocking Aru and ridiculing the perceived weakness of the double Centennial Grave Empire, highlighting their detachment from the reality of the cosmos. Now, all of that had been completely reversed. Every major planet of the Black Nebula Empire had been destroyed, every layer of its ruling class eradicated. They had not even been offered the opportunity to surrender as wings. Ezekiel himself had been captured by the wing leaders and was now being interrogated and tortured beneath the surface of the planet Necropolis. Ranther did his best, Aru said, motioning to himself, but he does not control the double Centennial Grave Empire. I do, and I have come with a new proposal. The twins exchanged a glance, calculating and wary, then looked toward Aru. What is this proposal? Hee, Aru chuckled with a wide, confident grin, the kind that suggested both amusement and authority. Join me as a wing, of course. Chapter 2091. What did you just say? Omara frowned deeply, the lines on his face tightening as if he had just heard something utterly absurd. Did you just say we should join you as a wing? Omi's was no better. His voice carried clear disbelief, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew heavier. Yes, what is the problem with that? Arrow raised both of his hands casually, a relaxed smile spreading across his face as though the matter was completely natural. There are many forces that knelt before me and begged for this great opportunity. They pleaded for the honor of becoming part of my structure. But I refused them all, and eventually erased them from existence entirely. Bam! Omi slammed the armrest of his throne so hard that the sound echoed across the chamber. Are you comparing us to the random forces you fight? His voice rose sharply. Do you think we are the same as those insignificant factions you wipe out at will? Have you lost your damn mind? I merely came to present my perspective and leave the final decision to you. Arrow slowly lowered his hands again and leaned back slightly, resting one arm across the side of his seat in a composed manner. His expression remained calm, almost amused. Surely the rumors have already reached you. They began spreading 50 years ago. It would be rather pitiful if you somehow managed to remain ignorant of them. Omara's brows tightened further. Are you referring to the rumors about Lord Robin? 50 years earlier, Hedrick had made a formal announcement to his subordinates during the War of the Mid-Sector 101. He declared openly that he was a partner of Lord Robin, the man known across certain circles by the title Human. Hedrick stated clearly that Robin was the one standing behind the Note fleets, the support of the Shadow Swords, and the massive quantities of pearls that seemed to appear from thin air whenever his armies required them. Naturally, such an announcement did not remain locked behind closed doors. Within mere hours, the information had spread across the entire sector like a storm. Every single commander and officer who attended that meeting rushed to inform their followers. The message was repeated across fleets, armies, and star systems. It was spread deliberately as a weapon of morale, a declaration meant to strengthen their soldiers' confidence before the coming battles. After all, the friend of the Cosmic Elder himself was personally supporting them. The effect of that revelation was immediate. The news exploded through the Soul Society and every major information network. By the end of that very day, the entire universe seemed to know who the hidden supporter behind Hedrick truly was. The same supporter who had also been backing the Crumbled Dreams Empire and the Centennial Grave Empire. Two powers that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The mysterious patron who poured endless pearls upon them like a river without end. The one who supplied them with Note fleets and endless numbers of epic armors that ordinary factions could only dream of obtaining. Although Arrow and Caesar themselves never publicly confirmed any of this, the rumors alone were enough to shake the balance of power. Across countless territories, rulers who had previously resisted suddenly reconsidered their positions. Entire factions chose surrender rather than confrontation. Thus, a new wave of submission swept through the region. One after another, powers bent their knees before the double Centennial Grave Empire and the double Centennial Cradle Empire, all without a single battle being fought. Of course, the universe had one lingering question. Was Lord Robin merely funding these two empires with wealth and weapons the same way he supported Hedrick? Or was he their true master? That question remained unanswered until now. Yes, of course I mean the rumors regarding His Majesty, Lord Robin. Arrow lifted his hand and pointed firmly toward his own chest. He is my master, and the true owner of the double centennial Grave Empire. Omis and Omara exchanged silent glances. The meaning behind those words sank in instantly. Oh, this was bad. By this point, Lord Robin's wealth was no longer something people could argue about or speculate upon. The evidence had piled up for decades. There was no longer any doubt. He was unquestionably one of the richest beings in the entire universe. Providing distant support to achieve a particular objective was one matter, but being the actual owner behind those empires, that was something entirely different. That meant he controlled everything: their armies, their fleets, their endless flow of resources. Why would someone like that choose this sector of all places? It seems we are finally speaking on the same page now. Arrow's smile deepened slightly, satisfaction flashing across his face. Lord Robin was born in the young Sector 99. You may consider that a kind of honor for yourselves. He leaned back comfortably before continuing, but it also means something else. His tone grew firmer. He will undoubtedly possess the mid-Sector 99. No permission will be requested, and none will be required. What exactly do you mean by possessing the sector? Omara's voice rose slightly as he leaned forward on his throne. Does he think he can become a behemoth by using the master law of truth or something like that? If he wishes to establish a foothold among us, he is welcome. Omis frowned deeply, though his voice carried a restrained tone of calculation rather than anger now. He already has the Spectre Blood Starfield where he can settle his forces. He also possesses the Broken Sword Starfield. Then he slowly shook his head. But to claim ownership over the entire sector? That is nothing more than a very bad joke. It is impossible. Nothing is impossible for His Majesty. Once he places something in his mind, it will be done. Arrow raised his voice to match theirs, his tone firm and unwavering. Those who choose to comply on their own will be welcomed with open arms, and those who refuse will eventually comply whether they wish to or not. Are you threatening us? Omis could barely believe what he was hearing. His voice rose sharply as he leaned forward on his throne. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Of course I do. Arrow nodded calmly, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Guardian Omis and Guardian Omara, two great figures who guard the minor law of turbulence derived from the fundamental path of chaos. Your names and achievements are well known across history. There is no doubt about your strength. He paused briefly before continuing. But, Arrow's voice hardened slightly. Do you know the power of Lord Hedrick? Even if the two of you united your forces and fought side by side, could you truly stand in his way? Could you block his advance for long? He tilted his head slightly. And do you know Lord Human, Lord Robin, and the terrifying extent of his wealth? His smile returned slowly. Do you know how many guardians and monarchs he could summon with a single word if he is willing to spend some coins? How many armies could appear overnight simply because he decided to open his treasury? The twin guardians frowned deeply, their expressions growing darker as his words sank in. It seems you do understand. Arrow spread his hands with a relaxed grin. Good. That will make this discussion far simpler. Join us as a wing. He spoke the words slowly, emphasizing each one. You already know how my wings operate. Every single one of them governs itself. They maintain full autonomy over their territories, their armies, and their internal affairs. I will not take a single planet from you. I will not confiscate a single resource you currently possess. He leaned forward slightly. On the contrary, I will give. His voice grew heavier with promise. I will give until the day you yourselves ask me to stop. I will grant the Wing of Endless Chaos advantages that I have never granted to any other faction before, Arrow continued confidently. Your bloodlines will be improved. Your descendants will grow stronger generation after generation. We will arm you with entire note fleets and provide you with high-level epic equipment that ordinary empires would consider priceless treasures. He lifted one finger after another as he listed the benefits. We will provide you with additional minor laws derived directly from the fundamental chaos path, allowing your cultivation to advance faster and with greater stability. We will introduce you to the fifth cultivation path, the same path from which I have already produced a small army that now serves under my command. He did not stop there. I will construct living cities for you, cities that breathe and evolve alongside their inhabitants. I will place within your territories race upgrade devices that no one in the universe has ever seen before. Your people will gain access to every invention created by Lord Human himself. Arrow spoke rapidly now, almost as if afraid that he might forget even a single promise. You will gain the opportunity to meet him personally and request whatever you desire directly from him. Resources, technologies, knowledge, anything within his reach. He spread his arms enthusiastically. You will gain access to the Shadow Swords network. Information, intelligence, and covert operations that span vast distances. You will become part of a true entity that stretches across dozens of sectors. Then his smile widened. You will become part of the new cosmic order. The hall fell silent for a moment after those words. Arrow slowly lowered his arms and looked directly at the two guardians. Is that still not enough? His voice softened slightly. I will also personally guarantee 10 billion pure pearls delivered to you every single century, in addition to everything else I just mentioned. The chamber became completely silent. Even the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Pa! Arrow suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up from his seat. I don't need your answer today, he said calmly, his tone returning to something casual. Take your time. think carefully about what I have said. He began walking toward the exit. What will eventually come by force, he continued while walking, is always better if it arrives peacefully, accompanied by benefits rather than destruction. Wouldn't you agree? Then his expression grew serious. And while you consider your decision, I advise you to revisit the final part of the speech delivered by the Cosmic Elder when he publicly supported his friend, Lord Robin. His voice carried quiet gravity. We are approaching a major turning point. The universe itself is entering a steep curve. Times like these are not suitable for standing alone. He stopped briefly near the doorway. Then he turned. His expensive blue cloak swirled through the air with dignified grace as he faced them one last time. Oh, by the way. Arrow paused again, as if he had just remembered something. I will be delivering a similar offer to the vast Ice Millennium Empire very soon. His smile returned. And if they fail to accept it on the same day? His voice remained calm, but the meaning behind it was unmistakable. I will crush them the same way I crushed the Holfa Empire. He glanced back at the two guardians with a wide grin. You are more than welcome to watch from afar. Then he turned again and continued walking toward the exit without another word. Chapter 2092. Mid-Sector 100, Planet Originos. Behind doors that had remained sealed and heavily fortified for nearly a full century, Jabba gently placed one blood sample aside. Then, PAF, he pulled another jar closer and set it before him, his face carrying an eager smile and a burning curiosity, like a child opening one holiday present after another without patience to rest. Jabba occupied an entire floor of the building by himself. The place was enormous, a vast living space large enough to comfortably house 10 separate families if it were divided into apartments. Yet at this moment, the place felt suffocatingly cramped. Walking across the room had become a challenge. Every step required careful movement, as the floor was crowded with countless jars of blood and sealed sample vials stacked in rows, piles, and careless clusters. Some were arranged neatly on tables, others piled against walls, while many simply occupied any empty patch of ground. No, these were not the collections that the army and the Shadow Swords had gathered for him across the past century. Every 10 years, Jabba allowed a small group of guards to enter his chamber for a single task. They would gather all the accumulated samples after he had finished analyzing them with meticulous care. Once removed, they were free to deal with them however they pleased. Jabba did not care what happened to those old samples afterward. Soon after, a new wave of specimens would arrive, and the cycle would begin again. Even so, after examining thousands upon thousands of samples, no, hundreds of thousands over the decades, his face still broke into an involuntary smile every time he opened a new jar. The excitement never faded. What do we have here? Jabba murmured as he read the label attached to the glass container. Flood Centipede, Planet Cab 4, attacked a battalion of golden soldiers during the planetary invasion and caused massive destruction. His smile deepened with interest. Carefully, with delicate fingers, he opened the jar while making sure the seal broke smoothly and no unexpected reaction would occur. Show me your secrets, Mr. Centipede. Inside the jar, a thick dark liquid slowly shifted and rolled with the movement of the container. Its color constantly wavered between black and deep oceanic blue, as if the blood itself could not decide which shade it belonged to. Jabba immediately activated the Eye of Truth. But nothing shone. The green Eye of Truth was no longer radiant like it once had been. In the past, activating it caused a clear glow and visible fluctuations of energy. Now, almost nothing changed. Yet anyone looking closely into Jabba's eyes would notice that the pupils alone had transformed into a dark green shade that leaned dangerously toward black. Those eyes of truth resembled a dying star in its final moments before collapse. Amazing, Jabba whispered quietly, his voice filled with fascination. The density of the stable energy particles isn't particularly high, nor is it especially low. He leaned forward, bringing the jar closer to his face. But the way they behave, that's strange. His pupils shifted slightly as he followed the movement of the microscopic structures within the blood. Each cluster of particles forms its own independent energy path, completely separate from the others. It's as if each path exists in isolation. He paused briefly, almost like braided strands. His fingers tapped lightly on the glass, like braids tying together completely different systems. Then his attention moved deeper into the structure. The mutable particles, he murmured. They're supporting this entire formation. His brow slowly furrowed. Their main function seems to be transferring energy between the braids when needed. They act like bridges that redirect energy from one path to another. He tilted his head slightly. But why build such a complicated system? Jabba's expression turned thoughtful. This structure was far too elaborate for a simple biological creature. He began searching through the cluttered room, stepping carefully between stacks of containers until he located a small light disc that had arrived together with the jar. Picking it up, he brushed away a thin layer of dust and activated it. A projection immediately appeared. Cut those cursed legs off. Jabba's brows tightened instantly as he watched. The flood centipede had been nearly 100 meters long while alive. Its elongated body twisted violently as it moved, while dozens upon dozens of legs extended from its sides. Each leg looked like a sharpened blade, long, curved, and deadly. But that was not the strange part. Creatures in the universe came in countless bizarre forms. Jabba had studied enough of them to no longer be surprised by unusual anatomy. The truly strange part was what those legs were doing. Each individual leg was fighting on its own. One leg was clashing with a golden officer. Another leg was battling two soldiers simultaneously. A third leg was intercepting attacks while striking back with terrifying precision. Every leg attacked. Every leg defended. Every leg maneuvered and exchanged blows with its own rhythm. It was as if each limb possessed its own awareness and combat instincts. It was as if every leg was a separate creature fighting independently from the rest of the body. Now it's no wonder the battalion suffered such massive destruction, Jabba said quietly as he set the projection disc aside and leaned closer toward the jar again, returning his full attention to the dark blood swirling slowly within the glass container. So this unique energy transfer system exists to feed each leg independently. He let out a long breath as his thoughts began organizing themselves. With this method, the centipede distributes exactly the amount of power required to each limb, he murmured thoughtfully. The legs that aren't actively fighting receive no energy at all. Meanwhile, a leg preparing to attack draws a larger portion, and when the attack finishes, the energy shifts again. His eyes followed the invisible pathways his mind was imagining. And so on. Jabba slowly nodded to himself. Like a self-contained army. He tapped lightly on the table. Each limb acts as an independent combat unit, yet they all share the same energy reserve. Efficiency without waste, coordination without central overload. Then his eyebrows rose slowly, as if a distant thought had suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory. The warlords. He leaned back slightly and rested his chin on his palm. The use of warlords was abandoned because transferring the immense energy of a world cataclysm and a nexus state, and controlling it, became impossible within the primary array designed by the master. His fingers began tapping rhythmically against his chin. The original array simply couldn't distribute that much energy without collapsing under the strain. He exhaled slowly. And because the master had far more important matters occupying his attention, he never returned to redesign the warlords afterward. Jabba's eyes slowly brightened with interest. But if... He leaned forward again. If the braid structure were applied to the new array. His tapping quickened slightly. And perhaps several world cataclysms were placed as multiple cores within the array, with the braids flowing between them while the mutable particle system controlled the flow. His gaze sharpened. Then energy could transfer freely between the cores. He sat up straighter. The pressure on any single core would be reduced. A long silence filled the room. Could that actually work? Heh. Jabba released a slow breath that blended into a quiet, amused laugh. Is it possible that the problem which stumped 3 sky-opening cities? He looked back at the jar with growing fascination. The problem that halted the advancement of war sovereignty arrays across the entire universe below the level of a world cataclysm. His eyes narrowed slightly. Will be solved by a creature called the Flood Centipede. He shook his head in disbelief. What an extraordinary design. His gaze then drifted slowly around the crowded room. Everywhere he looked, there were jars. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. And beyond those, the countless other samples that had already been removed and discarded over the decades. Every single one of them came from the same source, the same primordial chaos. Yet none of them resembled the others. Each creature, each cell, each drop of blood contained a completely different structure, a different pattern, a different design. Each one stood as proof of the brilliance of its creator. Design, design, design. The small smile on Jabba's lips slowly faded away. Everything shared the same origin. Everything shared the same creator. Everything shared the same designer. Only the design itself changed. What made the centipede a monstrous beast, and what made him, at this very moment, a thinking being sitting safely in this room studying its blood with advanced intelligence, was design. Nothing else. If the design changed, then what would happen if... Pa! Jabba suddenly slapped his own forehead. There I go again, he muttered with a small, embarrassed laugh. Drifting into ridiculous fantasies. He shook his head. Better return to work. A playful grin appeared on his face. If I manage to contribute to improving the warlords, the master might forget about forcing me to submit an application regarding sovereign laws every 1,000 years. He chuckled softly. Hee, ha. But when Jabba lowered his gaze back toward the jar, his expression abruptly froze. Shock, confusion, disbelief. The particles were gone. He could no longer see them. What's happening? Jabba immediately rubbed his eye forcefully, as if trying to clear some invisible obstruction. Then he gathered a surge of energy and pushed it into his eye, activating the focused eye of truth the way he had done countless times across the last several hundred years. Nothing happened. The familiar microscopic universe never appeared. What is this? What's happening? Jabba suddenly stood up from his seat, the chair scraping harshly against the floor as he leaned forward, staring intensely at the jar before him, as if his will alone could force reality to obey. For the first time in centuries, panic crept into his mind. At that moment, he felt as if something had been torn away from him, like losing a limb. No, something far worse. Ha! Then suddenly, he stopped moving. His breathing slowed. What is this? His vision had changed again, but he was no longer seeing particles. He was no longer seeing cells. The microscopic structures had vanished completely. Instead, he was seeing something else. Chapter 2093. Young Sector 101, Planet Virillion. Sakar stood atop the peak of a towering mountain, his hands placed behind his back and tightly clasped together as if he were restraining himself. A cold wind swept across the rocky summit, yet he did not move. His soul sense spread outward like an invisible tide, expanding across a vast range that covered nearly a quarter of the entire planet. Or more precisely, it covered the underground demon city that had already grown so large that it connected 2 continents together through an immense network of tunnels, chambers, and subterranean halls. The number of demons had experienced an explosive increase over the past centuries, driven by the growing need for them and the expansion of the young Sector 101, exactly as the orders had commanded. The number of corpses delivered to the planet each day had also increased dramatically, easily covering their food requirements and even exceeding them. With such abundance placed before them, there was little reason for restraint. So why wouldn't they increase their reproduction rate once again and push their numbers even higher? The 200 who had originally arrived here a few centuries ago had multiplied beyond imagination. They had turned into millions. Their population had now grown larger than that of the original race inhabiting this planet. In terms of numbers alone, they had already surpassed the natives and quietly become the dominant race of Virillion. Of course, their entire existence was still confined underground. Their cities, their nests, their storage halls, and their breeding chambers all remained hidden beneath the planet's surface. Not because they feared the members of the shattering meteor empire. No, not at all. At this point, they were closer to assistants and servants to the demons. The real concern was something else entirely. The fear that one of Lord Hedrick's enemies might one day arrive at this planet, investigate its strange developments, and uncover what had been quietly built here over the centuries. Because of that possibility, leaving the underground world was still strictly restricted. Only those wearing the engraved armors were permitted to move on the surface. A considerable number of those armors had arrived recently, and their production was continuing to increase steadily. The headquarters itself no longer played any role in manufacturing armor sets. The facilities here had long since become capable of handling the entire process. The underground layers provided one layer of concealment and protection. The engraved armors provided another. And yet, Sakar's rigid stance on the mountain peak clearly showed that he was uneasy. There was something that troubled him. A change was taking place right now, unfolding before his senses. A subtle transformation that had begun to spread among the demons. But he could not determine whether that change would ultimately lead to something beneficial or something disastrous. At that moment, Sakar slowly turned his face toward a specific direction, focusing on a particular location deep beneath the planet's crust, toward a certain hall hidden within the underground city. Through his soul sense, he could perceive everything that was happening there. Every movement, every sound, every presence, and most importantly, he could clearly see the very thing that was causing him concern. Bam! Next! One of the massive demons slammed a heavy metal gate behind him with brutal force, the sound echoing loudly through the dim corridor. Me! A young demon quickly stepped forward from the line. He held a small bowl in both hands and approached cautiously, his posture bent in a respectful bow as he walked. His movements carried a strange mixture of nervousness and humility, as if he were afraid that even the low ceiling of the corridor might strike his head if he dared to stand too straight. "Do you have any contributions this week?" the large demon asked, his voice rough and heavy, like a boulder grinding against another. "And no, I still haven't reached the age of my first raid yet," the young demon said while shaking his head quickly. "I'll just take the basic portion." Humph! The large demon snorted impatiently and roughly snatched the small bowl from the youth's hands. Without another word, he turned around and pulled open the metal gate behind him. The interior beyond the gate was hidden in deep darkness. He stretched his arm inside, holding the bowl out of sight, and waited silently for a moment. After several seconds passed, the bowl slowly emerged again. It was now filled halfway with an extremely dark liquid. The color was so intensely black that it seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Compared to that liquid, even the already black underground corridors appeared faintly illuminated. Floating in the center of the liquid was a solid chunk. It remained completely still, yet it was no less black than the thick fluid surrounding it. "Thank you, thank you." The young demon bowed repeatedly, his voice filled with genuine excitement and gratitude. He hurriedly grabbed the small bowl with both hands, holding it carefully as if it were something precious. Then he stepped back out of the way. "Filthy burden." The larger demon barked with visible disgust before waving his hand impatiently toward the line. "Next." The next in line stepped forward, carrying a large leather bag over his shoulder. The bag sagged heavily with weight as he lifted it slightly and spoke with pride. "It has 90 contribution points this week." But Sakar no longer paid attention to the line. The noise of the corridor, the exchanges between the demons, even the constant shuffling of bodies waiting for their portions all faded from his awareness. His entire focus shifted toward the young demon, the one who had taken his bowl and quietly slipped away from the line. He moved quickly, almost nervously, until he reached a dim corner of the corridor where the shadows were thickest. There, he crouched down and hugged the bowl tightly against his chest as if it were something sacred, as if he were holding a fragment of the sky itself. Then, with a hand that trembled slightly from excitement, he raised the bowl and began to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah! The small demon released a satisfied sigh as warmth spread through his body. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his finger, careful not to waste anything, then slowly licked the finger clean so that not even the smallest drop would be lost. Afterward, he reached into the bowl and grabbed the solid chunk resting within the dark liquid. Without hesitation, he bit into it twice and swallowed it down. A wide and rather ugly grin stretched across his face. "Haha, it's good, just like everyone says." The small demon rose to his feet, feeling a sudden surge of strength and vitality flowing through him. His body felt lighter, his mind sharper. Delighted with his portion, he turned and hurried to leave the narrow alley where he had crammed himself to eat in peace. But, GGHHH. Suddenly, the small demon froze. A violent pain erupted inside his body. He collapsed onto his knees, both hands flying toward his throat. Ah! His cry echoed through the underground corridor. Moments later, his hand shifted downward, clutching his chest and stomach as the agony intensified. His body twisted uncontrollably as he rolled across the ground, writhing in unbearable pain. Around him, the other demons continued with their lives as if nothing had happened. As if one of their own were not struggling with death right before them. Some simply walked past him. One demon did not even bother to step around his body. He jumped over him casually, as if the writhing figure on the ground were nothing more than a stone lying in the corridor. Even Sakar continued observing everything with cold composure. His expression did not change. He simply watched, waiting. That bowl, of course, contained the blood of a space beast along with a small piece of its flesh. When Sakar had first obtained it during the battle around Verilion, he had treated it as a priceless treasure. At that time, he used it mainly as research material, studying its properties carefully in order to expand the blood atlas further and deepen his understanding of both himself and the path he wished to pursue. Occasionally, he had used a tiny drop of that blood as a final push whenever he was attempting a breakthrough, and he had done the same for certain demons under his command. Whenever one of them struggled while attempting to break through and become a king, Sakar would grant them a drop or two. The effect was extraordinary. Just a single drop could unleash a surge of energy comparable to swallowing an entire mountain of ordinary blood. Because of that, Sakar had treated the blood as a strategic resource. Whenever he or one of his subordinates required a breakthrough, they would consume a drop. It was simply a method to increase the number of kings under their command and thus serve the master more efficiently. But recently, things had changed. This blood was no longer rare. It no longer carried the same overwhelming value. The Shadow Swords had begun delivering enormous quantities of resources from space beasts. Tons of flesh, rivers of blood, piles of bones, and even the entrails and organs arrived in shipments large enough to fill entire storage chambers. And every month, another shipment followed. Faced with such abundance, Sakar eventually concluded that keeping this treasure reserved solely for assisting breakthroughs was no longer a wise decision, so he began distributing it more widely. At first, only small portions were given, but gradually, the amounts increased. That was when the problem began to reveal itself. A strange and unsettling effect started appearing among the demons who consumed the blood. Any demon who swallowed this blood would face one of three possible outcomes once it settled in their stomach. The first outcome was simple digestion. This happened to roughly 70% of those who consumed the blood or flesh of space beasts. The blood of beasts did not directly increase the level of demons. Demons were designed to grow stronger and achieve breakthroughs through the blood of humans and other similar races. Their path of evolution was tied to that source alone. However, because the blood of space beasts was so incredibly dense with energy, it could still serve as a powerful supplement. Like bread eaten beside the main dish. A demon who drank that blood or consumed a piece of that flesh would not feel hunger again for years. Their body would remain filled with energy, allowing them to continue fighting tirelessly. For the less talented members of the army, this was an ideal form of nourishment. The second outcome, death. This path represented more than 20% of all those who attempted to consume the blood. The blood and flesh of space beasts were incredibly active, violently energetic, and overwhelmingly powerful. For many demons, their bodies simply could not withstand it. Nearly 1 out of every 5 demons would collapse where they stood, their bodies failing under the violent reaction caused by the blood. Soon afterward, their corpses would be burned where they lay. And now that food of many kinds had become plentiful, the demons no longer even bothered with the old ritual of honoring the dead by consuming their remains. As for the third outcome, just under 10% of those who swallowed this blood did not simply digest it, nor did they die. They transformed. Chapter 2094. Aeon. The young demon continued screaming, his voice echoing through the underground corridor as he tore violently at his own body with his serrated claws. It was as if he could no longer endure the skin wrapped around him, as if the very surface of his body had become a prison he desperately needed to escape. His claws raked across his chest, his arms, and even his shoulders, cutting deep grooves into the thick crimson skin. And Sakar continued watching, coldly and calmly. What was happening to the demon now was not unusual. In fact, it was something that always occurred the first time someone swallowed a dose of space beast blood. Because of that, none of the demons around him showed the slightest concern. 7 out of 10 who consumed it would end up collapsing like this. Their bodies would be overwhelmed by the violent surge of energy flooding through their veins. They would fall to the ground, unable to move, unable to fight, and barely able to breathe. For several days, they would remain in that weakened state. But eventually, their bodies would adapt. They would stand up again and continue their lives as if nothing had happened. Their flesh would develop a strange resilience against hunger, allowing them to go years without needing another meal. 2 out of 10, however, would die. Sometimes their bodies simply failed under the immense strain. The power contained within the blood of space beasts was too violent and too overwhelming for their bodies to endure. Other times, the pain alone drove them mad. Unable to withstand the agony tearing through their muscles and bones, they ended their own lives before the process could finish. But 1 out of 10, something different happened to them. Crack, crack, Sakar's focus sharpened further as the sound reached him. At that moment, the thick crimson skin on the young demon's forehead began to peel apart with a sharp cracking noise. The sound resembled brittle stone splitting under pressure. It was as if something inside the demon's skull was pushing outward, as if the bones themselves were trying to escape from the body that contained them. The peeling spread slowly downward, from his forehead, past the right side of his mouth, then continuing along the curve of his jaw until it reached his shoulder, and then it stopped. For a brief moment, the exposed flesh beneath twitched. Then something new began to emerge. In the place where the old skin had torn away, a new surface started forming. Scales. Dark purple scales. Their color was so deep that it almost seemed black in the dim underground light. They grew rapidly, spreading across the exposed line of flesh and scaling it completely. Within only a few minutes, the peeled section vanished entirely. In its place remained a single dark purple line stretching across the demon's body. It looked exactly like a scar left behind by the swing of a heavy cleaver, a long, jagged mark carved into his flesh. Immediately afterward, the rest of the demon's injuries began to close. The deep wounds he had inflicted upon himself moments earlier started healing at an astonishing speed. Torn flesh sealed shut, muscles knitted themselves back together, and the thick skin covered with crimson scales returned across his stomach, chest, and neck. Within minutes, it was as if the violent struggle had never happened at all. Only the scar remained. After a few more minutes passed, the young demon slowly pushed himself upright. His breathing was heavy, but his body had regained its strength. At first glance, he looked exactly the same as before. The same build, the same crimson-scaled skin, and the same rough claws. Everything was identical, except for the dark scar running across his body. The young demon exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as he realized he had survived. Then he simply left. He walked away with a satisfied expression, happy that he would not feel hunger again for a very long time. To him, that was the only thing that mattered. As for the scar, as for the transformation that had taken place within his body, he felt nothing. He knew nothing. Another one, Sakar murmured quietly. Demons perceived the world differently from most creatures. They did not rely on sight. Instead, they sensed everything around them through soul perception. Their awareness functioned almost like sonar waves spreading outward. Through that sense, they could detect the location of objects, the shape of bodies, and the outlines of their surroundings. But most of them could not distinguish colors. To them, the world was merely a collection of forms and movements. Only kings and demons possessing exceptionally powerful souls could perceive the subtle differences between colors and energies. During the past few years, those strange scars had begun appearing on the bodies of countless weak demons. Thousands of them. And the demons themselves had no idea. They did not know the scars existed, they did not know when they had formed, and they certainly did not know what purpose they might serve. And in truth, even Sakar himself did not know. Sakar lowered his head slightly, falling into silent thought. After a moment, he raised his right hand and slowly removed the piece of armor covering his left hand. The metal plate slid away, revealing the claws beneath. Those claws had torn apart countless creatures. They had crushed skulls, ripped open armor, and drenched themselves in the blood of enemies beyond number. Yet now, on the very tip of one claw, there was a tiny purple scar, so small it would be easy to miss. That scar had appeared some time ago, after Sakar had devoured a massive feast of space beast flesh and blood for the first time. At the time, he had expected something extraordinary. A surge of power or a leap forward in his level. But nothing like that had happened. His strength had not increased, and his realm had not advanced even slightly. The feast had done nothing more than provide the usual feeling of fullness and a burst of immediate energy, and leave behind that small dark purple scar. Since that day, Sakar had felt that something about the situation was unusual, strange, and uncertain. Because of that instinct, he had stopped consuming the flesh and blood of space beasts entirely. But he had not forbidden the other demons from doing so. Instead, he allowed them to continue, and he watched, silently observing the changes spreading among them. So far, none of those who bore this scar had displayed any difference in their abilities or their temperament. There had been no visible improvement, but there had also been no decline. Nothing. And from what Sakar had observed over the past years, the more someone consumed the bodies of space beasts, the larger that scar slowly became. It did not grow quickly, nor did it spread in an obvious way, but it grew. The weaker a demon was, the faster the strange color spread across their body. Some of the younger demons had already turned completely dark, the shade spreading across their entire skin until nothing of the original crimson remained. Meanwhile, the stronger a demon was, the slower the change progressed. Some of the powerful ones could devour an entire space beast by themselves, yet the scar would barely grow enough to cover even a single arm. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow sword appeared beside Sakar as silently as a drifting shadow. He immediately bowed. "Marshal, I have brought you the shipment for the coming year." Then he presented a ring with both hands. Sakar slowly slid his hand back inside the armor protecting his arm. Only after securing the claw again did he turn around. He accepted the ring with one finger and raised it before his mask, inspecting it briefly. Inside that single ring were tens of thousands of other rings. Their combined value was measured in hundreds of millions of pearls. Each of them contained pieces of space beast flesh, thick reserves of blood, fragments of bone, and even portions of organs. Together, the contents were enough to feed the demons for an entire year, perhaps even longer if managed carefully. Soon he would need to empty them into the storage halls beneath the planet. After that, the rings themselves would be returned to the Shadow Swords so they could be filled again. Even the Shadow Swords, powerful as they were, could not operate with an infinite number of space rings. After a short inspection, Sakar gave a small nod. Then he opened his mouth beneath the mask. "What did Sky Opening City say about the scars?" "We secretly presented several demons to the 3 Sky Opening Cities, exactly as you ordered," the Shadow Sword replied respectfully. He extended 3 metallic plates toward Sakar. All of them examined the demons thoroughly. Without exception, they concluded that there was no observable difference in the demons' bodies after their examinations. The reports from the 3 cities state that there is no measurable difference whether the flesh and blood of space beasts are consumed or not. If you wish to continue using it merely to suppress hunger and increase the size of your population, there is no issue. And if you wish to stop using it entirely, the decision remains yours. Sakar took the plates and began reviewing the reports personally. The sky-opening cities were not what they had once been. In the past, they had revolved mostly around Zara and a small group of capable followers, but that era had long since ended. Their current development had elevated them into the largest research institution in the universe. Their laboratories stretched across multiple worlds, their scholars studied countless fields, and their influence reached even the most distant sectors. Even Sakar, who had been stationed on Verillion for so long, knew very well what the name Sky-Opening City now represented. After finishing the examination of the 3 reports, Sakar slowly nodded. Space beasts are the strongest living creatures after those 3. It is only natural that consuming their flesh might produce some kind of reaction within the body. Since the sky-opening cities have reached this conclusion, there is no need for further concern. He handed the plates back and pointed calmly toward the direction of the portal. You may wait there. I will empty the rings and return them to you. Yes, Marshal. The shadow sword bowed deeply once more before vanishing from sight, dissolving into the shadows as if he had never been there at all. Sakar remained standing alone at the mountain peak. He slowly raised his arm again and began turning it left and right, examining the armored limb thoughtfully. No effect at all? Nonsense. His voice was quiet. Then he turned again and spread his soul sense across the underground city beneath him. But whatever change may eventually appear, I doubt it will make us anything worse than a damn plague. His perception swept across the countless tunnels, halls, and caverns hidden beneath the planet's surface. But this time, he was not observing the demons, he was inspecting the storage halls. Large chambers carved deep within the rock were filled with containers, sealed reservoirs, and stacks of preserved flesh. There was enough, more than enough. If the daily portions were reduced even slightly, the reserves currently stored there could feed millions of demons for several months without difficulty. When Sakar confirmed this, a strange smile slowly appeared beneath his mask. He lifted the ring he had received and held it in front of his face. The faint glow of the ring reflected in the dark metal of his mask. This time, he murmured quietly, all of your contents are for me. His voice lowered even further. Show me how you will change me. Chapter 2095. Mid-Sector 101. Step. A young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s walked through the long corridors of the magnificent White Palace. The palace itself was a masterpiece. Its vast halls were lined with elegant pillars carved from radiant stone, while statues of ancient heroes and celestial beings stood proudly along the walls. Outside the open arches, lush gardens stretched endlessly, their rivers and trees bathed in a soft, pure light that made the entire place feel almost sacred. Yet the girl did not glance left or right to admire the beauty of the statues. She did not slow down to breathe in the clear and refreshing air of the gardens. In truth, she herself seemed more beautiful and pure than the scenery surrounding her. Instead, she continued forward with a troubled expression. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and faint dark circles surrounded her eyes from exhaustion. The shadows beneath them suggested not merely a lack of sleep, but the weight of countless grim scenes she had been forced to witness over the years. She wore a fitted suit of feminine armor colored white and brown. The armor was elegant yet practical, clearly designed for battle rather than ceremony. Her thick hair was tied behind her head in a long ponytail that swayed gently with each step, and her lips, which had once known nothing but laughter and warm smiles, were now tightly pressed together. Bang! The young woman pushed open a massive gate with both hands. The doors slammed against the walls as she stormed into the hall like a sudden gust of wind. Why was I summoned? Serene. Inside the hall, a woman stood near one of the wide openings overlooking the palace grounds. She was gazing calmly toward the outside world. Despite the forceful entrance, she did not seem bothered in the slightest by the girl's behavior. Not even a flicker of annoyance appeared on her face. Instead, she simply let out a quiet sigh before answering in a composed tone. You have grown up, Serene. You must understand that life is not rosy. You must act according to your age, and rise to the level of your responsibilities. Haven't I already? Serene stopped a few steps behind her mother. A strange smile appeared on her lips, though it carried none of the warmth it once did. Holding the entire war front together rests on my shoulders. Her words were not a boast. They were a statement of fact. More than 100 years had passed since the cursed Darvian had mobilized his entire army under the leadership of his eldest son Demir and marched toward the bright galaxy. The war that followed had reshaped the fate of countless worlds. Kaylee's reaction to that invasion had been immediate and terrifying. Her fury had erupted across the stars, and it ended with the destruction of 2,000 planets. That single night had changed everything. It was after witnessing that catastrophe that Serene made her decision. She chose, of her own will, to enter the war. At first, her reason was simple. She wanted to prevent further destruction. Planets were not merely lifeless spheres of stone drifting through space. Each one possessed a spirit of its own. Upon their surfaces lived trillions of lives. Intelligent civilizations, forests of ancient plants, oceans filled with creatures, and countless delicate ecosystems that had taken millions of years to develop. 2,000 of them. All of them had vanished in a single night, erased by her mother's hand. The consequences of that act were immediate. A massive backlash struck Kaylee's. The burden of negative karma descended upon her with overwhelming force, weighing down her existence with nearly 20 dark stars at once. In the blink of an eye, the woman who had once purified others became the greatest sinner in the universe. Of course, Kaylee's had not simply accepted her fate. Her mastery of the purification laws was unparalleled. Through careful use of that power, she managed to prevent catastrophic incidents that could have killed her outright. From that day onward, purifying the negative karma clinging to her soul began. But even so, she had changed. There was no denying it. That heavy karma had twisted her temperament. It made her lose patience more easily. It made her restless and unstable. It drove her to make reckless and irresponsible decisions. At times, it even felt as if the universe itself was pushing her toward a predetermined destruction. Seeing this, Serene made a painful choice. She forced her mother to step back. Kaylee's was pushed away from the battlefield and made to remain seated upon the throne. Then Serene herself stepped forward. She went to the front lines. There, she fought side by side with Orion. For the first time in her life, she used her immense experience in combating the plague not as a scholar or strategist, but as a warrior protecting the galaxy itself. No matter how strained her relationship with her family had become, she still did not wish to watch them die. The presence of both Serene and Orion on the battlefield made a significant difference. Their strength, their experience, and their coordination stabilized the collapsing front lines. They were also supported by the rest of their siblings, each contributing from different ranks and strategic positions. Together, they formed a fragile but functioning defense. Serene and Orion had also agreed upon one crucial rule. They would not follow Kaylee's strategic commands until the number of her negative karma stars was reduced to 5 at most. Until then, they would make the decisions themselves. Whenever Serene left to lead a counterattack against the invading forces, Orion remained behind to hold the defensive lines. And whenever Orion led an offensive maneuver, Serene would stay behind to guard the rear. The battlefield was never left without one of them present. Attack and defense always remained balanced. That strategy had succeeded, at least to some extent. The galaxy still stood. Of course, they were not alone in maintaining that fragile balance. The Shadow Swords had played a major role in supporting them with weapons, training, intelligence, and coordination between multiple factions. And the armada sent by Lord Hedrick to pressure the enemy from behind had also played a decisive role in slowing the advance of Darvian's forces. These three elements together formed the pillars that kept the war from collapsing entirely. Serene and Orion on the battlefield, the Shadow Swords providing logistical support, and Hedrick's armada applying pressure from the rear. Because of these factors, the mother and daughter could still stand here today. But if even one of those pillars were to fail, the entire structure would collapse. Kaylee's remained silent for a moment as the weight of Serene's words lingered in the air. "You do not know how painful it is for me to hear that my daughter is the one protecting me," she finally said softly. "But you are right. I didn't mean that," Serene said softly, lowering her head. You're trying to keep your contributions constantly in my mind, Serene. I know that, and I know why." Kaylee spoke while looking slightly downward, her voice calm but heavy. "But we cannot give you what you wish for. That's not fair." Serene suddenly raised her voice, the frustration she had been suppressing for years finally erupting. "Even after defending your possessions, even after leading the army and protecting the galaxy all those years, you're still going to sell me off? What kind of mother are you?" Her words echoed through the vast hall. Kaylee's remained silent for a moment. "That shadow sword, Theo." Kaylee's began murmuring quietly, as if speaking more to herself than to her daughter. "When I asked him during our last conversation whether my condition had deteriorated too much, he told me to ask that question to myself." She paused, and then he closed the connection in my face. Serene blinked in surprise, but Kaylee's continued speaking before she could respond. "I thought about it," Kaylee said. Then she slowly turned around with a faint smile. Kaylee's, whose beauty once seemed almost divine, suddenly looked as though she had aged 10 years in that single moment. "And I realized that I truly am no longer the behemoth who held even a nominal position of power. I've lost everything." Her smile deepened slightly, yet the weakness on her face became even more obvious. "I'm sorry, Serene, for being weak, and for not being a good mother." Mother. A thin layer of tears began forming in Serene's eyes as she saw her mother in such a fragile state. Although the number of negative karma stars surrounding Kaylee's had dropped to around 7 by now, they still affected her clearly. Their influence had never truly disappeared. On top of that, the constant worry about the future, the burden of her past decisions, and the fear of making another catastrophic mistake pressed on her mind every single day. It was almost impossible to imagine the extent of the psychological exhaustion she had endured over the last century. "There's no need to pity me." Kaylee slowly shook her head, her expression returning to one of quiet acceptance. "I had my time. I had my glory. And now it's your turn." She looked at Serene gently. "I want to see what my daughter will accomplish while I support you from afar." "You're seriously talking about that stupid agreement again?" Serene wiped her tears roughly with the back of her hand. "I will not refine Bright Planet, and I will not marry some idiot I've never even seen before." "He's not just some idiot." Kaylee's voice suddenly sharpened. "He's Lord Robin's son. Do you know who Lord Robin is?" "Do I even need to begin explaining what that man represents on the cosmic stage at this very moment?" she said, raising her voice. "I don't care." Serene waved her hand dismissively. "I don't care about names. I. Her voice faltered. Then she looked down at the ground. Kaylee's brows slowly knitted together. "Serene," she said quietly. "Could it be that you love someone?" Silence filled the hall. Kaylee's eyes widened dramatically. "You dare," she shouted as she suddenly stepped toward her daughter. "Do you have any idea what will happen if Lord Robin finds out that his son's wife loves another man? Do you want to get us all killed? Do you?" Zoom. At that exact moment, Kaylee's abruptly stopped speaking. Her steps froze. Both women turned their heads toward a distant direction. Kaylee's brows furrowed tightly. Even Serene looked in the same direction, her eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. That sound, it was not ordinary. It was a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to spread through space itself. A vast celebratory resonance coming directly from the heavenly laws. The universe itself was acknowledging something. Someone had just completely dominated a law. Chapter 2096. Somewhere in Mid-Sector 101. Inhale. Helen slowly rose from the ground in complete silence, her body lifting gently as if carried by an invisible current of air, her eyes closed, her expression relaxed and tranquil as though she had just stepped out of a long, soothing bath after years of exhaustion. Opening her arms with a gentle, peaceful smile as she continued to ascend, everything about her was beautiful. Every movement she made felt harmonious and graceful. It was pleasing to the eye, almost unreal, like a mythical scene painted by the hands of the greatest artists in history. Even the black dress she had been wearing for several decades remained perfectly intact, without a single speck of dust or a wrinkle in its fabric, as if time itself had been unable to touch it, as if she had simply taken one step forward and crossed all those passing years in the blink of an eye. Of course, the land around her was not nearly as beautiful. As Helen continued to rise higher into the air, the region beneath her was slowly and completely revealed. The mountain she had once lived on had completely evaporated, leaving no trace of its former presence. The ground itself had turned the dull color of ash. Not a single rocky elevation or plant-covered hill remained within sight. Everything had become a vast, flat desert. The entire planet looked like this now. Every continent, every valley, every forest that once existed had been reduced to the same lifeless gray surface. The planet itself was beginning to collapse under the damage, and very soon its atmosphere would completely disappear into the void of space. But she paid no attention to that. Her thoughts were elsewhere. She had become the dominator of the minor law of ashification. She had officially become a monarch, the third monarch among the first-generation children of the behemoth of destruction. To become a monarch, did she really have to spend nearly 70 years in isolation on this dead world? Did she truly have to destroy the planet's surface in the process? No, none of this had been the real price. This was simply a delayed payment for accumulated debt. Helen, the one with the greatest natural talent among Helmer's children, had always been destined to become a monarch. But she had been delayed for far too long. When she was first chosen as a world cataclysm, she made a decision that would shape the next 10,000 years of her life. She chose to leave. She chose to go out and begin the task that was traditionally given to every first-generation child, to establish her own empire. No one truly knows why that tradition exists. No one has ever been able to clearly explain its purpose. Helmer undoubtedly possesses the weakest first-row scions among all the behemoths of the universe, whether one speaks of law dominators or royal soulmasters. Every other behemoth carefully nurtures their first generation. They train them personally to rule their dominions and protect their interests. They grant them natural galaxies, star clusters, or entire stellar territories to govern. They strengthen them, provide them with resources, and even indulge them so that if a catastrophe ever arrives, those heirs will stand firmly beside them. Except Helmer, the man who personally slaughtered every one of his first-row scions except 4. And even those 4 survivors were allowed to become so deeply entangled in personal affairs, political struggles, and endless wars that they gradually neglected their own cultivation. What would have happened if Helmer had simply left his first-generation children alive until today? Perhaps he would now possess 20 monarchs and guardians standing at the front row, 20 powerful figures reinforcing his authority and strengthening his empire. But for some reason, that future did not seem good enough for him. Now he has only 3 left, and every single one of them hates him. More than 10,000 years. That was the time Helen needed to break through from the level of world cataclysm all the way to a high-level nexus state. A pitiful number. A humiliating number. And the greatest reason behind that delay was simple. She had spent most of her life running. Running from enemies who wished to destroy her. Running while gathering followers. Running while planning the next move in building her fragile empire. Where was she supposed to find the time to cultivate properly and prepare for breakthroughs while the Empire of Gasan launched raids against them every single day? Where was she supposed to find peace of mind when she possessed almost no resources and did not even have standardized uniforms for her own army? By name it was called an empire, but in reality, her territory had not been much better than a livestock pen. A scattered collection of struggling worlds barely held together by fear and desperation. So after she finally decided to free herself from those chains, after meeting Caesar on that unforgettable day, she had no choice but to compensate for everything she had missed. Every wasted year. Every delayed breakthrough. Every abandoned opportunity. She had to repair her relationship with the law of ashification, the very law she had nearly forgotten, and which had nearly forgotten her in return. Helen's clear, serene expression twisted for a brief moment as the memory of that humiliating encounter surfaced in her mind. The shame of that day still lingered, but she would not allow that filthy human to ruin her joy today. Not now. Not after everything she had endured to reach this moment. Oh. Helen released a long, slow breath and opened her eyes. Her gaze began to move across the horizon, not toward the devastation that had swallowed the planet, but toward something far more important, toward what she could now see, what she could now feel. After accepting the connection, after becoming the dominator of a minor law, something fundamental had changed. She could clearly sense that her very existence itself had changed. Her body felt lighter as if an enormous, invisible weight that had been pressing down on her existence for thousands of years had finally been lifted away. She could feel the law of gravity deliberately avoiding her presence, as if the invisible force that once bound her body to the surface of worlds had politely stepped aside. She could feel the laws of air delivering exactly what her lungs needed without the slightest effort from her. She could feel the thermal laws carefully regulating the temperature of her body so that it remained perfectly comfortable. She could feel all the heavenly laws giving her special treatment. Helen continued her ascent calmly and steadily until she pierced through the atmosphere of the dying planet with complete ease, passing through the thin layers of gas as if they barely existed. Then she took a deep breath. Whoa. Helen exhaled slowly, and immediately a satisfied smile appeared on her face. There is no air in space. This is a fact known to everyone in the universe. Every living creature understands that all the air required for breathing exists only on the surfaces of planets or within specially constructed environments. World cataclysms and Nexus state cultivators cannot breathe in space at all. A world cataclysm might manage to survive in space for an hour or two at most, while someone in the Nexus state might endure for months, or perhaps even a year if their body and cultivation are powerful enough. As for dominators, however, they can remain in space as comfortably as they wish, and now she finally understood why. The heavenly laws were quietly gathering the leaking traces of air escaping from nearby planets and celestial bodies, pulling those scattered particles together and guiding them gently toward her face, delivering them directly to her nose without requiring even the smallest effort from her. This is what it truly means to dominate a law. This is the special treatment a dominator receives from the universe itself, no matter how insignificant or trivial their chosen law might appear to others. Grr. At that moment, a spacecraft approached from the distance, its engines vibrating softly through the silent vacuum. Then, SHHT, one of its gates slid open smoothly and remained open, clearly waiting for her arrival. Helen turned toward it for a few moments, observing the vessel with calm eyes, then walked toward the gate with a confident smile on her lips, her hands calmly clasped together before her chest. Only after she entered the spacecraft did the gate close firmly behind her, sealing the chamber, and a second inner gate slowly opened. From behind that gate came rows upon rows of officers and admirals in full uniform. The moment they saw her, every single one of them immediately knelt without hesitation. Congratulations to your highness on reaching the law domination realm. Helen walked forward slowly, her steps calm and composed. Take me to Hedrick. Your highness, the kneeling admiral responded quickly, raising his head slightly while still maintaining his respectful posture. Lord Hedrick is currently unavailable. He disappeared decades ago. Helen stopped immediately as if struck by lightning. Why? Then who was managing the war? Then her brows knitted together sharply. Did we lose? No, my lady, the war is still ongoing. In fact, we have never been in a better position than we are now, but... The admiral scratched his head awkwardly. A lot of things have happened during these years. I'm not sure where I should begin. Follow me, Helen gestured toward him with a small motion of her hand, then turned around and began walking deeper into the spacecraft's interior corridors. Explain to me everything that has happened since I began my seclusion here. Yes, your highness. The admiral quickly stood up and hurried after her. After your highness entered seclusion, many things happened across the battlefield, but the real turning point began when the cosmic elder publicly announced his friendship with Lord Human. Helen stopped suddenly, then she slowly turned around with her eyes open to their absolute limit. Excuse me. Chapter 2097. Midsector 101, Planet Shather. Inside the colossal throne hall, the vast chamber from which Hedrick had long ruled Midsector 101 indirectly, guiding the affairs of the sector without always appearing in person. Inside the throne hall, the one with the empty throne. The throne itself stood high upon a dark platform at the far end of the chamber, silent and unmoving, like a monument to an absent ruler. At the center of the hall stood a long extended table, its surface illuminated by a massive star map of the entire sector. Countless glowing stars, trade routes, and imperial territories shimmered across the projection. Around that table gathered 3 people, and 3 projections. Those 3 figures looked like luminous manifestations that light could pass through, faint silhouettes formed of energy rather than flesh. Yet despite their transparent nature, their expressions were perfectly visible and their gestures completely natural, as if they were truly present in the room rather than distant images projected across space. Anyone who examined their faces even briefly would immediately recognize them. They were the Big Six, the 6 law dominators, the rulers of the 6 millennial empires that dominated the sector. What should we do now? One of the 6 finally spoke. His face carried an aggressive expression, his brows tightly knitted as frustration weighed heavily upon him. He lifted his hand and pointed toward a specific star glowing within the map. Things are starting to slip out of control again. Little by little the balance is shifting. I still cannot understand how we allowed the advantage to slip from our hands so easily. His voice carried both anger and disbelief. I have never felt Lord Hedrick's absence as strongly as I do during this period, one of the manifestations said slowly while nodding in agreement. Nearly 50 years had passed since the cosmic announcement that shook the entire universe. Yet among all those who were shaken by that announcement, the one who reacted most violently for some unknown reason was Lord Hedrick himself. On that very day his personality seemed to change drastically. He became unusually irritable and impatient, unable to tolerate even the smallest disagreement or comment from others. Meetings that once lasted for days were abruptly ended. Discussions were cut short. Instead, he spent his time preparing military strategies and drafting large-scale war plans for the future. Before disappearing, he also introduced the Big Six to the Shadow Swords, a mysterious force whose existence had previously remained hidden. And then, he vanished. His final words were that he needed to enter a secluded training retreat in order to break through to the realm of a mid-level monarch. This statement had left the Big Six completely confused. Such a decision was extremely strange. It was not something a monarch would casually say. In fact, it was almost unheard of. Gaining the approval of a heavenly law could indeed be prepared for. One could spend long periods in seclusion studying the nature of the law, sensing its presence, and training one's perception until eventually the heavenly law itself acknowledged the cultivator and accepted them. That was how one ascended to the rank of monarch in the first place. But after that stage, once someone had already become a monarch, what benefit could seclusion possibly provide? When people referred to a low monarch or a mid-monarch, they were not speaking about a cultivation stage in the traditional sense. There was no transformation in the body, no change within the energy core, no special resources were required, no secret techniques or arrays were involved. Instead, it was a qualitative evolution, an ascension that occurred when a monarch gradually formed deeper and stronger bonds with the heavenly law they had already been acknowledged by. Those strengthened bonds allowed them to wield greater authority over that law, granting them broader control, more powerful abilities, and a deeper fusion with the countless other laws that governed the universe. However, something like that could not be forced. It happened slowly, painfully slowly, sometimes over the course of millions of years. And even then, it would only occur when the heavenly law itself allowed it. There was no known method to accelerate the process. In truth, most beings who reached the Dominion realm never managed to take that next step at all. More than half of the behemoths in existence were still trapped within the stage of a low-law dominator, unable to deepen their connection to their laws any further. That was simply the reality of that level of power. Which was why the Big Six found Hedric's words incomprehensible. When a monarch abandoned an ongoing war and calmly declared that he would enter seclusion in order to break through into a mid-monarch, it sounded absurd. It was as if someone suddenly stood up in the middle of a battlefield and said, "Excuse me, I will now enter seclusion so I can continue breathing." Was this really the time for something like that? And more importantly, exactly how many millions of years was that so-called seclusion supposed to last? Unfortunately, he chose a very bad time. One of them slowly shook his head, his expression filled with frustration. I admit, things were going quite well in the beginning, so much so that I almost forgot he had chosen seclusion in the first place. I even thought that perhaps we wouldn't need to move personally at all. But, fighting a behemoth that has absolutely no intention of retreating is truly exhausting. It drains every resource and every nerve. It is the kind of battle that demands every single ounce of strength one possesses. It was as though all the strange twists of fate had decided to occur at the same time. After the cosmic announcement, and after Lord Hedric entered his secluded retreat, the destructive advance of the savage behemoth suddenly stopped. Not slowed. It stopped completely and without the slightest warning. The massive army composed of thousands upon thousands of fleets simply halted its advance, then turned around and retreated toward the military zone it had previously established as a staging ground. And since that moment, it had never emerged again. Not a single fleet had been spotted leaving the region. Not a single soldier had been seen. None of the law dominators within that terrifying army made any public appearance, nor did they send any messages or threats. They simply fell silent. An unnatural and unsettling silence. Later on, the Shadow Swords delivered their report. According to them, the savage behemoth's galaxy had already been removed from the equation entirely. The order they gave was simple. Leave one armada out of the 7 to monitor the military zone and maintain observation over the savage behemoth's forces. Then mobilize the other 6 armadas and send them to confront the armada of the cursed behemoth, forcing it out of mid-sector 101. For the Big Six, who had only recently endured the shocking news that Lord Hedric had chosen seclusion, this development felt almost unreal, like a dream that appeared out of nowhere. Although the Shadow Swords did not offer any further explanation regarding the situation, the conclusion seemed obvious to everyone involved. The savage behemoth had backed down because it feared Lord Robin's connections. Lord Robin Burton. Without even appearing on the battlefield, without issuing threats, and without making a single declaration, he had already secured half the war for them. And as if that were not enough, the other half soon began to fall into place on its own. Confirmed news began to spread across the entire sector that Lord Robin Burton himself supported the resistance within mid-sector 101. That single piece of information carried enormous weight. All the empires and kingdoms that had previously remained neutral, those that had not yet joined Lord Hedric's alliance, quickly announced their decision to stand with the coalition. And why wouldn't they? The true leader of this alliance was not Hedric. Everyone knew that by now. The true leader was the man whom the Cosmic Elder had publicly declared to be the protector of the universe and the primary financier of the defense of life itself. Such a declaration carried immeasurable influence. The true leader of the alliance was not merely a ruler whose actions could be interpreted as a struggle for power or an attempt to seize bright galaxy for himself, the way some might suspect Hedric of doing. No, the true leader was a figure whose wealth, prestige, and authority were already acknowledged across vast regions of the universe. One of the most awe-inspiring and influential individuals to exist in the current era. Under such circumstances, the political situation of the sector shifted rapidly. With the savage behemoth's armada remaining completely still, and with more and more forces declaring their allegiance to the alliance, it became clear that the war had reached a turning point. At that stage, it was no longer truly a war. The alliance followed the Shadow Sword's instructions precisely. They left behind a single armada composed of 500 fleets to guard the military zone belonging to the savage behemoth's army. Interestingly, that armada did not even have a dominator overseeing it. Its role was obvious to anyone who examined the situation carefully. It existed purely for show, a symbolic presence meant to signal vigilance, nothing more. Afterward, the massive reinforcements that had joined the alliance were reorganized and redistributed. The total forces were divided into 6 enormous armadas. Each armada contained 2,000 fleets. Those 6 armadas together represented, quite literally, the entirety of the military strength available within mid-sector 101. For the first time in both ancient and modern history, every single power within one sector had reached a unified agreement. A comprehensive non-aggression treaty was drafted and established across the entire sector. These agreements were personally supervised by the Shadow Swords, and the Big Six publicly pledged to enforce them. For the first time ever, every major force within a single sector stood together without the presence of a ruling behemoth commanding them. No threats, no coercion, no promises of rewards or territorial gains, only a shared decision. Mid-Sector 101 wrote its name into the pages of history through its widest gates by mobilizing the largest single-side army assembled in tens of millions of years. An army composed of 12,500 fleets. A force so vast that its movement alone caused star routes across the sector to tremble. And when that unimaginable army finally moved, all of it surged forward toward a single target, Lord Demir and his forces. Chapter 2098. In a scene that could only be described as utterly terrifying, 12,000 armadas moved at once, their sudden motion shaking the silent depths of space. 6 vast squadrons, each containing 2,000 armadas arranged in disciplined formations, advanced from 6 completely different directions like the Day of Judgment itself descending upon the battlefield. Their mere advance shook nearby planets, their engines roaring like cosmic thunder, terrifying the innocent within their homes who could only watch the sky tremble in dread. The entire universe seemed as if it had finally awakened from the shock of the announcement when these reports spread across countless communication networks. Memories of the cosmic wars resurfaced in the minds of the ancient races. Memories of devastation, armadas clashing, and galaxies trembling returned once more. Memories of what was happening in Mid-Sector 101 rose vividly to the surface. Thus, countless beings stopped what they were doing and turned their attention toward the same place, standing in silence as they prepared to witness the greatest battle in history. When Lord Demir and his retinue saw what was coming, their expressions turned grave. They did not cling to pride or arrogance, nor did they delude themselves with the belief that they could somehow overturn such an overwhelming situation. There was simply no room for such thoughts. After Kali's devastating planetary assault that had already crippled their forces, and even after reinforcements had arrived from the accursed behemoth galaxy, all the forces under Lord Demir barely exceeded 2,000 armadas in total strength. They immediately attempted to withdraw without hesitation, but the Pureheart family had no intention of allowing them to leave so easily. Lord Orion, Lady Serene, and several of their siblings marched out boldly with roughly 1,000 armadas of their own and engaged Lord Demir and his army directly, intercepting them before they could escape the tightening net. Although the balance of power was clearly broken in Lord Demir's favor, and although the armadas of the Pureheart family fell like dry leaves in autumn under the crushing might of his fleet, and although the family's law dominance failed to secure victory on any front of the battlefield, victory had never been the objective in the first place. Their true goal had always been simple and desperate, to stop them for just a short time. And they succeeded. The 6 squadrons finally arrived and began an overwhelming siege that closed from every direction. It was a siege whose purpose was not to exhaust Lord Demir's forces, nor to pressure them into surrender. No, its purpose was systematic slaughter, a cold and merciless plan designed to wipe them out completely and erase their presence from the battlefield. But matters were not so simple. In wars fought on a scale like this, the answer to 1 + 1 was rarely 2, and even the most overwhelming advantage could become complicated once the battle truly began. Lord Demir immediately ordered a spherical defensive formation that compressed his fleets inward to reduce the damage and protect their vulnerable points. Then he personally led more than 20 royal soulmasters and law dominants toward the most dangerous battlefronts. They took advantage of the fact that the enemy squadrons possessed only 6 law dominants, and with their overwhelming experience, they launched fierce counterattacks. Using their raw strength and techniques perfectly harmonized with the laws of the universe, they managed to halt the advancing enemy lines again and again, delaying the inevitable fate that loomed over them. And indeed, the battle continued for an entire day without pause. Not a single law dominant or royal soulmaster with more than 7 stars fell during that time, as those powerful figures fought with terrifying caution and skill. Yet hundreds upon hundreds of ships were destroyed in the chaos of the clash, exploding into clouds of fire and shattered metal, and most of them belonged to the Alliance's side. By the end of that day, Lord Demir and his followers had begun to retreat, both implicitly and literally. Their strength was no longer what it had been at the start of the battle. Their ability to recover energy was not nearly as fast as the rate at which they were forced to expend it. Injuries had begun to accumulate across their bodies from the countless barrages they had intercepted with their own flesh, blocking attacks that would have otherwise destroyed their fleets. The inevitable had finally begun to appear on the horizon like a dark shadow slowly rising, but then it suddenly vanished. Under those desperate and exhausting circumstances, several figures arrived quietly from one side of the siege. Around 20 of them appeared together, moving with calm confidence. All of them were royal soulmasters with 7 stars or more. Leading them was a man with long hair that flowed behind him in the vacuum of space, a smooth and almost flawless face, and dark eyes that stared with such piercing intensity that it felt as though he could see directly into the hearts of others, as if nothing within them could remain hidden from that gaze. He wore loose and flowing garments, yet the terrifying strength of his physique was unmistakable even beneath those robes. The aura of power surrounding him glowed with a deep black radiance that distorted the surrounding space itself, making it extremely difficult for anyone to look at him directly for long. Even so, those who forced themselves to glance at him could still glimpse the unsettling sight of black veins running across every exposed patch of his skin, crawling like living shadows beneath his flesh. It was the accursed behemoth Darvian himself. By the time the Big Six sensed what was happening and finally noticed the arrival of the newcomers on the battlefield, it was already far too late for them to react properly. In that brief window of time, the newcomers had already unleashed overwhelming destruction, destroying more than 1,000 armadas completely, turning them into drifting wreckage and clouds of burning metal. They shattered the tightening siege with brute force and opened a massive path through the encirclement. It was a path that Lord Demir and the roughly 1,700 remaining armadas under his command immediately used without hesitation, accelerating away at full speed in a desperate escape. The Big Six immediately ordered all cannons to concentrate their fire upon the accursed behemoth and those accompanying him, hoping overwhelming firepower could at least slow them down, but it was utterly futile. A behemoth could not be killed with artillery barrages alone, and certainly not when 40 law dominants and royal soulmasters stood around him, forming an impenetrable shield of power and authority. From the moment the accursed behemoth appeared on the battlefield until the siege was shattered and the retreat began, less than a single hour had passed. The universe was stunned by the behemoth's personal intervention, the very same behemoth who was later revealed to have arrived with his followers through the sector's grand space portal, crossing unimaginable distances in order to intervene in this war. As for the Big Six, they had no time to withdraw and lick their wounds after the failed siege. The behemoth's personal arrival, along with the sudden appearance of additional high-level reinforcements, had complicated the situation in a dangerously unpredictable way. Yet despite everything, the numerical advantage was still firmly on their side. It was an overwhelming strength that demanded respect and caution. If the behemoth had truly believed he could win this confrontation outright, his followers would not have fled together with him earlier. That fact alone convinced them that victory might still be within reach. Thus they began the pursuit immediately, their massive fleets accelerating across the battlefield while leaving behind the drifting wreckage of nearly 2,000 destroyed armadas from both sides, silent monuments to the violence that had just taken place. And indeed, the pursuit did not last long before they caught up with them once again. The accursed behemoth and his sons immediately took action, forming a powerful defensive barrier between the two advancing armies. 40 law dominants and royal soulmasters gathered together under his command, standing as an unbreakable wall of power. Behind them were the 1,700 armadas that had barely escaped earlier, regrouping and preparing for another confrontation. Together they stood face to face against the vast fleets of the Alliance, along with the armadas of the Pure Heart family led by Orion. And they held their ground. The Big Six also entered the battle personally this time, yet even they did not recklessly advance to the front lines. Instead, they remained behind the main formations of their fleets, launching devastating attacks whenever an opportunity revealed itself, striking like predators waiting for the perfect moment. This second battle proved just as brutal as the first. Several hundred more armadas were destroyed in the violent clashes between fleets, their shattered remains scattering across space. Yet more importantly, the battle showed the entire universe once again what it truly meant for a real behemoth to stand on the front lines of war. Simply by his presence alone, the morale and strength of his side seemed to rise dramatically. Through his overwhelming power and mastery of the cosmic laws, his side managed to resist an army whose strength was drawn from hundreds of different factions and forces. Not only that, but he gradually forced them to retreat. Eventually, the Big Six were forced to give the order to withdraw after 4 of them suffered injuries during the clash, and the losses among their fleets began to rise at an alarming rate. As for the accursed behemoth, he did not waste the opportunity presented by their withdrawal. He immediately led his exhausted army and battered fleets forward. Many of those fleets had already run out of the pearls required to power their cannons, leaving them dangerously weakened. Still, they pushed onward and attacked the nearest solar system. Their goal was simple: first, to replenish their supplies with anything that could still prove useful after such a brutal conflict; second, to finally pause and recover, tending to the wounds that had accumulated during the 2 devastating battles. The accursed behemoth had seized a difficult and costly victory, yet the situation was far from secure. He now found himself deep within a strange sector, surrounded by hostile forces on all sides, struggling to protect the exhausted remnants of his once mighty army. Had he truly won this confrontation and reaffirmed the supreme status of the behemoths across the universe? Or had the behemoth merely bowed before the Alliance army, spared only out of reluctance to continue the costly battle, allowing him to retreat and gather the broken fragments of his scattered forces? That question became the subject of endless stories, debates, and rumors throughout the entire universe during that period. Chapter 2099. What followed that day was a long period of reorganization and a cold, calculating siege. Both sides began carefully inspecting their losses and redistributing their remaining forces in heavy silence. Damaged fleets were reorganized, surviving commanders reassigned, and defensive formations reinforced. Every participant in that war understood one simple truth: the next battle would not be any less ferocious than the ones that had already shaken the sector. At the same time, the Big Six did not completely withdraw from the battlefield. Instead, they retreated only to a distance that was considered safe, a position that allowed them to maintain constant observation over the accursed behemoth while also preserving the option to retreat or reposition at any moment if the situation suddenly shifted. From that distance, and accompanied by their massive armadas that exceeded 10,000 fleets, they maintained a tight and suffocating siege. Their fleets formed layers of encirclement that limited every major route of movement, ensuring that the accursed behemoth could not make any large-scale maneuver without being immediately intercepted. Even though, in truth, they all knew very well that he would not attempt such a reckless movement. The accursed behemoth had bled heavily in this war. The cost had been enormous. From the beginning of that disastrous war a few centuries ago until the present moment, he had lost nearly 3,000 fleets. That number alone represented more than half of his original army, and there was no doubt that he had absolutely no intention of losing any more. These fleets were not temporary forces that could be replaced overnight. They had been accumulated over hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions of years. They were not like swords or shields that could be forged in large numbers each year. They were strategic weapons, carefully preserved assets that represented centuries of effort and unimaginable resources. Now he possessed only 1,700 fleets within Mid-Sector 101. He had a nearly similar number stationed within Mid-Sector 102, deeper inside the galaxy. Yet it was clear that he had no intention of involving those forces in this war under any circumstances. If those fleets were exposed and destroyed as well, the consequences for his power and influence would be catastrophic. He would never allow the remaining fleets here to be reduced to drifting debris in this hostile sector. During that long, quiet, and almost suffocating period that lasted for several months, the battlefield fell into an uneasy stillness. Both sides waited. Both sides watched. And everyone understood the same thing. The accursed behemoth would attempt anything possible to avoid further losses. He would inevitably try to secure reinforcements in order to extract the remaining forces he still had trapped within the sector. And if one were to speak of reinforcements, there was no better candidate than the forces of the savage behemoth, whose army had remained strangely inactive for quite some time. Because of that possibility, the Big Six were forced to turn their attention toward the savage behemoth's military base with deep unease in their hearts. The thought that he might suddenly move and strike them from behind was enough to make even beings of their level wary. After all, only 500 armadas had been stationed there to observe and contain him. Even worse, there was not a single guardian among those forces. It was almost certain that the accursed behemoth had already contacted the savage behemoth to request assistance. No one knew what had been discussed between the two behemoths. No one could predict what agreements or promises might have been made behind the scenes. Even if the savage behemoth had been cautious because of Lord Robin, could he truly withstand the pressure of the accursed behemoth's request, especially when that behemoth had personally arrived in the sector? Yet strangely, nothing happened. Days passed, weeks passed, months slowly drifted by, and the savage behemoth's military base remained completely still. Not a single ship departed. Not a single commander emerged. Not one soldier moved to reinforce the accursed behemoth. Thus, after several months of tense silence, careful recovery, and countless attempts to find a solution to his increasingly dangerous predicament, the accursed behemoth finally made his move. But the move he chose was not what anyone expected. Instead of assigning the 1,700 armadas to charge forward and break the siege while he remained behind with the first Rosians as a final safeguard, he personally stepped forward onto the battlefield. He advanced himself. Accompanied by 40 royal soulmasters and law dominators, he launched a direct assault against the Alliance forces. Their target was clear from the beginning. They aimed to break through the encirclement in the direction of the borders of Mid-Sector 102. Their goal was simple and brutally direct: escape the trap of Mid-Sector 101 as quickly as possible. But the Big Six had absolutely no intention of allowing such a thing to happen. The depth of hostility and hatred that had grown between the accursed behemoth and the forces of Mid-Sector 101 had long surpassed the point where a simple withdrawal could resolve the conflict. At the beginning of the war, their objective might have been merely to expel the accursed forces from their territory and claim a symbolic victory. But things had gone far beyond that now. After reaching this point, the point of no return, their objective had changed completely. They no longer sought a symbolic triumph. They intended to destroy every remaining fleet under the accursed behemoth's command and leave him crippled for a very long time. And so, under the silent gaze of the universe that had already been shaken by the earlier battles, a new battle began. The accursed behemoth moved with all his remaining forces to strike one side of the siege, concentrating the bulk of his army into a single devastating thrust meant to tear open a gap in the encirclement. But the moment his fleets surged forward, the other sides of the siege reacted immediately. The surrounding forces closed in from behind like tightening jaws, sealing the path of retreat while thousands of cannons began exchanging relentless fire. This time, the battle did not remain confined to fleets alone. Every world cataclysm and Nexus state expert who had been gathered from the countless powers of the sector descended from their vessels. Millions of world cataclysms and tens of thousands of Nexus state cultivators poured onto the battlefield together, their auras colliding and surging like violent storms across the void. It was a terrifying sight. Not a single one of them was truly enthusiastic about the idea of standing face to face against a behemoth. The mere thought of confronting such a being filled even veteran warriors with instinctive dread. But the orders had been given, and so everyone moved forward anyway. That day, the battlefield turned into a place where wreckage and blood became indistinguishable from one another. Ships shattered, bodies fell, and the void itself trembled under the scale of the conflict. Yet in the end, the day concluded as every other brutal day of war eventually does. The accursed behemoth used hidden cards that no one had anticipated and managed to force open the siege. Through sheer ferocity, he created a narrow path and smuggled the remaining fragments of his army out through it. But the price was enormous. By the end of the battle, the number of armadas under his command had fallen to only 1,000. The number of world cataclysms and Nexus state fighters that followed him had dropped to less than a quarter of their original strength. 5 royal soulmasters with 7 stars or more suffered extremely severe injuries that would take time to recover from. The remaining high-level experts were not spared either, every single one of them bearing wounds of varying severity while exhaustion clung to them like a shadow. On the other side, the Alliance also paid dearly. 3,000 fleets were destroyed in the clash. Alongside them, tens of thousands of world cataclysms and more than 1,000 Nexus state experts perished in the chaotic fighting. Another one of the Big Six suffered severe injuries despite remaining in the rear lines throughout the battle, while 6 of Kaylee's sons were also wounded during the confrontation. It was a world-shaking battle in every sense of the word, a battle so immense that numbers themselves seemed to lose meaning. And yet, despite the staggering losses on all sides, the clash once again reminded the entire universe of a simple and terrifying truth: the presence of a behemoth on the battlefield could still bend the course of war. But the conflict was far from finished. The accursed behemoth could not bring his followers into mid-sector 102 as he had originally planned. The fleets that remained under his command had been pushed beyond their limits. Many of the ships had lost their pearls and could no longer fire their cannons with the intensity required for prolonged combat. Worse still, during the enormous battle, they had consumed their reserves of liquid energy cores as emergency fuel for their artillery systems. Without those energy cores, the ships no longer possessed the necessary power to cross the vast boundary between mid-sector 101 and mid-sector 102. If he forced them to attempt the crossing in their current state, the fleets would stall in the endless void halfway through the journey. And once that happened, the result would be obvious. Everyone would die. So the question arose: what was the solution? The answer came quickly: attack the bright galaxy once again. That galaxy lay almost exactly halfway between the location of the battle and the distant border of the sector. If there was any place nearby that could provide the supplies needed to keep the remaining army alive, it was there. And more importantly, the galaxy had become dangerously vulnerable. There were no longer any significant defensive forces stationed there. Orion, Serene, and the other defenders had already departed months earlier to fight side by side with the 6 great ones on the front lines of the war. At least, that was the reasoning the accursed behemoth Darvian presented to justify the decision. Was there another motive hidden behind his words? A motive fueled by anger, humiliation, and vengeance? Perhaps. But by that point, no one cared. The decision had been made, and the wheels of war had already begun turning. On that day, the accursed behemoth advanced alone toward the galaxy. His men and his sons watched from behind as he drew out his 5th-grade planetary weapon, its terrifying power radiating through the void. They watched as he opened vast soul gates, allowing his soul creatures to emerge one after another like shadows pouring from another realm. They watched as he deployed the cursed arrays he had personally crafted for his own use. The arrays spread outward across space, releasing a foul and oppressive aura that clung to everything nearby. A nauseating stench followed it, a smell like that of trillions of rotting corpses left to decay for ages. The arrays fed power into his soul creatures. They fed power into the planetary weapon. And then they saw him surge forward. Surrounded by his soul creatures and cloaked in that horrifying energy, the accursed behemoth charged directly toward the galaxy, opening a path for the battered remnants of his army to follow behind him. At that moment, everyone watching understood the truth. The accursed behemoth had not come merely to gather supplies. He had come to destroy. He had come for revenge. Yet the breathtaking and chilling spectacle did not end the way anyone expected. Suddenly, the planets within the galaxy began to move. Massive celestial bodies drifted violently out of their natural orbits and hurled themselves toward the behemoth's cursed arrays. One after another, they smashed into the arrays and shattered them completely. Then the planets turned their momentum toward his soul creatures. And toward him personally. Who had ever seen a planet explode? On that day, the soldiers of the accursed behemoth witnessed something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. More than 100 planets detonated one after another above the head of their behemoth, their colossal explosions turning entire regions of space into storms of fire and debris. And in that moment, every single one of them remembered something important. Kaylee's was still inside the galaxy. Chapter 2100. The accursed behemoth had not expected such a violent response, even for a single moment. Never in recorded history had a behemoth used planets themselves as flying weapons to strike another behemoth. The idea alone sounded absurd, something that should have belonged more to madness than to warfare. Of course, the accursed behemoth could have avoided those chaotic assaults with relative ease. The incoming planets were enormous, but they were still predictable once their trajectories became clear. He could have simply stepped aside, evaded their paths, and allowed them to drift helplessly into the endless darkness of space. After all, once a planet left its natural orbit, Kaylee's would no longer possess the precision needed to guide it further. But Kaylee's did not give him that opportunity. Instead of directing the planets toward him directly, she targeted something far more valuable: the arrays. Those priceless arrays that Darvian had painstakingly created, arrays whose construction had required the fear, suffering, and despair of countless living creatures. Each formation represented years of preparation and terrible sacrifices. Darvian had no choice. He was forced to defend them. His sons reacted immediately. They abandoned the fleet waiting behind them and rushed forward at terrifying speed to assist their father in intercepting the incoming destruction. Yet Kaylee's had anticipated that as well. Dozens of planets suddenly changed direction and began hurtling toward the fleet stationed in the rear, the very army that Darvian could no longer afford to lose after the catastrophic losses he had already suffered in the previous battles. Faced with that threat, his sons were forced to turn back again. Reluctantly and furiously, they destroyed those incoming planets one after another to defend the vulnerable fleet behind them. In less than a single hour, the number of destroyed planets had already climbed to nearly 200. Darvian roared in fury, his voice echoing across space like thunder. He hurled the vilest curses and insults he could muster toward Kaylee's, his rage boiling uncontrollably. Again and again, he challenged her pride as a behemoth. He demanded that she come out and face him directly. Power against power. Behemoth against behemoth. But every time he shouted his challenge into the void, the answer remained exactly the same. More planets. More massive celestial bodies ripping free from their orbits and crashing toward him like divine punishment. The exchange continued in this surreal and terrifying manner until the Alliance army finally arrived. Led by Serene and Orion, the Alliance fleet surged forward and attacked the accursed behemoth and his remaining forces from behind, forcing Darvian to finally abandon his position and withdraw. But he had no intention of retreating peacefully. Darvian ordered his sons and the remnants of his forces to escape first, sending them away from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Then he remained behind, alone. Standing in the vast emptiness of space, he faced the enormous Alliance army by himself. Using his cursed arrays, he unleashed waves of destructive attacks upon the approaching squadrons. The strikes were chaotic yet devastating, smashing through formations and scattering fleets apart. The destruction he caused in those moments rivaled the devastation that had taken place earlier that same day. Hundreds of armadas were annihilated. Hundreds of Nexus state cultivators and thousands of world cataclysms perished in the relentless bombardment. Within that colossal formation of 12,000 armadas, every single fleet had been led by at least one Nexus state cultivator or a royal soulmaster. Many of them had been powerful figures in their own right. Nearly half of them had come from the 7 Millennium Empires. These were individuals who had once been destined to live long and prosperous lives, overseeing their personal planets, guiding new generations of cultivators, and managing the countless responsibilities of their empires. Yet on that day, all those futures ended, and they were not the only ones paying the price. Every planet that Kayles had hurled toward Darvian and his army had originally belonged to one of her sons or grandchildren. Each planet had been carefully refined by its owner, tied to him. Whenever one of those planets was destroyed, it signaled tragedy. It meant the death or severe injury of the child who had refined it. Those 200 planets that exploded during the battle marked the downfall of 200 of Kayles' children, some killed outright while others were left gravely wounded. They collapsed within their ships while being transported back toward their homeland, dying without ever receiving the chance to personally participate in the battle or demonstrate the abilities they had spent their lives cultivating. Losses like these could never pass without leaving scars. Even the most hardened soldiers felt their hearts pound heavily in their chests as they fought. Even the fiercest Nexus state warriors felt fear creeping into their minds as they watched companions fall one after another beside them. These were the same warriors who had already witnessed a similar horrifying scene earlier that very morning. And so, faced with Darvian, who now fought alone in the center of the battlefield, the Alliance army became the side that retreated. Darvian stood there silently, watching his enemies withdraw step by step before the overwhelming pressure of his power. He did not pursue them. Instead, he allowed them to leave. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward the distant bright galaxy behind him, the galaxy that should have belonged to him without difficulty. The galaxy that should have fallen into his hands through what had once been little more than a childish game between Zurian and Hedrick. Now it floated within his sight, yet somehow still impossibly far away. For a moment he simply stared at it, the silence around him growing heavy. Then he turned away. Without another word, the accursed behemoth departed, moving swiftly through space to rejoin the remnants of his army and catch up with his retreating followers. The short period that followed that decisive battle was somewhat calm, at least when compared to the chaos and devastation that had previously engulfed the sector. For the first time in many years, the enormous fleets that had been clashing repeatedly seemed to slow their movements. The thunder of cannons faded, and the void that had been filled with constant explosions returned to a tense and watchful silence. The fleet of the accursed behemoth began doing what the fleet of the savage behemoth had once done before it. Rather than attempting another reckless breakthrough or confrontation, they shifted toward a different strategy. They began attacking every nearby power they could reach. Planetary systems, independent forces, small alliances, and merchant routes were all struck one after another. Their objective was simple and brutally practical: gather every resource they could possibly seize, whether it was fuel, pearls, food reserves, materials, or technology. Anything that could help them continue fighting, or help them escape. As for the Alliance fleet, it remained watching from afar. The once unified army that had gathered under the banner of the Big Six had lost much of its cohesion. 3 of the Big Six had already been severely injured during the continuous battles against the accursed behemoth. The remaining 3 still possessed immense strength, but they lacked the authority and confidence necessary to gather the scattered Alliance forces under a single unified command again. Fear had taken root in the hearts of the soldiers. The moment when Darvian had stood alone before the massive Alliance army, facing thousands of fleets without retreating even a single step, had left a deep scar on their morale. That scene had spread throughout the sector like wildfire, whispered and retold by countless witnesses. And the effect had been devastating. 5 full years passed during this uneasy stage of the war. During those years, the army of the accursed behemoth acted with near complete freedom within large regions of the sector. They plundered whatever they wished, destroyed whatever resisted them, and marched across the stars like a storm that no one dared confront directly. Yet despite all of their raids and destruction, they still failed to gather the amount of resources required to complete the long journey needed to leave the sector. Ironically, by this point, almost every member of the Alliance army secretly wished that journey would succeed. Many of them hoped that the accursed behemoth would finally gather enough supplies, leave the sector behind, and end the nightmare that had already lasted far too long. Why had that not happened? The answer lay with the Shadow Swords. The Shadow Swords had quietly turned themselves into invisible guardians of the sector's remaining powers. They monitored the movements of every fleet belonging to the accursed behemoth's armada with extraordinary precision. Whenever they discovered which planet or system would be the next target of destruction, they secretly warned the inhabitants in advance. those forces would immediately evacuate their planets, gather whatever possessions and resources they could carry, and flee before the accursed behemoth's fleets arrived. Because of those warnings, many raids that should have yielded enormous supplies instead found nothing but abandoned cities and empty worlds. The Alliance army might have wished for the accursed behemoth to gather what he needed and disappear. But the local powers cared about something far more immediate, their own survival. They fled with their lives and their property intact, and in doing so, many of them came to view the Shadow Swords as saviors. Entire civilizations now owed their survival to those silent protectors who appeared only long enough to warn them before vanishing again. As a result, even after 5 long years of plundering and destruction, the fleet of the accursed behemoth still could not gather the resources required for its escape. Naturally, these actions enraged many within the Alliance army. Some commanders openly complained that the Shadow Swords were prolonging the suffering of the sector. Yet the Big Six could not publicly confront them. After all, how could they stand before the universe and demand that the Shadow Sword stop saving innocent populations? The tension inside the Alliance only deepened for another reason. Since the final battles had begun until this very moment, the Note fleets had not participated in the war at all. They had not joined a single engagement. They had not fired a single shot. They had simply disappeared. Their sudden absence became a constant subject of speculation and suspicion among the Alliance ranks. The Note fleets were nowhere to be seen, the Shadow Swords were extending the accursed behemoth's stay within the sector, and the war had become a slow and exhausting stalemate. What exactly were they trying to accomplish? No one could answer that question. And meanwhile, the accursed behemoth himself remained trapped within a strange and humiliating situation. Instead of commanding grand cosmic battles as a being of his stature should, he found himself dragged into a frustrating and pointless guerrilla war across scattered systems. It was a war he had never intended to fight. Yet despite all the frustration on every side, the situation continued exactly as it was. Until something happened that shook the universe once again. An event so sudden and so massive that even the accursed behemoth was forced to halt all his actions and reconsider his plans. The armies of the Behemoth of Destruction, Helmer, suddenly appeared across several distant sectors at the same time. Without warning, they began attacking every force within those sectors completely at random, striking planets, fleets, and civilizations without discrimination. Sectors 106 through 114 suddenly found themselves under devastating fire. 8 sectors that had previously lived in relative peace ignited in a single day. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.